Overdue. It's getting pretty Elvis-like there.
So, planning this study. Going super, I guess, the top one they gave me.
But we've been sending them since we've been reporting on.
What did we get for the here? Oh, and if you want me to.
Excuse me, this conversation.
You know what, when I need to speak, so if we're gonna change it, let me know, okay? No. Did we get hard copies?
Dan?
You're gonna be there, or you're gonna stand up and defend it? Okay, that's fine. I just don't think,
Well, over the years, being done, and what we've been doing is trying to be faithful to the new. Anyway, this one.
oh, where's your, well, we have four. Yeah. I've got Councillor Layton, Councillor Preston, Councillor Davis, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Frederick, Councillor Mahatch.
If members of the Toronto and East York Council could please take their seats, we can get our meeting underway.
What's out on the website is, this is what I've got.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's an S?
Okay, well, I can do that online.
It is. Where are you going here? Where are you going here?
I didn't know that.
can close it whenever you want, and I will make sure they don't come.
Oh, you've been here long enough to know that's not going to happen.
No.
They come in 3 hours late. We'll just reopen the item. Yeah, let's hear from them.
This one here, right? Yeah, got it.
Councillor Mihevc, you starting in the middle of the horseshoe there? Thank you, everyone. I'd like to call meeting 20 of the Toronto and East York Community Council to order. And first, the chair and members gratefully acknowledge that the Toronto and East York Community Council meets on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the New Credit Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, can I get a motion to confirm the minutes from October 13th, 2016? Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Before we jump into page 29, or item 29?
Yeah.
Item 29 on the goldenrod sheets, to go through the quick items. I just first want to call that later on today on item TE 20.17, we'll be dealing with an item regarding a sign variance. If there's anyone in attendance today who would like to submit written materials on item 20.17, if so, please provide your submission to the clerk so that materials can be copied and distributed before consideration of the item. After lunch, when we do consider that item, as you know, we have instructions from the solicitor about how that is to be heard, and that requires everyone wishing to vote on the item to be on their seats for the duration of the item. I will reiterate that later because I'm not sure anyone or half of you were listening. On item TE 20.29, I figure we'll do those in order. We'll run through these, then we'll start back at 1.
It is the day before, it's on the page before.
TE 20.29, appointment to business improvement areas, boards of management, wards 19, 21, 22, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 20.30, feasibility of renaming of Brunswick College Parkette the Doctors Parkette, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move the recommendations to name our new Brunswick College Parkette the Doctors Parkette, an extensive community. We have a history of medical institutions in the area, a history and legacy of doctors and medical professionals in the area, and an extensive community consultation resulted in a new parkette with a new name, and I'm pleased to move the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 20.31, preliminary report 57 and 65 Brock Avenue official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, Ward 14. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning. I'd like to amend recommendation number 3 with the expanded notice provision.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.32, preliminary report 502 Adelaide Street West and 119 to 123 Portland Street zoning amendment application, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
First of all, I'm going to move the staff recommendations with an amendment for expanded notice. I'm going to move the Councillor Wong Tam amendment that includes childcare available upon request and making sure refreshments are available. You'll forgive me, this is the first of 7 preliminary reports on today's TYCC agenda in Ward 20. Many of them are already under appeal at the OMB. As of yesterday, we have 25 appeals in Ward 20 right now, totaling more than 1,000 stories of development. That's 5.5 CN towers in Ward 20 alone. This is the first. This one is not under appeal. This one has gone through a good process, good consultation, and I'm pleased to move the expanded notice.
All those in favor of the amendment and the item? All those opposed? That carries. TE 20.33, preliminary report 46 Charlotte Street zoning amendment application, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Again, I'm going to move the expanded notice along with the staff recommendations. This is the Wong Tam expanded notice. This is one of those that has been appealed, I'm sad to say.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.34, preliminary report 321 Davenport Road zoning amendment application, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Again, I will be moving the expanded notice with the Councillor Wong Tam expanded notice. This has not been appealed. It is going very well. We're continuing to work closely with the community and the applicant and look forward to moving this along.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.35, preliminary report 100 and 130 Simcoe Street, 99 Pearl Street, and 203 and 211 Adelaide Street West zoning amendment application, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
First of all, I'm going to move the expanded notice. This is the Councillor Wong Tam expanded notice. I just want to note on this one, given that I have 7, I'm going to make some editorial comments. 59 stories. The first we heard about it was after the application was already submitted. This is in direct contravention of the process long established in Ward 20 of a proactive pre-application process. We're going to have some final reports today that demonstrate how you do good development in Ward 20. The demonstration thus far on this site is that they don't know how to do it properly. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 20.36, preliminary report 666 Spadina Avenue official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Again, I'm going to move the expanded notice, and this is the Councillor Wong Tam expanded notice. This application has gone through a number of community charrettes and meetings. While the formal application is in now, it is going exceptionally well thus far. Of course, it's not there yet, but I want to commend the applicant for the hard work they've been doing with the community. And with that, I'll move the expanded notice.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.37, preliminary report 422 to 424 Wellington Street West zoning amendment application. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move the expanded notice along with the staff recommendations. This is the Councillor Wong Tam. This is my second last one of the day, but I'm going to editorialize briefly. This is on Wellington Street. It is 23 stories. It involves relocating an existing heritage building. This is a Brad Lamb special. There was no pre-application meeting. In fact, when they met with staff after putting in an application, they said to our city staff, take it or leave it, we're going to the board. When they went to meet with residents just yesterday, they said to the residents, take it or leave it, we'll see you at the board. So, we are moving the expanded notice. My intention is to ensure, and my hope is that we get a report back from staff within the 120 days. Because if they're going to see us at the board, then we're going to put our best foot forward. We will win this appeal at the board, and we're going to do so without the facetious argument of staff didn't comment in time. We are going to comment in time, and we're going to tell them how terrible it is.
I think we should have a motion that assigns additional planning staff resources to Ward 20. I don't know if that would be in order. Can we give staff, do we have delegated authority to give staff direction on that? No. All those in favor of the amendment and the item, all those opposed, that carries. TE 20.3, that was your last one of the preliminary report, so.
I'm afraid I have a motion to
Oh, you're walking one on. Great, good job. TE 20.39, accessible loading zone, Broadview Avenue, Ward 38, accessible loading zone, Arlington Avenue, Ward 21. Councillor Mahavik.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being included in this meeting.
How many stories is your loading zone?
As the hardworking,
Did they have a pre-application meeting?
this is an accessible parking spot on the street. As the hardworking councillor of Ward 21, and noting that this is the only item I have on the councillor Cressy agenda that I'm happy to attend and support. I'll happily move the staff recommendations, and then I don't think you're going to hear from me much this.
You just got to stay in your seat. That's all we ever want, to see that lovely face.
I do have a little exit for a little while, but I will be here for the day.
All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. TE 20.39, accessible loading zone, Broadview Avenue, Ward 29. Councillor Fragadak.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I am actually moving the staff recommendations and making a couple of comments just to clear up the air for some people who seem to think that this is more than a housekeeping issue, because I understand that there were some concerns in the community. Apparently, the bylaws and the signs on the street don't match, and so that this is what this motion actually addresses, is that so that the bylaw actually matches what we have already on the street. There's no conspiracy theory on Broadview, so I'd like to lay that to rest. There might be other conspiracy theories elsewhere, but not right here in front of the Albany Clinic. So it's an accessible loading zone. Thank you very much.
Councillor Perks.
What are you really up to?
Well, we're trying to make an accessible city so that the people coming out of the clinic can actually get into transportation easily.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.40 Commercial Loading Zone, Broadview Avenue, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher. On indefinite deferral, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.41, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, October 2016, wards 14, 18, 21, 30, 31, 32. Councillor Perks.
Move approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.42, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, October 2016, Ward 19. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those opposed? That carries. TE 20.49, lay-by construction, 43, sorry, lay-by construction, Bremner Boulevard, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations, and I want to thank the MTCC for working so closely with us on this.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.44, road alteration, Wellington Street, East Church Street and Front Street intersections, Ward 28. Councillor McConnell has informed me she's not, or running a little bit behind coming from Queen's Park. Not sure how that can happen because it's really not that far, but that's all right. I'll hold that item down. I'll hold that item down for her. TE 20.45, heavy truck prohibition, Grosvenor Road, Ward 27 and 29. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I think on behalf of Councillor Fragedakis and I would be moving the staff recommendations.
It's actually Governor's Road, and it's at the request of my constituents.
My apologies.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.46, parking amendments, Briars Mews, Ward 19. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.47, parking amendments, Spadina Crescent, Spadina Avenue, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
Yes, I'm going to move the staff recommendations, and I want to thank the school, the parents, the Harvard Village Residents Association, and our transportation staff for working so hard to make this happen. So thank you to all those, and with that, I'll move the recs.
All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 20.48, amendments to parking regulations, Kinsmount Park Road, Ward 32. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. And this is just to coordinate the signs with the current bylaws. So I move staff recommendations. Thanks.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.49, car share vehicle parking area, Cosburn Avenue, Ward 29. Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm going to move adoption of the recommendation by staff. This is the first one in the ward that we're moving. We've had a lot of complaints about these car shares vehicles on our side streets, but Cosburn is a larger street. It's got bike lanes, it's got buses, it's got pedestrians, it's got cars. So we're gonna see how this goes. Hopefully, it's going to be successful.
Great. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.50, car share vehicle parking areas, various locations, all wards. Councillor Matlow.
May I, just a point of order,
Yeah.
may I have Ward 22 removed from this? Yeah.
I have an amendment as well, Mr. Chair.
It's simply because I think there's some wards where this won't apply, yet it's confusing to have it in the subject.
I have a motion to add.
I was just saying to the chair, excuse my voice, I'm just a little under the weather. The subject, the title of this item, has all of our wards included. The majority of the wards included. That being said, though, I can speak for my ward. My ward isn't included in the car share location, so I thought I'd just bring it to the chair's attention and ask for wards that are not actually included to be removed from the subject line.
Okay, we'll clarify that. In the meantime, Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm not sure why in the Toronto and East York District we would have wards 23, 24, 25, and 26 listed amongst us. They're not really our district, but...
That's a good point.
We'll
take that aside and clean it up.
But I
for
do
you.
actually want to say that Ward 29 doesn't have anything listed, so I too would like my ward removed from this list.
Okay, the list came from staff, and Councillor Bailao is going to add
Yeah, I
one.
have
So
a
let's
motion.
not take
Councillor Bailao has it.
let's not take 18 off, but we'll clean that up.
Yeah, she's adding a couple.
Okay. So we'll clean it up and reintroduce after lunch? Yeah, okay. All right, we'll hold that down. TE 20.51, expanding the limits of pan display parking, Queen Street East, Ward 32. Councillor McMahon.
All right, so we have a new development here and rejig the street so we can add some more parking. So I will move staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.52, traffic control signal Dupont Street and Palmerston Avenue, Ward 20. Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to move to defer this item for one cycle. We're working closely with transportation staff and need a little bit more time.
All those in favor of the deferral? All those opposed? That item carries. TE 20.53, stop control Oswald Crescent at Wilfred Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow.
This report came before the community was consulted, so I'm going to defer this until February of 2017.
A deferral till February. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.54, always stop control Dunkirk Road and Binswood Avenue, Ward 31. Councillor Davis.
I'd like to move that the always stop be installed. So to amend it to replace deny with approve.
On the approval motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.55 is Councillor McConnell. I will hold that down. TE 20.56, speed hump pole results Coleman Avenue, Ward 31. Councillor Davis.
I'll move the alternate recommendations.
On the alternate recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.57, traffic calming Glenswood Crescent, Ward 31. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to move the alternate recommendations, but it requires 4 motions because it's being done in 2 sections, and the poll's being conducted in 2 sections.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment in the item? All those opposed? That carries. TE 20.58, proposed installation of speed bumps, public lanes south of St. Clair Avenue East between Glen Eden Crescent and Glenfield Crescent, Ward 31. Councillor Davis.
I'll move the staff recommendations, which is to install.
Just a point, because I think I've raised this before. We just had item .56 that was called speed humps.
Yes,
.57 called traffic calming, but referred to speed humps.
yes.
And TE 20.58, which we're just hearing now, which refers to them as speed bumps.
This is in a laneway.
Speed bumps are in lane.
Why?
Can we just get some, all right.
I agree with you.
All those in favor, it was the alternate recommendation.
Mr. Chair, this is just so Councillor Davis can up her number of
This is-
agenda items. It's actually only one thing.
Yes.
And
I
so
need
they're
to-
called
I
different
need-
things. It was the alternate recommendations on that one? Was there alternate?
No, it's to adopt the staff recommendations to
Okay.
install speed bumps in a laneway.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Bumps are different than humps, Mr.
TE 20.59, school bus load zoning, Dentonia Park Avenue, Ward 31. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, big day. This is just shock and awe.
Welcome to the Joe Crescent.
How tall is that?
So I'd like to move adoption of the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.60, Toronto East End streetcar routes extended peak period regulations, wards 28, 30, and 32. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you. I've been working with the staffs in the deferral, and Mr. Cooperman has asked that it be deferred till January.
Okay, thank you very much. A deferral till January. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.61, realignment of parking permit area 1A to exclude the address of 299 Campbell Avenue, Ward 18. Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. Approve staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.62, extension of permit parking hours, Dentonia Park Avenue, Ward 31. Councillor Davis. All those in favor?
Move adoption of the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. TE 20.63, request for a report on the implementation of a one-year moratorium on new tall building residential developments in the downtown core, Ward 27. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I'd move to withdraw that letter. I'll be submitting a new item for business.
On the withdrawal, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 20.64, Danforth Avenue speed limit reduction to 40 kilometers an hour, Dawes Road to Victoria Park Avenue, Ward 31 and 32.
I know.
Councillor Davis or Councillor McMahon?
I'll move adoption of the councillor's recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 20.65, speed limit reduction, various unclassified streets in Ward 32. Ward 32, Councillor McMahon.
Well, this is very exciting, and it was the subdivision by Ted Reeve. Some people call it Upper Beach Estates, and it was new back in the day, and the streets were actually 50. So we're thanking our lucky stars we can get them down to 30 and keep everyone safe.
That's amazing, 50 in a subdivision?
All those in favor, all those opposed, motion carries. TE 20.66, appointment of members of council to the Toronto and East York Community Preservation Panel, all wards. Councillor Cressy, to move the staff recommendations. All in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 20.67, appointment of the Board of Management of Scading-Court Community Centre, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that item carries. TE 20.68, use of Nathan Phillips Square, and Councillor Wong Tam is going to hold that. Oh, sorry about that. Councillor Fragedakis. TE,
To clarify, I'm only holding it till after a meeting is held at 12:30 to discuss one of these events, so I'll let it go in the afternoon.
great. TE 20.69, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes, I'll hold that. TE 20.70, reopening of item TE 19.61, pilot project requested Fox Bar Road.
I move the new alternate recommendation. It's,
So we need, just on a motion to
I'm
reopen
sorry.
the item, and the
Yes.
clerks are whispering in my ear. 1 second.
Sorry, so
On the reopening.
70 to 77.
Okay. So we need first a motion to introduce new business from items 70 to 77. Councillor Matlow, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. On reopening item TE 19.61, pilot project requested, all in favor, opposed, that carries. Councillor Matlow.
It's a technical amendment. There was, I think, a minor error in the staff's initial alternate recommendations, so this is simply just to put a fix that staff is asked to put in there.
All those in favor, opposed, that item carries. TE 20.71, former Weston Bakery, 462 Eastern Avenue, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to move that recommendation, please.
You hold?
No, to move it.
Move it, okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 20.72, extend permit parking on Villafort Place, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
I'd like to move that, please.
All those in favor of the recommendation in the letter, all those opposed, that carries. TE 20.73, naming of the public laneway between Monroe and Hamilton Street, south of Dundas Street East, and Kintyre Avenue, Ward 30, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'll just take a minute to speak about this. The community of around Rivertown has written a petition to name this lane, unnamed lane, after Peggy Smith, a 61-year-old grandmother who was killed in the crossfire this summer. Such a tragic death, and they wish to remember her in this way. Many signatures from members of the community, young and old, children, old people, and one that says, to Paula Fletcher, the petition to name the laneway of the back of Monroe Street and Hamilton Street, Peggy Ann Smith, in memory of our beloved mother. A number of the family live there. It's a very sad thing, but I hope that this will bring some solace to the family and to the community for this terrible loss, and to note that there seems to be far too much violence of this nature in the communities, Toronto Community Housing, of which we are the sole shareholder. So I'd like to move that today, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other speakers? No. All in favor of the recommendations in the letter? Opposed? That item carries.
Could I have a recorded vote?
On the recorded vote, all those in favor, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahavik, and Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
The motion carries. TE 20.74, actions to address LCBO building located at 1009 Coxwell Avenue, Ward 31. Councillor Fletcher.
It's Davis. I know we get mixed up.
Oh, sorry, and the clerk advised me that you'd like to hold that down.
Yes, there are two amendments that didn't get in, so I'm holding it.
Says Councillor Fletcher on my sheet. I just,
Oh.
that's all right. It does say 31 though, and the synapse didn't make it. Sorry. TE 20.75, reopen item TE 17.60, renaming of William Hancock's Parkette to Upper Beach Garden Park, Ward 32. On the reopening of item TE 17.60, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And on the item, Councillor McMahon.
Could I just say, it's not, like we're just going through this a million times, it's not a renaming, it's a naming. We're opening, it was called renaming originally, but this area never had a name. So I'll just fix that on two. But anyways, I love your support. I think I went through this before, that we did a whole community consultation. People wanted Upper Beach Gardens and then a beach icon. Famous coach in our neighborhood passed away, unfortunately, of ALS, and lives in the neighborhood, and people campaigned, and we went out as well for the consultation to name this park after him, Bob Acton Park.
I can just hand it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.76, parking amendment, Sterling Road, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao. Sorry, 20.7.
I'm going to have to hold this one.
Okay. TE 20.77, parking amendments on Ward Street between Wallace Avenue and Lappin Avenue, Ward 18, Councillor Bailao.
Approve?
All those in support of the recommendations in the letter, all those opposed, that item carries. Do we have any more to introduce? Okay, Councillor Cressy has two items to introduce, labeled, I'm guessing, numbers 78 and 79. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries, and those will get circulated. If there are any other motions to introduce, if we could get them to clerks as soon as possible. I am a culprit in this because I have an item that's on its way to clerks right now. But if... Okay. Yep. We are going to item number 1 on the agenda, which is the election of the chair for 2017-2018 Toronto and East York Community Council. I will now call for nominations for the chair. Are there any nominations for the chair? Councillor Fragedakis.
Sorry, I said I will nominate Councillor Wong-Tam.
Great, thank you. Do we need to vote on the nomination? No. Yeah. You don't need to. No. It's up to you. Okay. Are there any other calls for nomination a second time? I'm calling for nominations a third time. Hearing no further nominations, the nominations are now closed. As Councillor Wong-Tam is the only nominee, she is declared chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council for the next couple of years. The second item. The second item of business, TE 20.2, is the election of a vice chair. The members of Toronto and East York Community Council need to elect a vice chair. I will now call for nominations of vice chair. Councillor Cressy.
I'll nominate Councillor Fragedakis.
I'm calling for, thank you very much, Councillor Cressy. I'm calling for nominations a second time. Calling for nominations a third and final time. Hearing no further nominations, the nominations are now closed. As Councillor Fragedakis is the only nominee, she is declared vice chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council for the ensuing term. Great, thank you very much. Until then, I'm your chair. TE 20.3, hey. TE 20.3, naming of proposed private lane for 73, 77, 79, and 83 Woodbine Avenue and 3 Buller Avenue, Ward 32. Are there any members of the public who wish to make deputations to this item? Seeing none, it's Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and welcome to Windward Lane down by the lake. Perfect name. So I'd like your support. Move staff recommendations.
Thank you very much. All those, are there any other members to speak? Any questions of staff? No. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. The next item is TE 20.4. Final report, Liberty New Street City Initiated Official Plan Amendment, Wards 14 and 19. We have a speaker, Hamish Wilson. Hamish, we saw you here less than 12 hours ago.
Well, and you as well, Mr. Layton.
You've got 5 minutes. I'll start the clock for you.
Okay, well, thank you all for being here. Tilting at windshields, I encouraged people last night to come down and try and make a difference on the climate issues at the other committees, not just amongst the converted. Now, this is still a good committee. Thank you very much. With this particular item, let me put it all in context. It's marked in the orange there. For me, it's really about we need transit down in this area. We need better transit, and that's not a new issue. It's been going on for decades, and the plans have been going back for decades as well. This is a very key thing, and it's such a shame that it wasn't built. Basically a relief line, especially for the West End. There's a huge amount of travel demand coming in from the West End through the pinch point at the base of High Park. So I see this particular thing as a real travesty, relatively speaking, against the Environmental Assessment Act, against the Places to Grow Act, and also against our official plan to be building a road in the core on very valuable land, linear land, that we really need transit for. And we haven't explored where are the transit options. Very seriously, where are the transit options? We've had the theory. Here's something from Mr. Pantalone a while back. Said transit is key to accommodating future growth from 2002. It's inconceivable that that growth can occur without being supported by a transportation system which has to be transit. Yet that's what's happening, and it really is a recipe for disaster for the community. Now, Mr. Pantalone was speaking up in North York, not in his front yard or backyard, but that's what we need. We need transit. The official plan actually you know, the background to the official plan starts talking about reducing car dependence. That's from 2001. How does building a road reduce car dependence? We've got to get over this bad habit of building subways in sprawl, even though I know most of you have resisted this, and building roads and rebuilding roads in the center of the core. It's totally backwards, really, especially when we don't think about transit options. Yes, it's not easy. But let's go through the options that are being unconsidered. This one I brought forward recently again to use a diagonal to come down to Front and Bathurst. There's the Queen Street subway from 46 going back, what, a decade ago. Where are we? Here we are. Just one moment. Yeah, pardon me. There we are. You know, again, this option that mirrored the downtown relief line. There's that option from 2008. Again, Queen Street subway, King Street subway proposal. So we've had lots of options, but we're just not getting them considered. And so it really is a travesty, in my view, that we're even though the Liberty Village is very isolated. It needs to have better connectivity. Where's the transit option? And it just got worse. Like I appealed this decision up to the Minister of the Environment, and so I'm a bit surprised for an individual part two order to get another individual EA. I'm a bit surprised that this is actually on your agenda, considering that there's an appeal underway, and it's a faint hope. But at the same time, the process to actually have approval is not actually completed yet. There's still a whole set of, look-see that's potentially occurring. So I'm surprised that it's actually on your agenda to continue along with it, as opposed to putting it off until the minister makes his decision. It seems a bit presumptive. So yes, there are issues there with connectivity, et cetera, but again, where's the transit? If we don't think of transit, then we won't build transit. So why are we building the road? You should actually look at the West Waterfront LRTEA, by the way. When we had the waterfront reset, we cheaped out and only went back 20 years, and that didn't allow people to officially read the West Waterfront LRTEA. But it's actually very good in terms of analyzing the types of demands. Also, things have changed recently as well, in that the council decision last week, I guess it was, and most of you were on the right side of it, they altered the transit priorities. Certainly, people will say, "Hey, West Waterfront LRT, that's on our agenda, and it's coming up to the top of the pile." But things got turned around again, so that the Eglinton West got a higher priority than other parts, like including the West Waterfront LRTEA. So there you see King Street. This is from 2001. King Street has high demand. Eglinton Avenue East has high demand. Nothing on Eglinton Avenue West.
Hamish, I'm going to have to get you to sum up in a sentence.
Yeah. So this is a travesty to go along with in at the beginning of it. The other thing is that the process is still ongoing with the appeal to the minister, and you shouldn't approve it.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members? Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Are there any other? Thank you. Are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? No. I just have very quickly a couple questions of staff. You comfortable? Just very quickly, the proposed road contains or also contains a multi-use bicycle path.
Yes, this
along the stretch.
Brought forward as a complete street with attention to detail on bikes, walking, vehicular movement, connectivity through that area.
Now, the transit line that's being considered currently to service the south side of Liberty Village is the Waterfront West LRT. Would this impact its alignment?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? No. Just to speak, I'll move the staff recommendations to move this forward. This road has been part of the Liberty Village plan for a very, very long time. This was formerly to be the Front Street extension, but council when was it that the decision was made? In 2008, made, I think, a very wise decision that was to go back on that on that road. That would essentially have been dragged through several neighborhoods on its way through Liberty Village, and we wouldn't know Liberty Village the same today as if that road was going, that very large, wide road was going through the second boundary. The transit plans for Liberty Village are in flux. Partly because of the mayor's new direction, and sadly, we did deprioritize the Waterfront West LRT, which was shaping up to be the #1 priority in the city. That's a shame, and we need to get it back on track. We need to get it back in the funded category from the provincial government, and that includes completing some environmental assessments for that work. This road, however, this street will help us connect Liberty Village and open up new properties for development, and not more residential development, in fact employment development. There are several large parking lots on the southern boundary that just don't front on a street right now, and they need that street frontage in order to justify the investment to be made to increase the employment capacity of the neighborhood. It's supported by the local BIA and the local Residents Association. It also includes, and we made very clear that we didn't want this to, that we didn't want it to pinch the bike lane across the southern portion so that it disappears before Strawn. That was something that we had to push very hard to do, push back against Metrolinx. We were able to get it included in the an adequate width throughout the distance. So this is more of a housekeeping effort to add. It actually just adds this one project to a list of projects in the official plan in order for planning staff to negotiate the road if any new development applications come in and when new site plans come in, so that we can get this as much of it as possible through contributions from developers rather than having to buy it from them. Any other comments? No? All those in favor of the recommendations? Opposed? That item carries. The next item is TE 20.5, Final Report, Bathurst Bloor Four Corners Study, Official Plan Amendment, and Zoning Bylaw Amendments. I have a list of speakers. If you haven't registered to speak, if you could go and register with the clerk over here, just so we have your name in advance. The first debutant is Judith Adler. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm actually Judith Adler-Hellman, I should say. I sit here. Thank you.
Great.
I'd like to speak on the key issue of transportation and, if time allows, on the process of community consultation that has taken place. The official plan approved in 2006 by the OMB, according to the summary in the Toronto IST that I was able to find, calls for a comprehensive vision for growth and development, focusing on reducing citywide reliance on cars by fostering a denser, environmentally sustainable, and more transit-oriented realm. All this underpinned by a commitment that all new development in the city should facilitate transit use and pedestrian activity. I personally have supported the densification of downtown Toronto precisely based on these goals. Sadly, the project we look at now calls for the construction of hundreds, 900, perhaps only 700. The figures have changed over time. Underground parking spaces at the Honest Ed site. I have raised this question at every meeting that I've attended and never received a reply or even a reasonable comment on this observation, other than being told that the city bylaws require developers to construct so many parking spaces per unit, as if this requirement could not be waived in the interest of the kind of goals set out in the 2006 official plan cited above. The tenants in the towers will be living at an urban hub served by subway, buses, streetcars, and now a new and excellent dedicated bicycle path. Why would we need or wish to encourage these people to bring 900 cars into a four-corner intersection that is already served by 3 excellent modes of public transportation, plus a bike path? Has the city undertaken a systematic study of the current traffic patterns at this intersection? Any of us who walk or cycle along Bloor or Bathurst do not need a systematic study to be able to report to you that traffic is presently gridlocked at this intersection through most of the day and comes to a standstill at peak hours. It is common for southbound backups along Bathurst to extend all the way up to Olive Street in the north and sometimes even to Vermont Street. I walk or cycle every day on Bloor, and I can attest that pedaling along at a moderate speed and observing all the traffic signals, I always make better time than the cars stuck in traffic. At times, I can walk faster than the cars. Moreover, at none of the meetings that I have attended did the planners arrange to have a spokesperson from the TTC available to answer assorted questions, but again, any casual passerby can see that the progress of both buses and streetcars in and out of Bathurst Station is seriously impeded by the traffic jams at the Four Corners at key hours. In addition, the danger to pedestrians who are forced to cross Bathurst at London Street, where there is no traffic light or crosswalk, is very great. This is a problem for anyone who lives west of Bathurst and who must enter at the ticket booth in the main station in order to make use of student or senior reduced fares. So why have the developers been encouraged by the city regulations to supply all those parking spaces? It flies in the face of everything that densification was supposed to do with respect to getting autos off the street and encouraging all of us to choose public transportation and bicycles over private cars. Is the idea that if people outside the Four Corners area cannot find parking under the towers, the prospects for high rents for the commercial properties in the project will not be realized? Since We are so well served by public transportation at this hub, prospective customers can access these stores as people have for generations accessed Honest Ed's. Let them come by public transport. In closing, I would like to ask, why is it that pedestrian safety has not been central to this discussion? Why should cars be king at the four corners of Bathurst and Bloor? Why do planners want hundreds more cars accommodated under the towers? Why don't they accept that they should and will attract tenants who accept the goals enunciated in the official plan ratified in 2006, as opposed to prospective tenants who are tied to their automobiles? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Maybe I'll just ask a question as using the "would it surprise you" method of inquiry.
I'm ready.
Would it surprise you that it's often that the city often agrees to a lower threshold, lower number of parking spots per unit based on the proximity to transit hubs like these?
It doesn't surprise me, but one of the problems with the whole process of community consultation has been that for anyone like myself who began very happily in the school cafeteria at Central Tech with breakout groups and animators who were splendid and who drew forth from us what we loved most and what we loved least about the Four Corners, and out of which came a wonderful and very inspiring report. The report does not correspond very well to the reality of the actual plans that have been put forward by the developers and have been, I'm not even sure, accepted, not accepted by the city council. So I guess I would respond by saying nothing would surprise me, because the boundaries have changed over and over again. We're told, oh, there's been a lot of responsiveness. It's not going to be 29, 3 towers of 29 stories. It's only going to be 26 stories. And as Leora Friedman said in response to questions later on at Bickford Center meetings, there's a setback, so we can live with this. And I've never understood who the "we" in the sentence is, and I sit before you bewildered that there should be any parking for tenants at that intersection beyond the most minimal.
This is where it gets really interesting around the most minimal, because I've been at all these meetings, of course, and this isn't unique to Bloor and Bathurst.
Yeah.
In the discussion around parking, there are those that say, let's reduce the number of parking spots because you won't need them, and we need to reduce the number of cars. But then there are those that say, well, you're still going to have people coming to the site in their cars, either visitors or people coming for the shopping, retail experience, or the services that will be provided on site, which we would like to provide on site. How do you see us managing those two perspectives? Because there's some that will say, well, you have to provide parking, or else the parking will just infiltrate onto the side streets.
The parking can infiltrate. I mean, you know that it's been 30 years that the maze has been the answer to having a minimum of traffic pass through the 4 quadrants. I myself have always been somewhat, I love the quiet, but I also think it's problematic in other ways, as I believe people here would understand with respect to access of emergency vehicles and cabs and so forth. Okay, so we've already got that. You can't infiltrate into the neighborhood and park because you can't park there without a permit. And I mean, that's a problem when we have guests too. We also have guests who need parking. So you buy a parking permit for the duration of the hospitality you want to offer. So it is complex, but I would think that what we would be trying to do, and I'm not sure what happens with other huge complexes like Manulife, which has really upscale commercial properties, potentially big big and important to the city in terms of tax revenue. I don't know what their parking's like, because it would never occur to me in 1,000 years to drive a car to the Manulife Center. Not in 1,000 years.
While it wouldn't occur to me either, it's.
I know there's
There are
parking.
people that do. Just on one point that you mentioned, there is public parking on the side streets up to a certain amount of time. So it's normally a
but it's an
3-hour
hour.
maximum.
We have an
There's-
hour on Palmerston Square.
It's
It's an hour,
It's
and
different
after
from
that-
street to street in that whole sort of quadrant, typically what the community has desired. I'm going to go over to Councillor Cressy for questions.
Thank you for coming. Just very briefly, so I just want to make sure you're aware that the Four Corners study does not deal with a specific development application, nor does it make any reference to parking ratios on any sites, right?
I have read it, and I have to say that I'm very bewildered that we have the Four Corners study, which springs from the what do you love and what do you not love kind of thinking that went on with animators and breakout groups. And then we have this project. And they seem to be, and the Four Corners study it simply reads the southwest corner out of events. They said, oh, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that, and we're going to have this harmony, and we're going to have...
But I just want to be clear that, that this study does not deal with parking ratios for any particular corner. That is not within this study. Like, that's not what's proposed within this study.
Well, something should be proposed, because it's going to happen. And where is our opportunity?
So are you supportive of the street, sidewalks, pedestrian, and cycling improvement section?
Yes.
Which speaks to, as part of the study, wider sidewalks, new pedestrian crossings, ensuring that streetscapes are designed for complete streets for all modalities, and that any new developments should focus on bike share parking, bicycle parking in its proximity? Are you
Yes.
supportive of those measures?
Absolutely.
Okay, so would you be supportive of us carrying on to ensure we enshrine those measures, and on a site-specific application, working to ensure that it is not car-focused as opposed to more active modes of transportation focused?
Yes, but I'm interested in understanding, looking forward, what you think will happen with the, let's say, 900 or 800, should I speak of 600? Let me be modest. 600 cars parked, or that need to get in and out of the Honest Ed site, with reference to the goals you just articulated, which are excellent goals with which I would associate myself totally.
And to which I would say, thank you for the feedback. That's exactly why this street and bicycle parking framework is to help us shape those new developments.
Because I know it wouldn't be a secret to you that storekeepers all up and down Bloor Street are in a state of panic now,
Thank you.
as you know.
Thank you.
So I think we want to have that addressed.
Thank you very much. The next deputant is Paul McLean, the Palmerston Area Residents Association. Being joined by Sue Dexter of the Harvard Village Residents Association. We'll just have the two of you go one at a... Perfect.
My name is Paul McLean, and I'm the chair of the Palmerston Area Residents Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. This is a two-part presentation, and my part is by way of introduction to a more substantive piece. Sue Dexter and I are speaking as members of the Mirvish Village Task Group, a group composed of expert representatives from the 4 residents' associations adjoining these corners. As a group, we have participated in the public consultations and made deputations on the 4 corners because this study informs our main focus, which is the West Bank development on the southwest site. In addition to considering the many planning issues raised by development on the 4 corners, we've held meetings and conducted surveys for local residents. So we are well informed on the opinions of nearby neighbors. Our comments today will reflect these opinions, which have been remarkably consistent from our first survey in the summer of 2014 right up to a neighbourhood meeting held 11 days ago. First, a sincere thank you to Leora Friedman and the city planning staff who have led the process and written the report. In their summary of the report, we read, "The intent is to manage growth to ensure that change and revitalization balances planning objectives and improves livability overall." We agree. Think of what these four corners could be, particularly the very large site on the southwest once the sign has gone and the Christmas turkeys are no longer distributed. But first, cast your eyes further afield to what is already there. The high-priced residential neighborhoods, the busy streets of Bloor and Bathurst, busy with vehicles and pedestrian traffic, small-scale retail and cheap restaurants, the crowded public transit, well-used bike lanes, not much green space, no community space to speak of, a farmer's market, a very active hot docs cinema, Randolph Academy for the Arts and CSI, just south along Bathurst, with hundreds of people in and out every day. The new residents of B Street condos, the new Central Tech sports field to the south, operating 7 a.m. to midnight. It's a very busy, working neighborhood, an ecological system. By most standards, it's a very successful neighborhood. It can use some change for the better, some improved livability. It can take some more people, especially people with lower incomes. But it's not a brownfield where nothing exists. So, what could these four corners be, especially the Mirvish Village site? Think of managing growth and change in this context as creating something that fits, which enhances, but also feels appropriate to what is already there and has been working well. Think of the Mirvish Village site, because it's large enough, as its own neighborhood, with its own shops, services, daycare, businesses, office space, park and green space, and of course its own residents. Largely self-contained, but also attracting residents from B Streets and the yet-to-be-developed other corners. Think of it as a neighborhood relating to the other neighborhoods around it. How our existing neighborhoods and infrastructure absorb a new neighborhood in a way that improves livability for everyone is the challenge we face. The scale of intensification we allow in this planning document is the key factor affecting so many other aspects of the four corners and their surrounding context. I cannot emphasize enough that the heights and density that might be allowed by this study, especially for the Mirvish site, are way beyond what is acceptable in the existing community. We believe there's the opportunity for beneficial and successful growth and rejuvenation on the four corners, but overbuilding will be detrimental in itself and create a host of problems that threaten the livable environment city planning and we are agreed should be our goal.
Would you like to have questions now, or do you want to speak together?
No, I'm doing the grit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm actually not a bad cop today. I don't think I'm a bad cop. Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah. Can I get a little cheat on the time? So it seems to me that having participated, we've all in this room spent thousands of hours, I think, collectively, on grappling with what essentially is, if I'm allowed just a brief comment, is a triangulation between a development, its self-sufficiency, its contributions to the neighborhood, its impacts on the neighborhood, and its relationship to the neighborhood. So there's the development, there's the neighborhood, and then there's the ground plane, which turns out in our discussions to be really important. Everybody focuses on heights. It ain't, the game is bigger than heights. So our relationship to the development is as important as its relationship to us, as being the city. There's a lot to support in the Four Corners study. I think there's been a lot of really important work. Most of it was identified almost immediately as ground plane from Councillor Cressy. It's pedestrian realm, it's all the stuff that we are going to interact with. And I can give you a list of it. Heritage preservation for sure, public realm improvement, pedestrian cycling. I don't need the list, you know it. On the Mirvish site itself, which is kind of the elephant in the room, there's been significant progress in 13 areas listed. And those are community benefits, on-site parkland is really significant, and if it can be increased. Heritage conservation is really important. Adjacency of the new build to heritage. Affordable units, tree canopies. Get the public realm really right. The final project is going to be shaped by the individual site-specific process. And we remain steadfast in the neighborhoods that the physical planning of towers should facilitate the creation of a neighborhood with demographic and functional diversity with infrastructure to support it. Built-in infrastructure. Come with your equipment, and let us join you in using it. The development should sympathetically fit, as Paul said, the historic neighborhoods adjacent and contribute to them, including a creative mix of commercial, retail, and residential use. And we were looking in our last meetings, not in a definitive way, at the pulse of activity on this site. The 45-degree angular plane is a problem. We like Lennox Street. The 45 angular plane gives a better transition, but we have, and we like the identification of the envelope as not a build to, but a not higher than proposition. And that's really significant. You're not giving license to anybody to go in there and fill the envelope from the 45 angular planes. We were surprised that the report includes a reference to the possibility that the application might breach the 45-degree angular plane. We do not believe there's a planning or urban design rationale for any larger tower building to breach that line. We want lower heights, lower density of built form. That doesn't mean nothing. Don't characterize us as being NIMBYs. Manageable increase in population and diversity of use, sympathetic transition to the neighborhood, green space, a green and improved public realm, generous, affordable living and childcare program, traffic management, improved benefits for the adjacent communities, increased heritage preservation and respect for adjacent heritage buildings. And I noticed that West Bank is in the room, and we would encourage them to keep going with us on this. We should be able to city build on this site. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you both. You've got some questions. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I'm going to speak directly to Sue, if that's all right. Paul, I'll let Mike speak to you, as he's in your ward. So you spoke about some of the broader objectives, which you see as positive as part of this, and you spoke about some of the existing concerns related to the angular plane on the southwest corner. I wonder if you could speak to how this report fits from the perspective of the other three corners, including Harvard Village, to which you represent.
We don't have a problem. We don't have a problem. It's identified as limited opportunity. And I think the problem that we had was a kind of happenstance where the mixed commercial residential zoning was very deep in the West Bank, in the southwest quadrant. It's less deep on our side. So there's actually a manageable 45 angular plane in the other three corners.
So if I understand correctly, so from an overall vision perspective, a lot has been done right for
You
the
bet.
overall vision. From the perspective of three of the four corners, northeast, northwest, and southeast, you feel this has hit it bang on. There is an outstanding question related to license to breach an angular plane and appropriate transition and adjacency and built form on the southwest.
You bet.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Mihevc.
I'm to the north, but you know what? I actually have spent over my life a lot of time in this area, so I do have an interest, but I respect the local councillors' leadership on this. So the elephant in the room that you mentioned, I guess it's the height of that tallest building, right? Is that the elephant? How would you name the elephant?
No, it's the three. When you look at them, it's all the three tall buildings, because and it's not the height. It's that the height represents density, represents demand, represents. What happened on the site is that in preserving heritage, you limited where expansion could occur. And so by preserving the heritage, you said, okay, now it has to go here. Our argument is here, how much here? Because you have to take off in order to reduce the density, which reduces the congestion and reduces, and maybe you want to put in more commercial. I mean, we had a chat about that the other day, which would change the use of the site. It would pulse the activity on the site. So it wouldn't be an evacuation in the morning and then a tsunami in the afternoon.
Okay, so it's the three buildings, the
Yep.
height of the three buildings.
Yep.
There's that 45-degree angular plane thing.
Yep.
So do you have any ideas to an acceptable, how does that work? What does the math tell you that comes out to?
Well, I think we can safely say that we prefer teenagers.
Yep.
Okay, great.
Yep, it's a question, like there are two related things that are right at the outset, and they in turn affect so much else. But the first is the built form, and how is that going to actually fit into the existing buildings on Bloor and Bathurst and the neighborhoods? What is going to be appropriate there? And then secondly, that produces a certain number of people, both living there and then coming in there to shop and all the rest. So that's when we talk about density, we're looking not just at the density of the built form, but the density and the intensity of people on the site. And that's what we're trying to get into, a kind of a manageable, something that feels appropriate. It is not going to overwhelm what is existing there, but will fit, can be well absorbed.
Exciting but manageable.
Yeah.
Yes, I get it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, I've just got a couple of questions, all related to the southwest quadrant of the study, to Paul. And this is about, and we've talked a little bit about this before, is the pulse. How do we recreate that feeling, that intangible heritage on the site that exists within Mirvish Village now? Looking at the connectivity maps of where there's proposed to be some kind of people movement, and keeping in mind the sort of retail and commercial aspects, can you give advice to how we would ensure that we'd be able to protect that pulse? Is that a vague question, or am I?
Well, I think we could give advice, but I think I would defer to our expert on that, who is Roy Sawyer, who is not able to be here today. He's in another city. and, who's looked very carefully at the traffic patterns, meaning pedestrian, bicycle, delivery, cars, and so on, for that site, and, the connectivity issues. So, we've really done a lot of work on that I think I can't summarize at this meeting in an adequate way. But just to say that it is there, and that is something that we would really look forward to working with City Planning and West Bank on, creating something that is going to work for everybody.
Would you like to speak any more to the importance of the transition towards the corner of Lennox and Markham?
Okay, so I think that is in the Four Corners study. That is one of the exceptions to the angular plane, saying that,
No, it's Markham, it's north on Markham.
Sorry, am I getting the wrong corner here, Mike?
Well, I'm just, the importance of the transition towards the neighborhood.
Yes.
That really, in the maps that they use, begins at Lennox and Markham in that quadrant.
Yes. Okay, so I think basically, we definitely want a building that is going to transition down into the neighborhood, and I'm pretty sure that if I got it right, there is an exception noted in the Four Corners study saying that what could be allowed by the angular plane is too high, and so therefore that building, which is just to the east of the Markham houses, should actually transition down, be a maximum of 5 stories once it gets down to Lennox.
The corner situation is complicated by Randolph, which has a lot of activity around it, and there's been a lot of discussion in our group about making sure that in terms of traffic flows. Don't let the traffic infiltrate into the neighborhood. Don't let the traffic come from the neighborhood to the project. Keep it onto the main streets, which you can do with bollards or you can do with street directions. I think it's an easy fix. But I think on the corners, you also want to respect the heritage buildings, and you have to get stuff.
Is this getting at your question, Mike?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you have an easy fix to that, please let us know.
We're there.
We have been, yes.
Yes.
Right.
Anytime, day or night.
Yes.
We
Yes.
think of
Might
nothing
stop
else.
the nightmares. Thank you both very much. The next speaker, I have 2 here, Anita Larrick and Ralph Coram. No? Alex Kovacs?
How fitting. I just walked by. Good morning.
Good morning.
Friends, Torontonians, citizen shareholders. I haven't really prepared anything, just some feedback. Yesterday, I was on my way to choir at 6:15. And I took some video of the density on the corner of Bathurst and Bloor. And I'm happy to report there's a lot of cycling going on and a lot of pedestrian traffic. And that's right now with Honest Ed's and quiet little Markham Street. I do live on Palmerston. I can see B Scene from the 3rd floor of my home. That's 9 stories. Today I walked up here, a little late, sorry, and I noticed the shadow at the front doorstep. So I'd have you just look at that as an example of how an environment changes since we've got the new tower up front here. I'm pretty excited about the idea of having a new neighborhood in my neighborhood. I'm not so excited about the fact that I don't see any innovation going on. I don't see 21st century technology. I don't see zero carbon footprints. I don't see a lot of green. So I just wanted to present that. I just wanted us to think as citizen shareholders what our buybacks are here. That's another issue I'd like to deal with. What are we as a city getting in terms of, I don't know, housing for special needs people? What's the, accessibility, special accessibility? Things that we're building all around in Toronto, whether it's our public institutions or apartment buildings. I don't see these things being addressed. So those are just some ideas. I'm cut off the cuff. And I'm really glad we're here, and I'm looking forward to some ideas going forward. And I will also add that I do think the density is way too much. That 29, if we have fought, because some of these people in this room have worked so hard for 5 stories for historic status, that we should take the 5 stories and not double or 300% or 400%, 500%, 600%. I'm not sure if 600% is really any kind of a respectful demand. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Next is Mary Flynn Guglietti. I can never get that. My deepest apologies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the second G is silent, so you just kind of look at it as if it's not there, if that helps.
That makes it a lot easier. Thank you.
It took me a while, too, so. Hopefully that didn't count towards my 5 minutes, but that being said, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here on behalf of my client who owns the property at 844 Bathurst Street. And that's on the west side of Bathurst, south of London Street and north of Bloor Street. And our client has been participating over the last, well, I would say number of years with respect to the various studies that have gone on in this area. And our concern is twofold. You may recall that earlier the council stripped the avenue designation off some of the properties on Bathurst Street, which had a serious impact on our client's ability to redevelop their land in the future. And if you look at the maps and where the TTC is located, our client's property is right across the street. And yet when the study is being done, the southwest corner appears to be the area with the emphasis for the density. And in order to accommodate that density, it seems to be stripping it off other properties within the 4 corners. So our submissions with respect to this particular matter is that we feel that it's a rather lopsided 4-corner study. And in fact, the emphasis seems to be on 1 corner, and the other 3 corners don't seem to have the opportunities for development in the future. We find that kind of strange when you take into consideration the location of the transportation hub and the idea that when we intensify, we're supposed to intensify as close as we can to these transportation hubs. So we are still concerned over the stripping of the avenue density, the avenue qualifications for our client's property. And with that and this study, it really does take our client's property down to a property that may never be able to redevelop in the future. And with respect to the intensification policies in the PPS and in the growth plan, and the fact that we meet so many of the other criteria, we think that this is really not fairly looking at the other properties in the area. And those are my submissions, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you for being here today. Just a few questions. So you're referring to the site on the northwest corner, is that correct?
Well, what I would call...
Along Bathurst, just
Along
north of the
Bathurst.
corner?
Correct.
Correct. Are there currently redevelopment plans that are in the works?
No, there are not.
Have meetings taken place with City of Toronto staff by you or your client regarding potential redevelopment plans?
No, we have not submitted a redevelopment plan.
No, but have meetings taken place with city staff regarding potential redevelopment plans? Not submitted, but potential.
Not at this time.
So the letter that was submitted on your client's behalf stated that meetings have taken place with city staff regarding potential redevelopment plans. Was that an incorrect statement in your letter?
Well, no, what I said is that we have participated in the meetings that have taken place with respect to the Four Corners study.
So my understanding from city staff is that meetings have been held with city staff regarding potential redevelopment plans. Are they incorrect?
Well, I believe that the plans that they submitted, they didn't get a favorable response from staff, so they never filed an application.
So, sorry, to clarify, so your client did submit plans?
No, he did not submit plans. They met and showed conceptual plans on.
So your client did in fact show potential plans?
That is correct.
Did you not just tell me a minute ago that you didn't?
Well, that was several years ago. No, it's not with respect to this study. It was done prior to the study taking place, and at the time that those discussions took place was with respect to the stripping of the avenue designation off the site.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to Benjamin Hoff. You've seen how it's done. You got 5 minutes. Your clock is to my right. When you're comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Benjamin Hoff. I'm a partner and planner with Urban Strategies, and we've been assisting Westbank with the development application on the southwest quadrant, otherwise known as Mirvish Village. Since purchasing the site in late 2013, Westbank has been working with the community, staff, and councillors well before submitting an application in July of 2015, and so that's through open houses, workshops, and other events. And that process of engagement has continued as the applicant has moved into a subsequent resubmission in May 2016. That resubmission included new on-site park heritage, reductions in mass and density, and improvements to the public realm. And now we're looking forward to the application coming before Community Council in the first quarter of 2017. The Four Corners study and site and area-specific policies like this are important planning tools, and we anticipate that this will be a helpful tool in guiding future change at this important transit node at the edge of downtown. And so I want to thank staff for their work to bring this forward. The Mirvish Village application has been prepared in parallel with the development of the Four Corners study, as well as the Bathurst Street study. And when Council adopted the Bathurst Street OPA, which this Four Corners policy is amending, Westbank shared in the overall objectives and did not appeal that process. And we're continuing to work with staff as the Four Corners provides additional specificity and detail to specifically the corner of Bloor and Bathurst. So we are now at the final stages of the Four Corners study, and our team has worked, as I've mentioned, to confirm the alignment and potential impacts to the application. We've been working hard to understand the emerging policy directions, and really the project as it stands now is very well aligned with the Four Corners objectives and is actually actively advancing a number of priorities. However, it is a very complex project, and there's a lot of elements to the project that are moving forward. And the policy language itself for the Four Corners is very complex as well. It's, I believe, 13 pages of policy, portions of which are specifically targeted towards the southwest quadrant. With the limited time frame to review and understand the policy, which was posted online just last week, we wish for additional time to review and confirm that the alignment of the detailed policies with the application. We ask, and really the primary intent of that is to avoid unintended consequences that may arise from the policies themselves. And so we understand that, council may consider a direction to staff to continue to meet with landowners and stakeholders in the Four Corners area prior to this item going to full city council in December. And we support that. We would support such a recommendation. And then we look forward to discussing this further at the community council meeting in the new year for this, specifically the Mirvish Village application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Cressy.
Just one question. It's been raised in regards to your specific corner in the site you referred to, that there is a concern for many regarding encroachments to the 45-degree angular plane. And so my question is a simple one, is if a direction is given for staff to reevaluate that and report directly to council, what would your position be on that motion?
It would depend on the how staff reevaluate that. I think we would. I can't form a position at this point in time as to how that would impact the development application. That being said, you know, we and our team have been looking continuously at how the application can be better aligned with Four Corners policy.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? No, just quickly on some of the other points within the study, the section on public realm. Do you see your clients being able to achieve the rather detailed and significant implications on tree canopy, on open space, on park space?
I can't speak about specifics, but obviously the application that's come forward and been revised for Mirvish Village has taken a public realm first approach, and so there have been a lot of improvements along the way, including the creation of the new park, enhanced sidewalks, increasing porosity through the block, and so we continue to look for opportunities for further greening and other moves on the site. So I don't anticipate any conflicts generally with the public realm policies, but again, I can't speak to specific details there.
And are there specifics that you can speak to on the land use components of the proposal that so on page 35, 9.5, around the office uses, the shopping areas that this development will be able to achieve what is outlined in the Four Corners study? Do you see any areas of conflict where you won't be able to?
No, I don't think that we have flagged any conflicts with respect to the land use policies. I think the intention that staff has put forward is very much aligned with the vision for Mirvish Village that was established quite a long time ago, including in the workshops leading back to 2014. So no, there is an alignment there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much. I have one more speaker. If there are any other members of the public who wish to speak, it'd be great if we could have your name in advance over at the clerk over here. Avram. Good morning.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start first with just a quick touch on some of the highlights of the report I've already submitted to staff and I believe to council. My first point is that the existing 20-meter street, which is acknowledged by the proponents of both Bathurst and Bloor in the vicinity of this major intersection, is simply too narrow in both cases to handle the large increase in traffic flows and related congestion which will be generated by the much greater level of intensification and height proposed in the southwest quadrant block bounded by Lennox, Markham, Bloor, and Bathurst streets. There are far too many extreme high-rise buildings proposed for this block, irrespective of occupancy or building type. That point I will illustrate with 2 examples at the end of my presentation. The second point is that many high-rise structures on this block will result in extreme updraft and downdraft wind blast effects for pedestrians walking along both sides of both Bathurst and Bloor streets. However, the proponents have offered neither continuous arcaded walkways nor continuous canopy overhangs in front of proposed shops to protect pedestrians walking below or near these high structures in inclement weather. Inevitable wind turbulence arising will affect both sides of these major streets, and I can also illustrate that if you wish. 3, the proposed increase in commercial floor space on the southwest block should not be permitted if the proponents are also proposing to increase commercial floor space within the street-level complex. Instead, any increase in commercial floor space should be located within an underground mall linked to the existing Bathurst underground subway entrance and to its existing subsurface commercial concourse. This would help reduce pedestrian congestion and traffic pressure on the Four Corners. Now, such a Four Corners public policy initiative would go a long way in making real the public realm improvements a practical reality. The fourth point is there will be severe shadowing of pedestrian sidewalks from potential available sunshine on both sides of Bloor and Bathurst during autumn, winter, and spring months in particular. Fifth, inadequate taxi access is provided to the southwest quadrant site, especially along Bloor and Bathurst, with no building setbacks for pull-in lanes. This will be particularly problematic given the very large number of residents within the proposed southwest mixed residential complex, many of whom will not be able to afford to own cars on the site. Sixth, although this project has not yet been approved, several surrounding east-west streets within the four-quadrant area are already overloaded for several blocks during rush hours, and I go on to the further detail in the text. That's my point on those points, but I want to illustrate this whole concept issue with a couple of examples. One, I'm going to go back 85 years to a building called the Empire State Building, which everybody knows as, 106 stories, but it's actually 86 stories. The last 20 or so is simply an observation tower and radio transmitting tower. Now, the important thing here is if we take all of the towers that are proposed on the southwest quadrant and we add them together, we get very close to the 80 or 86 stories of the Empire State Building. But what's interesting is that that building is served by 3 subways underground, linked closely with the building, with 2 of them having express subway service. It also is served by surface transit, taxis, limo access, and surrounded by several one-way arterial streets, major streets. The second example, and that's much older. The second example is Chicago. East Michigan Avenue, built approximately 25 years ago, and it's a variety of transport choices and regional freeways serve this area.
Avram, I'm going to have to cut you off there, and if you could sum up in one sentence, we're over
I'm summing
time.
up basically by saying that if you take the density that is proposed by the proponents on that site, it is either one very high building or 4 or 5 very lower buildings, but still as problematical or more problematical than otherwise. That's my basic point.
Thank you.
I think the Toronto site is incapable of carrying the density that they're proposing on the southwest quadrant.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the item? Are there any questions? No. I just had one to clarify on the parking, the parking ratios. You would support if we went for a lower number of parking spots in comparison to other projects in the city because of the proximity to the transit line?
Yes, provided that some of the other issues I've addressed are also addressed. And that is if they want to increase commercial floor space, it doesn't stay on the street because there isn't the capacity and there isn't the sidewalk capacity, that they put it underground, as many, many other cities in the world have done very successfully with malls connecting, reducing pressure on congested intersections and providing better access to the subway.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Avram. We had someone add their name, Nancy Solway. And again, if you are interested in speaking to this item or any other items, if you could register with the clerk if you haven't already, that is just helpful for our flow of things. Good morning, Nancy.
Good morning. I'll just be quick. I think I just wanted to express my confusion that the city can organize their planning, pass their bylaws, and I think I've been in this neighborhood since 1977. I believe that the original heights were 5 stories in our neighborhood. I totally get it that we need development. Again, having lived here for so long and seen how depressed our economic neighborhood is and how small stores have such a hard time existing, of course we need more people in the neighborhood. But my confusion is, how can a plan, the optics to just the common resident. So West Bank comes, and the elephant in the room, of course, is the southwest quadrant and the development. So West Bank comes along with this 29 stories development, which they've dropped graciously to 26. And the city proposes the Four Corners study, which says, was it 6 to 9 stories on the other 3 quadrants, and no limit to the southwest quadrant. Now, to me, that is just like a stunning, empty lack of commitment, lack of backbone from the people who created this study. Why is there not a specific suggestion for the heights on the southwest quadrant? I think the city could demonstrate some backbone, some commitment here, and set what they want to be for the heights. Then we know as residents where we stand. I just think it's a very strange emptiness. It makes people wonder, how much power does this developer actually have upon certain members of the city planning department? These questions have to be asked because they're being mumbled throughout all the neighborhoods, right? So can somebody tell me why there is actually no suggested height restriction on the southwest quadrant?
Thank you very much.
I know I'm not allowed to ask.
You're not allowed to ask questions, but we can ask that question on your behalf of staff at that portion of the meeting. Are there any questions of this deputant?
Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I completely do.
It looks, we feel like completely confused as residents. How did it get this way?
I think we can get a very direct answer to that in just a couple of moments.
Okay.
If you stay tuned. Are there any questions of this deputant? No? Thank you very much for your time, and that will move us to questions of staff very soon. I'll just make a call, though. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to frame my questions both at the broad level in terms of the vision of the study and the three corners which are in Ward 20. That's the northeast, northwest, and southeast. I'll leave Councillor Layton to cover the southwest. At a broad level, what type of Bloor Street does this Four Corners study envision? What is the broad vision for these four corners in Bloor as staff see it as defined in this study?
Through the chair, the vision for Bloor Street is as a main street for this neighborhood, for the neighborhoods that surround it. It's a shopping street and a service street for the local area. The vision for the built form is predominantly mid-rise. The report refers to Bloor from the downtown, from Bathurst out to the west. And we've looked at that closely, and when you look at the lot fabric across the width of Bloor, or the breadth of Bloor, you don't see a lot of opportunity for a significant intensification. You see some change opportunity at Bathurst and Bloor, perhaps some at Dufferin and Bloor, perhaps some at Dundas and Bloor, where we've done some previous studies. But what's really important here is that the official plan designates Bloor Street as a mixed-use area, and it directs change and growth to our mixed-use areas.
So can I pick that up there?
Yeah.
And I want to touch into built form and Bloor as a main street and others. But so Bloor as a main street. So how does this report further define and articulate Bloor as a main street? Is that, as it deals with retail size, street wall condition, how does this report help to enhance and strengthen Bloor as a main street?
Well, as many of the speakers have noted, it's built from the ground up and the ground plane by supporting wider sidewalks, installation of street trees, treating the public space as shared space, imagining a new public realm at Bloor and Bathurst, for example, that has more pedestrian crossings, perhaps more of a seamless public realm treatment.
So some of those are on the, and forgive me for interrupting, I'm just limited on time. Some of those relate to the public realm piece. As it relates to the land use, does this report deal with the protection and preservation of fine grain retail in any way?
Yes, it supports in physical planning the street wall height that's compatible with the existing street wall height. It supports the enjoyment of the public room with sunlight, provisions. It supports the creation of small retail units, which picks up on the rhythm and the animation that currently is there along Bloor Street. In fact, any typical shopping street.
Okay. There's a little bit there in Bloor as a main street. One of the pieces that's come up again and again is these four corners as a livable neighborhood. Does this report speak in any way to different unit sizes and different people living in the area? Does it speak to having new public spaces like parks easily accessible? Does it speak to transit, to one of the comments that looks to prioritize more active modes of transportation and to shift the modality in that direction?
The simple answer is yes. It lays down a complete community lens over the area and encourages and calls for development that responds to all of those points that you just made.
Does it speak to affordable housing?
Yes, in the southwest quadrant specifically, the rezonings will have to provide a range of community benefits and affordable housing and tenure type and range of unit size are all part of the community benefits package that we seek to achieve on that redevelopment.
Now, on built form and heights, there are three corners in Ward 20. What is the height limit, not that those heights are pre-approved, for the northeast, northwest, and southwest? Southeast, sorry. Northeast, northwest, and southeast.
They range up to nine stories.
So that those are not pre-approved, but in those three corners, based on the adjacency and the angular plane to the neighborhoods, no higher than 9, not that those are pre-approved heights. Is that correct?
That's correct. The lot fabric, the orientation, the geometry, the orientation of the intersection such that the built form height opportunity is focused more on the southwest quadrant.
have property owners on any of those corners or immediately adjacent to reached out to city staff with potential plans that exceed those heights?
I believe so, yes. But we don't have any applications in those areas.
On all 3 of those corners?
Two of the corners?
So on 2 of the corners, this is news to me, they have not met with me. On 2 of the corners, we have had property owners who have reached out with potential plans that exceed those heights. Is that right?
Just to clarify what I previously said, on the northwest, in the northwest quadrant, 2 separate conversations with potential development that exceeds the proposed height.
And one final question, as it relates to intensification and density as part of our Places to Grow Act and our official plan, is the vision that all 4 of these corners can accommodate large and significant increases in density and growth based on the built form and planning principles, or is it that based on the size and lot is more limited to 1?
It's much more limited to 1. I believe the whole principle of main streets and mid-rise is spreading out density. The geometry of the southwest quadrant is such that it presents both an opportunity but also a challenge, because there are other goals that we would like to achieve in the development of a complete community in the southwest quadrant.
Thank you for the extension on time there, Mr. Chair, and I'll leave questions on the southwest to you.
Councillor Mahavik.
Relate to the southwest, I don't know if you want to go first.
That's fine. Please go ahead.
So would it be fair to say Schedule 1, in terms of heights, is really, there's all kinds of other things, of course, but Schedule 1 talks about appropriate heights.
That's correct.
So maybe
And the policy statements. You have to read the schedules and the policy statements together.
Of course. So just to speak to the elephant in the room, and really it is that southwest quadrant, and why, well, certainly the initial proposals had fairly enormous heights, out of keeping with what you're seeing around that site. And I recognize there are deeper lots, and it's a whole different, it's a whole block. But what really, will the heights on the east side of Bathurst, on the north side of Bloor, how will that impact your reflections on this quadrant here?
Well, it's been an exercise in balance, realizing that the southwest quadrant can support more height. The city has used many methods of transition in different areas of the city. One of the methods of transition that we commonly return to is an angular plane. So 45-degree angular plane has been used in this instance as an appropriate tool to scale the development down to the neighborhood or up to the opportunity, depending on your perspective. But we've also looked closely at Bathurst Street and Bloor Street to make sure that the way the buildings respond to the public realm is appropriate and contextual for the type of pedestrian shopping streets that we want to achieve at Bloor and Bathurst, including a significant expansion of the public realm that's there today. Right now, you can go there and sometimes have to walk in the street. It's so busy. So we're looking at much more generous sidewalk areas, on-site parkland, where we can achieve things in this quadrant to really address and I would say bump up the livability of the neighborhood is in that southwest quadrant, but we tied it very closely to the development opportunity. You can't have one without the other in that sense.
Well, to me, you're kind of suggesting that you might give on some of the principles if other objectives are achieved.
I would say that it's very performance-driven. We've looked, the whole conversation has been about the way that the development will perform, working backwards from performance standards, working backwards from policy objectives. And when you apply those performance standards to these sites, when you apply those policy objectives, you get to an opportunity that's left over, really, in that analysis. I should say, though, in some cases, the opportunity, especially on Markham Street, has to be very carefully managed because we have a very intact heritage precinct on Markham that we've got to be careful about.
I want to focus on heights because I know that report is coming. So would it be fair to say that looking at Bathurst, you're talking about southeast corner, 9 stories, and then and there's already an existing building there. It kind of slopes down to 6 stories. On the east side of the Bathurst, are you looking at that on the west side of Bathurst as well? Is that a principle that applies to one side of the street equally to the other side of the street? Similarly, on the Bloor Street side, and then if you go beyond that with the 45-degree angular plane, what kind of height, I guess it would be at the center, almost at the dead center of the Honest Ed site, would be achievable at that, using those principles?
So simply, answer your question simply, the heights, because of the 45, can get up into the mid-20s if you come in under the angular plane. That's the nature of the discussion that we've been having with West Bank. We're careful, though, because there are a lot of issues here about, and some of the speakers spoke to it, about fitting in with this built environment. So we've been very careful about the street wall heights being more in the range of the street walls that are found in the neighborhood, about limiting the footprint or the floor plate of towers so that they're much more proportional to the scale and lotting fabric that's in that neighborhood. You think about the tall building that's at the corner of St. George and Bloor. It's much more modest proportionally to its surroundings and the types of towers that you might see down on Bay Street. So those are the types of filters that we put this through, and they're all performance standards to, we think, strike the balance, performance-driven, between introducing more height. It's a change. I'm not going to say it isn't. But strike that balance between introducing that change and achieving something that's contextually appropriate.
Thank you very much. And my apologies to members of the committee. I am keeping time today of our questions and our speaking time just because we are a little behind schedule, and I appreciate that we want to get things moving. Are there any other questions? I've got a couple questions, and it was alluded to, I think, in Councillor Mahavik's questions, but I wanted to very deliberately ask, why is there no height limit on the southwest quadrant?
In official plan documents, we have used many measures to manage height. Simply put, some of our avenue studies recently, we've referred to heights. Some we don't. In this case, it's a combination of height, specific heights in the official plan policies and the 45-degree angular plane. The southwest corner is a lot more complex. There are a lot more issues to resolve and to mediate between each other. We felt it would be better because over time, we've seen a lot of responsiveness from the owner of the southwest corner. We felt it would be much better to work with an angular plane principle than a specific height principle on the southwest corner. But it will result in heights, as I noted, that could be in the mid-20s for typical floor-to-ceiling height.
Now, how will we achieve through this the recommendation 9.613 on sunlight? How are we going to ensure that the heights and the building distances allow us to achieve that recommendation?
Well, the sunlight impact will be different than it is today, of course, because the heights will be taller. So we've tried to mediate between achieving a certain level of intensification on this in the quadrant, while at the same time keeping a fairly good standard of sunlight access. What we've done to address that specifically is the spacing of towers. They maintain the 25-meter separation. The size of floor plates, they're much smaller than typical. The street wall treatment that scales back to allow sunlight penetration between the towers. In a way, if you put the towers aside for a minute, the development responds very well in a typical mid-rise fashion to the rest, to the way normally mid-rise buildings would respond to the public realm. So through all of those built form measures, as well as the public realm and the widening of sidewalks, we feel we struck the right balance on sunlight access.
So how does the sunlight requirement in this recommendation compare with other requirements that we've made in the mid-rise studies, for instance? The standards from the mid-rise guidelines, how do they compare to this?
We've looked at the, roughly, it's generally 50%, I believe, is the. So you want to answer that question specifically about the 5 hours?
Generally, what we look for for mid-rise and on main streets is a 5-hour window, so that you have sunlight on the sidewalk for a 5-hour. Generally, we try to do that as close to the noon hour as we can, and that relates directly to the angular plane requirement.
So this requirement then is consistent with the mid-rise principles that on any other avenue in the city would apply?
That's correct.
Okay. How are the recommendations in this report helping us achieve our goals of addressing active transportation in both the official plan and specific to the intensification around transit corridors?
Overall, it's an active transportation bias. We've got new transportation policies that have been adopted and are enforced in the official plan, and they've guided us in emphasizing the public realm, accommodating in a very biased manner the role that we can, other modes of transport other than the, vehicles. Ultimately, the zoning bylaw will be a tool in assessing, and some speakers noted this, the West Bank application, where the conversation is ongoing about the actual number of parking spaces that would come with that development, and overall the principle of supporting and biasing the orientation of mobility toward bicycles, pedestrians, and transit will guide us in determining the ultimate number of parking spaces that are required here.
So am I to take from that that very likely the parking ratios on this in the southwest quadrant will be lower than those currently required in that area?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just finally, on point 9.7.5, this is on the properties. The property east of Markham Street, taller building elements will be situated behind the Heritage Building and will be much lower than the 45-degree angular plane. Could we just explore why we're suggesting that, well, the angular plane's here, buildings are probably going to be way down here?
The application of the 45-degree angular plane on that portion of Markham Street would result in a building that would be taller than would be appropriate because of the existence of the heritage houses on Markham Street. So the policy 975 specifically speaks to the need for buildings on that portion of Markham Street to be much lower than the 45-degree angular plane would allow for in order to better relate to the scale of the retained heritage buildings there.
And why was it, or is it, that planning is recommending using an angular plane in that instance instead of using a maximum?
One of the approaches to the 4 corners, so all 4 of the corners, has been to apply the same set of performance criteria to all of the quadrants. So in that sense, we've used the 45-degree angular plane measured from the neighborhood property line for all of the quadrants. And that is the reason we have continued to apply the 45-degree angular plane, but with the modifications to make sure that the maximum height in that location would be significantly less.
Okay, thank you. I realized I didn't start my time right away, so I'll take a minute off. Are there any other questions of staff? No to speak. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. And I'll start by moving the recommendations, and I am aware that Councillor Layton has a motion that is coming that he will speak to that gives me greater comfort. Let me start with a broad principle here, which is our city should grow. It is, for downtown Toronto, a good thing to grow, so long as we define the scale, type, and vision of that growth to ensure that we are building a livable, equitable, and sustainable city. If we grow in that way, we are building a better city. The four corners that we're talking about here at Bathurst and Bloor are four distinct individual neighborhoods. And what we're dealing with the Four Corners study is the evolution of proactive planning that we seek to do in downtown Toronto. This builds on the Bathurst Street study, the Bloor Corridor Visioning study, and we're doing this work because what happens at these four corners will define four neighborhoods for a century. And so it is incumbent on us to get it right. The timeline of doing this now is, yes, in advance, but running concurrently with an application at the historic Honest Ed site, but it's also because we have three other principal corners on the northeast, northwest, and the southeast. And as we've heard, plans are afoot, plans that have not been shared with me or the community at this point. And so it is incumbent on us always, as a city, to define our vision for the neighborhood, to set out a vision for a livable, equitable, and sustainable neighborhood with appropriate built form and scale, so that our plan is what defines that growth, as opposed to at the whim of somebody else. The process that's gone on here, well, it was the very first public meeting I had 2 years ago, was the Four Corners study. There have been multiple public meetings, and I want to thank the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of residents who have participated, those who've deputed here tonight, and all city staff from across departments who have worked tirelessly on this. So what is the status of this Four Corners report, and why am I moving the recommendation subject to an amendment from Councillor Layton? Well, it starts with, how do you build a livable neighborhood? How does this report help us to build a better, more livable neighborhood? Well, it enhances the public realm with a focus on the public realm. Wider sidewalks, parkland on-site and in the area, as opposed to endless cash and loot, taking the shadows off Bloor for that Main Street feel. It focuses on active transportation to ensure that not just for pedestrians, but also that we are helping to support that modal shift to cycling infrastructure. It looks to better conserve our heritage, both for the built form and buildings themselves, but also to take into account adjacency. It reinforces an appropriate street wall condition to have that Main Street on Bloor. And the land use, this is about a neighborhood. It looks to protect and promote fine grain retail, support family size units, and it explicitly articulates the need for affordable housing. Now, the heights. This is a big issue, and I want to say to colleagues who represent neighborhoods along Bloor, this is something you need to pay attention to too, as we go along with. The heights consider transition to neighborhoods, and the angular plane required to meet those transitions. That is critical. And that clear framework is necessary. And I want to say, for the northeast, northwest, and southeast, we need that in now. Now, I have some concerns with what's being articulated in the southwest. And the concerns are that while the report speaks to evaluating the southwest on its own as an application, it also speaks to breaching the 45-degree angular plane. We've also heard our exceptional, I want to say this, our exceptional director of the planning district down here, Mr. Lintern, who is tops in my book. We've heard him state that staff are comfortable with a proposal in the mid-20s. I am not. And so, as we look to how we proceed forward, the southwest and what are the appropriate heights, understanding that this can and should accommodate increased density. What are the appropriate heights from a city building and a city-wide precedent stand? Councillor Layton will speak to. I'll close just by saying this. As a councillor who represents a ward that currently has 1/4 of all proposed development in the city, change can be hard, but we have a responsibility to say yes when we plan appropriately to build complete communities that are equitable, sustainable, and fair. We have a responsibility to say yes to that, but communities have a right to say no when developers have a vision that is not in line with that. We want to get to yes. And with that, I'll close with my support for the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the item? No, I've got a motion that the clerks will put on the screen, that Toronto and East York Community Council requests the Director of Community Planning to further evaluate encroachments to the 45-degree angular plane and potential impacts on the adjacent neighborhood and report directly to Council in its meeting on December 13th, 2016. This has been a long, long road for myself, for the community. We had Councillor Cressy join us on this journey just a couple years ago, but we started this in July 2012 when we began the Bathurst Street study. That continued, and we got out ahead of the results of that study and did our first Four Corners charrette in October 2013. And since then, it has been countless public meetings, both official and offline in the neighborhood. The community and landowners have both been incredibly patient with this process. It's been this road had a bit of a different journey than we've taken on a lot of other applications. The original call for a plan on Bathurst resulted in us saying, here's the plan for all of Bathurst, and then you're going to have to study a little bit more right at this corner. And then we went about going along that process. In parallel to this was first an application from RioCan on a site further south, and then this application that have kind of touched on our journey here. I think that it shows a certain level of maturity coming from the four residents associations that have been so involved to continue to participate in this process in a very active, engaged, and responsible fashion. Not saying no, but saying this is the direction we want to see you go in. Let's work on where we can agree and try to build something that's really great. That work will continue. It will continue until the day before it goes to City Council, maybe even the morning of City Council, when that final development proposal goes in. But I wanted to thank them, because there's a couple of them in the room, for their ongoing support in this this difficult conversation, and their work can't be understated, and I also have to relay that same level of respect and encouragement to the developers on the file, who continue to sit at the table and to make adjustments, at least to the southwestern quadrant. Maybe I should distinguish my remarks about the level of engagement of the developer on the southwest quadrant from the other corners, because there hasn't been any engagement. I think that that every iteration we get closer. We're not there yet, but we're at least still at the table and moving towards something. We all knew when this site, maybe even before this site was, the southwest corner was sold, that there was going to be change coming. We knew that Bathurst itself was on the fringe of where we were seeing all the development, and there were some large sites on Bathurst that were eventually going to become development sites. And that's why Councillor Vaughan and I initiated that initial study. It wasn't directly targeted at certain sites. It was because the pattern was there. They were low density buildings that were, some were occupied, some weren't, and you could see that something was going to be happening. Along Bathurst, I think we took a very responsible approach and looked at the surrounding buildings and said, you know what, there is some density that can be found, but not too much. Let's keep it in accordance with what we're doing here. This is the next piece of that. I think on 3 of the corners, we took directly that approach. It's either you took that approach or you just like Councillor Cressy more, but on 3 of those corners, I think that we've really seen those caps on heights in relation to those side buildings. Where I saw some concerns, and I think everyone does, is in the approach that's been taking up the southwest corner. But I appreciate planning's position on this, because they're trying to stick with a rationale that's being used for the other 3 corners, and in fact all across the city with respect to how heights relate to adjacent neighborhoods. Where I get more of a concern, and I'm going to echo a comment that Sue made, was not build to, but no higher than. And I think that's an approach that I've tried to stand true with on mid-rise development along every other avenue, that while we might set those heights, those are to be absolute caps. They aren't to then come into play later on when we're sculpting buildings and wrapping mechanicals. And I think planning, in particular around mid-rise buildings, have begun to change their position on that and refine it as we've seen more applications come through. That's where section 9.75 and 9.76 make me a little uncomfortable. The first one, while I like the statement that the building should be much lower, I would have liked to see something more specific about how much lower that building should be. I appreciate that planning might not be there. And then in 9.26, this notion of us going above and an encroachment above the angular plane, without anything else, that makes me very uncomfortable. If just the encroachment wasn't enough to make me uncomfortable, that there is no qualifying statement about where that ends, again, reinforces that. There are notions of affordability in this that I think are really critical, both on the commercial side and on the residential side. We will continue to work towards those. They're listed as community benefits. It no doubt will take a significant amount of work. We've heard about the public realm and the park pieces that are going to be so critical to making this neighborhood actually work. And not only work as a neighborhood should work, but work as well as this neighborhood does work. The active transportation bits, I appreciate that we will be making those investments. There is this trade-off between less parking that is required on the site and then what those impacts could be on the neighborhood, and I hope that that will continue to be part of the discussion as well. And in closing, I just wanted to thank our city staff for their ongoing work on this. This has been an enormous effort by all of them. If you see the number of staff that are out at the meetings, you realize how serious they are taking this and everything else that goes on Bathurst. And Leora, for her hard work that's been now over 4 years or three and something. I don't know exactly. Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the Community Council that speak? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And on the item, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item, 20.6, final report, 20 Brunel Court and 95 Fort York Boulevard, Block 31 Railway Land Zoning Amendment application. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Yes, and I'll move staff recommendations. Friends, this is a final report for 2 schools, a 52-space childcare facility, a new community center, and a market space to go alongside it. This is a really positive final report. We don't have many of these. This is in City Place. It has been years and years in the work, and I'm pleased to move the staff recommendations. I want to thank all of our staff across departments for their hard work to make this happen, and the local community for participating in a working group to get us here. This is a model for the future and will be. And I would note one important piece. This has been funded through the levy system in the railway lands. We got it right by master planning that neighborhood. But I think the lesson with TO Core coming up later today is the social infrastructure can't come after the people who've moved in, because a neighborhood and a style already takes hold. We are building the social infrastructure, but only after the density all arrived. We have to make sure the social infrastructure is there alongside the growth and density to keep it livable. That's something we're going to be talking about later today with TO Core.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I'm just going to very quickly do something a little unorthodox. I'm going to skip over this item to try to get to some items that don't have speakers that are 11 o'clock items or 10 o'clock items, just so that those rows of staff can get back and do the good work of the city. Pardon me? It's just going to be 30 seconds. Yeah. TE 20.8, final report, 20 Edward Street zoning amendment application, Ward 27. Are there any members of the public to speak to that item? No. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Actually, I'll need to hold it.
You'll hold that one, all right?
Thank you.
TE 20.9, final report, 77 River and 7 Labatt Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, Ward 28. Are there any members of the public to speak to that item? No. Councillor McConnell, is it a quick item?
Yes, I have 2 amendments that will be placed. First one is to set up a working group for site plan, and second one is to exclude this property from permit parking. And the community have just simply asked me to remind people this was a very poor process, and they were brought in at the very last minute, but they are satisfied that we've been able to reset it. But it's very important for them to have the working group on site plan. Thank you.
All those in favor of the amendment in the motion? All those opposed? That item carries. TE 20.10, final report, 126 to 128 Hazelton Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning amendment application, Ward 27. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? to speak, then we're going to have to hold you down. Sorry. If you could register with the clerk here, that'd be great. TE 20.11, demolition of a designate, that's the same item. It got held down. Yeah. TE 20.13, request for directions report 422 to 436 Roncesvalles Avenue and 76 Howard Park Avenue, zoning amendment, Ward 14. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Yes, if you could register with the clerk, that'd be great. TE 20.14, request for directions 1181 Queen Street West, zoning amendment application, Ward 28, Ward 18. Are there any members of the public to speak? Yes, okay. Again, if you could register with the clerk, that'd be great. 20.15, request for directions report 46 to 54 Power Street and 113 to 135 Parliament Street, zoning amendment application, Ward 28. Councillor McConnell?
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations, but make note to the Community Council that in fact, we're at the Ontario Municipal Board. We're very close. If we've had a resubmission, we think we're very close on a solution. And so expect a supplementary that will come with regards to this because it's January for the OMB decision, okay? So it's moving along quickly and it should be fine.
Thank you very much. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And finally, TE 20.16, request for directions report 169 to 175 Jones Avenue and 35 Peyton Lane, site plan application, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher, is that a quick item?
Yeah,
Great.
just move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And there's no speaker to that item? No. So item 10 and 11 now. TE 20.10, final report 126 to 128 Hazelton Avenue, official plan amendment, zoning amendment application is going to be heard with TE 20.11, demolition of heritage property at Yorkville Hazelton Area Heritage Conservation District. I'm told there are no speakers to this item now, and Councillor Wong-Tam to speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move the staff recommendations in the report for 20.1 as well as the second one for 20.11. And with that, to convey my thanks to planning and heritage staff, members of the community, as well as the applicant who've all worked so hard to make sure that we get this particular application right in the historic village of Yorkville.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And we will return now to item TE 20.7. Final report 440, 444, 450, and 462 Front, 425 and 439, 441 and 443 Wellington Street West, 6 to 18 Spadina Avenue, and 1 and 19 Draper Street zoning amendment application. Ward 20. The first speaker I have is Cindy Trower. Cindy? Oh.
Hello, I'm here from Draper Street. Draper Street is a heritage conservation district, which is just west of the Well development. And I'm here on behalf of our Draper Street Residents Association and on behalf of our president, who unfortunately is out of the country and can't be here today. I have a letter from our president, and I'd like to read that as it covers all of our comments. So this is from Cameron Kahn, the president of the Draper Street Residents Association. I offer my enthusiastic support of the Well, a development that lies immediately to the east of our community. While I'm unable to attend today's meeting in person, I would like to share some pertinent history of how the project developers, represented by Diamond Corp., initiated highly productive discussions with the Draper Street Residents Association, Wellington Place Neighborhood Association, and our city councillor to enhance the design of this transformative project. More than a year before a formal application was filed with the city, Diamond Corp engaged representatives from DSRA, that's Draper Street Residents Association, and the Wellington Place Neighborhood Association, to better understand important local contexts across the neighborhood. Using input from the community, they iteratively redesigned and reconfigured the development plans to minimize impacts to the existing fabric of the neighborhood, while making numerous efforts to augment elements that would make the community a better place to live, work, shop, and play. Given the historic residential character and scale of Draper Street, a small heritage conservation district directly adjacent to the well, the developer was particularly sensitive to potential adverse effects on our neighborhood. A few key examples of design changes that were made to mitigate potential impacts include: 1, the removal of a building from the plan on Front Street to provide greater setbacks from Draper Street properties; 2, transitioning of building heights towards Draper Street to minimize shadow impacts; 3, integration of a community daycare directly adjacent to Draper Street to complement the current residential form and dynamics; and 4, enhancements to the pedestrian network in the well and its transition toward Draper Street. In addition, the developer has committed to delivering a public park on a vacant lot on Draper Street, inviting our community to participate in the design process, and this is a lot we already use actually as a community. Furthermore, to align with a plan that our community envisioned nearly a decade ago, the developer and their design team have helped us develop a strategy to celebrate Draper Street's unique historic character and concurrently transform the street into a more pedestrian-oriented path. This plan, which the developer has committed to funding, includes resurfacing the street with new materials and human-scale lighting that will make it read more like a pedestrian laneway than a vehicular street, and creative design changes that will force all vehicles to slowly meander down the street. Ultimately, we believe these changes will build upon the social fabric of our community while concurrently celebrating the street's history, which is now 135 years old. As president of the Draper Street's Residents Association for nearly a decade, I have worked with many developers. However, few have been as inclusive, collaborative, and thoughtful as Diamond Corp. Despite the huge scale of this development and the potential for adverse effects to the community, the process of optimizing the project design collaboratively with the developer has been highly successful. Residents from across the Draper Street community who were informed of and were deeply engaged in discussions and decisions pertaining to this development are overwhelmingly supportive of its proceeding. Should you have any questions, please do not hesitate to contact me. So this was sent to city staff and to our councillor. I'm personally a resident of Draper Street. I've lived on Draper Street for 32 years. I've raised my children on Draper Street. We now have a very diverse, it's a small street, but we have a very diverse community of elderly people, small children, disabled people, people from different backgrounds, and so we are appreciative of the developers' collaboration with us, and we're supporting the development. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Are there any questions to our deputy? No? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Claudio Bruto. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee and staff, members of the public. My name is Claudio Bruto. I'm a planning consultant. I'm here on behalf of the Craft Acquisition Corporation. If I may indulge in a bit of technical assistance, I'd like to put up a site plan of the proposed application.
You can place that object directly on top of the screen, and our AV staff will help us. The light will go on. Just place it as it would be facing you directly. And I'll just hold your time, or I'll reset it.
I'd like to thank the committee, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my client, who's a major landowner in the area and is directly impacted by this proposed development. I want to say at the very outset that we are not opposed to development. We believe that a great deal of effort has gone in to create the vision for this particular site, and so I want to be very clear that we are not opposed to the development. As a landowner in the area and a prospective applicant in the area of major new development, we want to make sure that we understand very clearly how it is that this project, which is 7.7 acres in size, has been brought to this particular point of jurisdiction, which is to approve without a park, so to speak, a 310 square meter park. Your official plan is very prescriptive in terms of parkland, public parkland, and I want to be very clear about that, public parkland, which is 0.4 hectares for 300 units. This particular development proposes about 1,600 units. It's about 3,000 people that might come to this community. It is very, very well planned. What we don't understand, though, is the missing link. And I think the application that preceded this, at least a dialogue pertaining to sustainable communities, parkland at the, in terms of the Bloor-Bathurst development, is a really key element in terms of sustainable communities, places where children can play, actively play. While this development introduces a number of private realm public open spaces and connectivity, we don't understand, and we'd like to understand by way of this dialogue and in future meetings, to understand why it is that the prescribed official plan and zoning bylaw, which are very clear, suggest that up to 15% of this land could be attributed to a public park without the need for cash in lieu. That is the reason that we're here. It's a very serious inquiry. Our intention is to ask you today, and by way of our correspondence, as to the decision that arises from this committee and the future decision of the council on December 13th. We do want to work with the developer. We would like to work with the community and also with local councillor Cressy in the future deliberations of the site, because we just don't understand why there isn't a park somewhere in the center of this that is a public park, because the official plan and the zoning bylaw do clearly speak to the need. There is a shortfall in this area for public parks. That is the general context of my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions from the floor and or otherwise to receive further communications as we move through this very important process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I believe you have a question from Councillor Cressy.
Yeah, thank you for being here. A couple quick questions. Did you read the report?
Yes, I did.
All right. Are you aware that on page 31 of the report that, in fact, the city's full requirement for parkland has been accommodated on-site and through the purchase of an off-site space to be used as a public park? Are you aware of that?
I don't believe that that is public knowledge at this time.
Actually, it's on page 31 of the report you said you read.
I understand where you're going. Through you, Madam Chair, the report indicates that a public park without the benefit of cash in lieu has not been achieved on this site.
So just for clarity, city staff, we state here that the partnership group has acquired a property at 456 Wellington Street West, which Parks, Forestry and Recreation staff have confirmed is suitable for parkland dedication purposes. Did you read that sentence?
Yes, I did. Through you,
Thank you very
Madam Chair,
much.
my understanding is that that deal is not final and binding.
All right, well, I'll clarify that with staff because I think I know more than you do and the report
I think you
does.
should do that,
Now,
Mr.
let me
I think
just
you
go
ought to
on.
do that.
You mentioned that you were the major landowner in
We
the
are.
area.
My client is,
Your
yes.
client is a major landowner in the area. What does your client own?
My client owns 456, and my client also owns the air rights to the rail lands.
Okay, so
across Front Street.
your client, you claim, owns the air rights over the rail deck.
It is not a claim, it's a fact.
Okay, is that ownership conditional on anything?
The application hasn't progressed to that state.
Is the ownership that you claim your client has over the rail deck conditional, or has title been transferred?
There is a deal in place. My client is in full control over that property, yes.
Has title been transferred, or is it conditional?
That property, Madam Chair, is owned by my client under contract, and my client can make the decision to fully acquire the property.
Has title been transferred?
The
End of
property
question. Yes
is,
or no?
the
Has
property
title
is
been-
under the control of my client.
So that's a no. Thank you
No,
very
that is a
much.
yes, sir. I beg to differ.
Sorry, title has been transferred?
The property is under the control of my client, and he has full ability to make representation at this meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions to our deputant? Nice questions. Ask politely. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Mary Flynn Guglietti. Did I do a little bit better?
Much better.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try. Sorry about the
Actually, you did excellent. I will need a little assistance with the audio visual, if that's okay. Just put it there. Okay. Thank you. Again, my name is Mary Flynn Guglietti, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of 401 Wellington Street West and 24 to 30 Spadina Avenue. And it is best known as the Gale Building, and it is listed in the part that is the Gale Building is listed on the Heritage Inventory. I'd like to sort of take a bit of the congratulations to the developer that I think the first speaker took, and that is that we have, through Dan Nicholson, who was the planner working on this file, managed to introduce us to the developer so that we could meet directly with the developer to express our concerns with respect to the transition of this development in relation to our client's existing historic building. Our client has spent a great deal of money reinvesting and bringing this building, the Gale Building, back to its former glory. They have wonderful long-term leases and want to ensure that this is not going to be negatively impacted by the development. So we have met with the developer and had very good conversations. Changes have been made to their plan to accommodate some of our concerns. We are really down to one concern that we'd like to bring to the attention of Community Council this morning, and if I could draw your attention just up to the drawing up ahead. I apologize for the pink highlighter. It's all that I had in my purse this morning. But, but the pink highlighter outlines for you our client's building. And this is, of course, Wellington Street. Our concern is not on the Wellington Street frontage, but rather with respect to the Spadina Street frontage. And the next drawing I'd like to put up, if I could. Okay. The white building is, again, our client's building. And what we understood when the official plan was approved, and you'll note, Madam Chair and members of the committee, we did not object to the official plan. And the reason we did not object to the official plan is that we're not here to object to the development. What we wanted to make sure is that there was a proper transition for our client's building. And when we looked at the official plan, there are certain provisions in the official plan that we believe directly protect our client's interests. And I have forwarded a letter to council, to the Community Council, and you will note on the second page of that letter that I have actually referred to two quotes directly in OPA 317, which is the official plan amendment that was passed and approved and not appealed by anyone with respect to the well development. And specifically, we looked under vision and major objectives. And in that paragraph, it did state, and an important objective of this transition is to recognize the heritage context of the site. This context includes the house form buildings on Draper Street to the west, which are designated as a heritage conservation district under the Ontario Heritage Act, and as well the listed heritage building, the Gale Building at 49 Spadina Avenue and 401 Wellington Street West, which of course is our client's building. And then later on, under the urban design guidelines in OPA 317, under L, and I put M there, that's to be corrected to L, Roman numeral 2, it states that buildings in the public realm will be designed so as to minimize impacts on adjacent heritage buildings, again, particularly the Draper Street Heritage, and the listed heritage building, the Gale Building. So as you can see, there are certain protections that are already in the site-specific OPA that directs council and also directs staff to look very closely at the transition to our client's building. As well, I'd like to point out in section 3.15 of the City of Toronto official plan, the very extensive detailed requirements imposed on structures placed adjacent to heritage buildings. And this particular building is placed immediately abutting our client on two sides. And as I've said, we have managed to resolve many of our concerns, but it's really the Spadina Avenue frontage. Now, in the report, it says that the building, you can't really see the stepping of the well building. This is their tallest building. It's 36 stories. And you'll note that it is not the same height, but originally in their first set of plans, it was only supposed to be 3 stories, and this is 3 stories, but the 3 stories, due to the heights of the floor, as you can see, are quite overpowering compared to our client's existing 3 stories. So we have provided to the applicant, and as well in our letter.
I'd like to ask you for your final thought.
Yes, this is our proposed modifications. What we're really looking for is that just on that Spadina frontage, that the height of the building does not overpower the heritage building. I think there's lots of room in this development. There's a lot of density. And I think that at the end of the day, we want to ensure that this heritage building is not overwhelmed. Here's another picture of the Spadina frontage. And as you will see, I think proper setbacks and proper height, just with respect to the podium building, so that it matches the 3 stories of our client's building, I think will meet the heritage requirements of the city's official plan and the design guidelines of OPA 317. And other than that, as I said, we are not opposed. We are not opposing the development whatsoever. We're just asking for this one finalization and fine-tuning of their plans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Not a problem. There might be some questions for you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Ken Greenberg. Ken here? Hi, Ken. You've done this before.
Yes. I know you're all anxious to go to lunch, so I will be very brief. I just wanted to speak to 2 things and echo some of the comments made by my neighbor on Draper Street. The first is the process, and the second is the substance. On the process, I think what we have here is a model of a developer, in fact, a group of developers coming to the community very early on. This community has a vision. In fact, our vision goes back to 1837, when the original plan for Wellington Place was created by the colonial administration. And we're finally getting a chance to give life to it and make it come to fruition, which is quite remarkable. But we have had a dialogue extending over a couple of years, a 4-party dialogue. On the one hand, the developers and their architects and landscape architects, city staff, the councillor's office, and the community. And all of that has enabled this development to respond to a very complex context in all kinds of ways. And now moving to the substance, I think it has produced a scheme which takes all of the objectives for city building that we all share in this part of King Spadina, breaking the site down into small pedestrian-oriented blocks, a complete mix of people living, working, play, shopping, all the things, including community facilities, daycare that we would like to see on the site, some great public spaces, and a great deal of investment in Wellington Place itself. So we are here to strongly support this. This is the antidote, in fact, to the terribly divisive struggles that we often have that end up at the OMB. And I really think the developers are to be congratulated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Are there any other members of the public to speak? Steve, you look like you're raring to go.
I'm just trying to get through the deadline very quickly, so I will try to keep this short. My name is Steve Diamond. I'm president of Diamond Corp, and we're very pleased to be here with on behalf of my 2 partners as well, RioCan and iLide, to present this project before you, which, by the way, the urban design panel of the city called Enlightened Urbanism in terms of its approach, and the pictures are up before you. You know, within the couple of minutes that I have, I do think that I would like to say, as much as anything else, a lot of thank yous to people. I would like to thank the Wellington Place Residents Association and the Draper Street Residents Association for their extensive cooperation. It is amazing that by listening to communities, they have had not only the support of this project, but their input has made for a better project. I would like to thank City Planning Department and other departments of the city, Development Engineering, Parks and Forestry, Transportation, the City Manager's Office, and Toronto Water, and as well as Councillor Joe Cressy and his office for helping to bring this project to fruition. I just want to make a couple of comments because I've heard a couple of concerns. You know, the issue from someone whose lands are designated as a utility corridor, and the city has indicated its intention that they want to park, to come up and say they should have some more parkland on our site has got to be considered frivolous and vexatious in the context. But on top of our parkland dedication, this project is almost entirely publicly accessible. I mean, Charles Montgomery wrote a book recently called The Happy City, and he says what we need to create in this city and in all cities, if we're going to be successful, is places for people to live, work, and shop. And that's why we call this the well. Live well, work well, shop well. That's what this is about. This project is 50% office and retail and 50% residential, and even within the residential, there's a large portion which is rental housing. That's what this is about. 43% of this site is publicly accessible, and my friend also didn't read the port because we've also given the city POPs over the site publicly accessible easements. And the, you know, I could go on and on, I won't. You know, the only other point I'd make is I'll just put up a couple of slides from my friend, Mary Guglietti. I find it incredible that she wants our building, which we, by the way, reduced from 4 to 3 stories. This is their building on Wellington. It's the same relationship on the building that they own, and yet when you go around the corner, if you turn the slide, they now find that what we're doing, and we're set back further from them, we've reduced this at the top. Sorry, if you just go back one slide, you can see at the top is what we originally did. The bottom is the way we've amended to it, and who knows what redevelopment plans they had, and we've provided further setbacks, and city staff have clearly said that the relationship in terms of the heritage buildings is truly appropriate. This project will provide a myriad of public benefits to the City of Toronto. There are 5,000 jobs. There's $20 million a year, the city portion of taxes. There's, Councillor Cressy can go through them. There's affordable housing. There's contributions to the Y. There's on and off-site benefits. And we're just really pleased and hope you'll approve what we think is a very exciting and worthwhile project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor McMahon.
Could you build in the beach?
Sure. Sure. Well, look. Yeah.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? No. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. I have one question of staff. I'm conscious of time. To staff, is the city satisfied that the proposal to include on-site parkland and an already purchased site immediately off-site will indeed satisfy the city's parkland requirements?
Mr. Chairman, we do believe that the on-site and off-site parkland dedications will satisfy the city's parkland dedication requirements. Having said that, there will be a final determination of values made at the first above-grade building permit. Any additional cash that is required to be paid at that point will be put back into the parkland as above-base parkland improvements.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much. I don't think we often see sites of this size come in as an application in its entirety, and I recognize that there's significant density that's going to be placed onto here. Is there a rationale, and I'm just trying to understand, is there a rationale on why you're splitting up the parkland dedication? Is it not generally the rule of thumb in the thought and process around trying to build one contiguous piece on site as opposed to fracturing off into 2 pieces? I just honestly want to know, because this is over 7 acres. Is there a reason? Is there a technical reason why it can't all be on the site?
I don't, through the chair, I don't believe there's a technical reason to be very upfront about this. The conversation, the very first conversation we had with the applicant was about the potential for an on-site park, a contiguous large on-site park. The applicant's proposal, though, as you can see, is a very complex mixed-use development with office, retail, residential, amenity space. It's going to be very complicated to build. Ultimately, the potential for landing a large contiguous open space on site was challenged by all the other attributes of the development. We continued, though, to say to the applicant, we want some dirt somewhere. And we've always had a piece on Draper that's been part of the proposal. Ultimately, we've come to an agreement that there will be an off-site contribution, which is immediately across the street from the development. And actually, because of all of the on-site open space that the applicant's proposing through POPs and other walkways and widened sidewalks, and the work that they're doing on Wellington Street, actually the off-site park opportunity that has emerged in the last couple of months is actually a powerful gesture for the open space network that we want to create in King Spadina, which will lead, we hope, to extensions of the open space network to the north. So in the end, the irony of the conversation is that we may have ended up with a much better outcome than we originally intended.
That's very interesting to know that that could be an outcome, having a site this large. And so then the other question I just want to understand, because Mr. Brutti was speaking about 456 Wellington that was being purchased as the off-site. Is that the confirmed off-site park as outlined in the staff report?
Yes.
And it's a finalized deal? This is going to be a park?
The applicant has advised us, the applicant for the development has advised us that it's available for that purpose.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? No. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you very much. And let me begin by moving a motion which we've worked closely with staff and the applicant, and it speaks to urban design guidelines and technical language to tidy up the 37 and to make sure we remove the boulevard parking as this comes along. Let me begin by stating that this is an example of how you city build. This is an example of seeing development not just through the lens of towers and stories, but through the lens of city building and building a neighborhood. It is a mixed-use development. It is a livable development. It has been built and designed with good planning principles behind it and with an official plan amendment to ensure that's first and foremost. But also it's been built and designed together by the applicant, by the residents, and by city staff. The background here is that, well, this started before I arrived. I've been here 2 years. My predecessor, Councillor Vaughan, started on this file, and for 3 years, the community, city staff, and allied RioCan and Diamond Corps have been working tenaciously on this together. And I want to tell you that is exactly how development should be done. This is how you build and strengthen a more fair, stronger, and equitable city. And I want to in particular recognize our city staff who have worked on this file in a way I've not seen on any other application in all of the city, and well, at least in my ward, I should state. And I want to single out Dan Nicholson, who's behind me, who deserves a promotion for what he's done on this. He'd be happy to hear, or at least a few nights off from my endless community meetings, or the rest of the day. Yeah. So let me say a few things about this development in particular. 47% of this development is residential. 37% of this development is office. 16% of this development is retail. That's real mixed-use developments. That's not a little retail shop at the bottom of a condo tower. That's mixed use. There is housing for residential on this. We know that. There is parkland, both on-site and an off-site dedication. We didn't just take cash in lieu. We purchased the off-site dedication, which connects to the Wellington Greenway from Clarence Square to Victoria Memorial and will ultimately connect to another potential development site. The enhanced public realm is pretty significant here. Not only is 43% of the site publicly accessible, but there are POP spaces on site. We have the Wellington Greenway that's established. Draper Street will become a more family-friendly residential street for families because of this. Heritage is being considered, both of existing buildings, but also transition to the Draper Street HCD. There is a childcare facility that we have managed to put on site here, which has operating funding for a nonprofit childcare facility including. And we are helping to fund the YMCA just up the street for it. That's how you build a neighborhood. Childcare here, a YMCA for kids just up the street, and of course planning principles are first and foremost. The $13.2 million Section 37 articulates a range of these community benefits, including $1 million for affordable housing, and we're building an 80-unit building just south of this site. I want to conclude by saying that I started this morning by highlighting some of the bad development processes that we've seen in this city. This is one of the best I've seen. I want to commend the community for saying yes and making it great, the Wellington Place Neighborhood Association and the Draper Street Residents Association. And I want to thank Allied, RioCan, and Diamond Corps for showing all of Toronto how it can and should be done. With that, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Are there any other councillors to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Perks, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahavik, Councillor Davis. The vote is unanimous. Thank you very much. I need a motion to add new business. What are the numbers?
Oh, sorry, they don't have numbers yet, so
Oh.
this is...
To add a new piece of business from Councillor Wong-Tam requesting report for planning tools to ensure municipal service levels and infrastructure. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. I've got one here on building a new downtown park on city-owned 2.3 acre site at 28 Bathurst. All those opposed, that carries. Councillor Wong-Tam, parking amendments, McMurrish Street. All those in favor, opposed, that carries.
And this is a report for Councillor Fletcher.
And a report from Councillor Fletcher on the, from staff on the assumption of services on Downmount Court. We missed this one. This was the 2-year deferral.
Only been up 7 times, but
Oh, we
Put it
missed
to
you.
bed.
All those in favor of adding that to the agenda, opposed, that carries. We're now, it's 12:30, so we have hit our lunch hour. My apologies to members of the public who are here for other items in the 10 and 11 o'clock slot. We will be returning at 1:30. At 1:30, though, folks, we will also be hearing the downtown, the TO core study. That's at 2:30. That's at 2:30. The sign master plan is at 2:30. 1:30. 1:30. Everyone in their seats at 1:30. Could members of the Toronto and East York Community Council please proceed immediately to Committee Room 1? We are still on our 10 a.m. items. 6, 7's it, right? Councillor Cressy, can I get you in your seat so we can return to the meeting? Sorry, we're your quorum, so Linda can move up to the ranks of the front. The front row. Thank you very much. We'll resume our meeting. We're still on our 10 a.m. items. The recommendation was made to finish off. There's 4 items. They should be relatively short before we move on to the 1:30 item. I have a motion in that regard. Councillor Mihevc, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. The next item up, if Councillor Wong-Tam isn't here yet,
Sorry, Councillor, what was that?
just to proceed with the 10:30 items before the 1:30. Vary the order, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we'll go to item TE 20.12, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act 276 Forest Hill Road. Our first speaker is Brian McGuire. Hello, sir.
Basically rearranged our speaking order. So it'll be Mr. Aaron Moscow first.
Sure.
And then an added speaker is Dr. Naomi Himmel, and then I'll follow at that point.
You can sit over at the other side too if you don't want the projector sitting right in front of you. And I'll just start your time and you'll have 5 minutes each. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, councillors, committee members, and city staff. My name's Aaron Moscow. My wife and I are owners and residents at 291 Forest Hill Road, where we live with our 4 children. Please note that I have provided to the city clerk a petition in support of heritage designation with respect to 276 Forest Hill Road on behalf of 27 of our immediate neighbors, many of whom are here today and who are here this morning as well. Out of respect for Council's time, you'll note that the petition is signed by each of our neighbors who have appointed me for the purposes of presenting this petition as their representative, and so I speak on their behalf as well as personally. When the Rosenthal family, the immediate past owners of 276 Forest Hill Road, purchased this home, the owner at the time had the Rosenthals promise that they would not tear down the building, and the Rosenthals agreed to do so. I share this not because that conversation is binding or enforceable, but because it demonstrates what they both knew and what we all know today, that this home, this building is unique and special. It was recognized as such by the Architectural Journal and periodicals of its time, and that holds true even more so today as 75 years have passed and we seek to preserve the culture and special nature of that building. The building represents and captures a unique architectural style in a period of time that warrants being preserved and protected. As you can see from first the very detailed statement of significance expertly prepared by city staff, and second the decision of the Toronto Preservation Board to include on the Toronto Heritage Register, this property on the Toronto Heritage Registry, and to recommend designation under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, that the arguments for doing so are clear and compelling. 10 years ago, my wife and I decided to move from just down the street to 291 Forest Hill, which is directly across the street from 276. Our move to this home was in large part driven by the beauty and significant character of the homes in the immediate area, and in particular that of 276 Forest Hill Road. We always knew that the house at 276 was of heritage value due to its architect, its marquee design, which uniquely marks a historical architectural period and style, and plays a pivotal role in defining the look and feel in our immediate neighborhood. While I had not confirmed that it was heritage, I actually thought it was already designated as such. It's now respectfully time to make that happen. I'm not against development. I'm not against commercial interests. I am passionate about preserving the unique character of this building. On behalf of my family and our many neighbors, I ask you to provide this building with the protection that it deserves on its merits. Thank you for your consideration and your support.
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Naomi Himmel, and I've also lived in the village for over 20 years. I too moved from 442 Russell Hill because it became very busy, to 259 Dunvegan Road, expecting things to say somewhat the same, but given development and the nature of what's going on in Forest Hill, to expect some changes. However, this house is of particular interest to me. When I went around collecting names for the petition, there was not one person on both those streets that said to me, gee, I don't want to sign, or why wouldn't I sign? They said, oh yeah, the yellow brick house. We're quite familiar with that. We love it. Of course I'll sign. 28 names on that immediate 2 streets, with the exception of 3 people that I couldn't reconnect with, who actually signed our original petition, all quickly took up their pens to sign this petition. They were inherently moved by the fact that this yellow brick house, built by, I need my glasses, sorry. There we go. Built by Alfred Morrow House in 1936, represents a pivotal role post-World War II or pre-World War II architecture. All I can say is that our neighborhood is changing. I don't negate the fact it's changing. There are certain houses and certain places that deserve a special delegation and a special presence in our neighborhood. And it's imperative of each one of us to try and preserve this. And I was amazed that last night, as one of my neighbors I didn't even think to ask was putting out his garbage, and I said, by the way, do you want to sign our petition? And he lives right at the corner of Dunvegan and Forest Hill Road, Old Forest Hill Road, and I told him about the yellow brick house. He said, sure, and actually sent me an email today saying, please, please mention my name and help preserve this house. It's of special interest to us all in the neighborhood. And it's amazing to me that so many people, each and every one I asked me to help represent them, though they couldn't be here, and 5 other neighbors had to leave earlier today because they expected it to be at 10 o'clock, but they felt so strongly about being here and preserving this house. So I hope you will consider this. I hope you will consider the fact that we want to preserve our neighborhood, that this house, on 2-story house with a flat roof. Are you familiar with the house? Have you seen pictures of it? No? Has everyone seen pictures of it? Okay. And it's only 135 feet deep, so it's very shallow, and its scale suits the form of the lot and of the neighborhood and helps define us in Forest Hill Village, what's left. And it's funny, because I live beside the old Massey House, too, on Russell Hill, which it was another historical house. And in fact, the house beside me at I'm at 259, it must be 257, I believe, is a heritage house, too, on a 100-foot lot. And so there are special houses in the neighborhood that we recognize as heritage homes already. And I beg of you, I hope that you will see fit, each and every one of you, to rectify the idea that this should be a heritage designated home. And I compel you to vote that way. And thank you as a member of Forest Hill, trying to preserve what we have left in the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Mr. Maguire, would you like to finish us off, the 3 panelists?
Yes, I'll be reasonably brief. I want to speak to the issue of character. Our family on both sides has lived in this area for over 100 years, continuously. And going back, for example, to 1909, when my grandfather on my father's side, Alf Maguire, became an alderman, now known as councillor, and was continuously a councillor of Toronto until 1921, at which point he was elected mayor and then subsequently re-elected. So on my mother's side, that side of the family also lived in the area. So my parents were raised in the area, as was I. So the reason I'm bringing this up is that my take on the ambience of the area is formed by basically the architecture that I see and have seen. But I want to speak to the issue of the architectural expert panel that was in place from 1923 to 1967. An architect is the handmaiden of its owner, of the proposal's owner. So in the case of a panel, it introduces a wider variety of opinion, and that would have resulted in many buildings that are extant at the moment being a product of that input. Whereas newer buildings, you know, they may just reflect the quirk of the owner and may not be truly exemplary. Now, in this case, I believe that in the staff report, you do see examples, the elevations of the front and the back of the house. And I think it really is exemplary. And I think any educated layperson would agree to that. So I would certainly think that the staff report makes the case very well for the three criteria that constitutes the reason for designation, and I agree with that as well. So now it's interesting, one of the Gowanlock family who lived until recently at 77 Forest Hill Road was living in a listed house on the inventory. And the firm also did a project in Witchwood Park, which Frederick Morrow's house, which is a Heritage Conservation District. So they certainly qualify as a well-respected firm, and I think it's reflected in the results of this house. So I would ask that you follow through in approving the designation.
Can I just say, I submitted those 20, like the petition to the person.
Great. Thank you very much. They will have been distributed to councillors. Are there any questions of these deputants? Seeing none, thank you very much. The last deputant I have here is Amir Reza Baharzada. My apologies. Have a seat and just make sure the light's lit up in front of you there, and then you'll have 5 minutes, and I'll turn your clock on to my right.
Not a problem. Can I use this?
Sure, yeah, if you just put something on it as if you're looking at it.
Sure, not a problem. My name is Amir Reza Baharzadeh. I'm a graduate from civil engineering and management from University of McMaster University, and I have been a realtor since 2011. And my office is right at Yonge and St. Clair. I'm with Remax Unique, and we basically do a lot of business in Forest Hill and Rosedale area. There are a few things that I wanted to address so all the councillors would know about Forest Hill as well. The study I have done, there are about 1,882 detached houses in Forest Hill neighborhood. And 70% were built, basically they have age of 70 years and older. That's 1,322 houses. 59% are older than the 276 Forest Hill, which was built in 1936. So you have about 1,121 houses that was built prior to build of this house in this neighborhood. So just wanted to give you the whole picture of the neighborhood. And when we are talking about the historical and characteristic of the Forest Hill, we should also ask ourselves, how many houses and how many inventory do we have there? The question I wanted to answer was, the neighborhood was never designated as a heritage neighborhood. even though that they had a body in place back in 1923, that they had to approve all the architects for any plans. Basically, this house was built in 1936, and Alward and Gwinlock, the architect, they also have number of other houses that it was built in that neighborhood. If you take a look at the Toronto zoning, it exactly shows you where 276 Forest Hill is. The designation, the zoning allows for 250-foot lot, basically houses to be built on that. When I sold, I was the listing agent for 276 Forest Hill, and when I sold that property, Mr. Rosenthal, the previous owner, basically came to the conclusion after 9 months that the house was listed with another agent, that there is no value into the building itself. And that's why he sold it for $6.15 million for the land value. So I wanted to just let you know that when a client comes and goes to the City of Toronto and asks for zoning, and they tell you, yep, you can put anything you want on this, and come back with your plan, then basically who you're going to ask the next question. Obviously, you have to work with the neighborhood and with other people in the neighborhood to make sure that the new houses that you're going to build is going to go with the characteristic of the Forest Hill neighborhood. And as I said, if you look at this other 60% of the houses that were built in Forest Hill neighborhood, prior to built of 276 Forest Hill, that would give you a good example of the characteristic of the Forest Hill. It's not that hard. Just take a look at the left and the right side of 276 Forest Hill. You can see 274, it's not heritage designated, was built in 1936. And basically, you can see it's totally different. Doesn't have a flat roof, and is basically another characteristic of the...
I'm going to have to get you to sum up in just one statement.
Sure. The statement, I believe, there is no heritage value to this building, even though that they call this Georgian Revival, but at the same time they call it Georgian Modern. So you can see lots of other examples that I have here that exist in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? No? Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow to speak. I don't believe so.
Already spoken. Fine.
It's all yours, Councillor Matlow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to begin with, I'm going to move the staff report to designate this property heritage. You have heard from a number of residents representing many more who have recognized the import of preserving this property and how this property contributes to the story of the neighborhood, the fabric and character of the neighborhood, and merits protection. But it's not just the community alone. You also have a report in front of you that is inarguable, that clearly demonstrates why this property should be protected both for the local community, but also for the residents of the City of Toronto. You also have a clear and unequivocal recommendation by the Heritage Preservation Board. On the other hand, you just heard from a deputant who, the way that I heard the arguments made, and I say this respectfully, was that just because there have been mistakes in the past where we have lost valuable buildings that should have been heritage, that somehow that is a good reason to continue that shameful pattern. I don't accept that. We have an opportunity now to preserve what we have. We have an opportunity now to be a city that says that we believe that we need to protect our story. And today we're going to do that at this property. I want to thank, by the way, Mr. Aaron Moscow and Brian McGuire and Naomi Himmel and all of you who have, I think, done such important work, not just for your community today, but for your children, your grandchildren, and those who will reside in Forest Hill and in the City of Toronto, who will thank you for your efforts. And it's my great privilege to support you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the committee to speak? No. Councillor Matlow, on Councillor Matlow's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. The next up is TE 20.12, no, that was 20.12, 20.13, request for directions 422 to 436 Roncesvalles Avenue and 76 Howard Park Avenue, zoning amendment, Ward 14. Lily Korka? Thank you for your patience, Lily.
Good afternoon, members of council, as well as the members of public. Thank you. I would request in the future that ideally it would be really progressive for the City of Toronto to have a presentation beyond just the written form. So for example, each property in question ideally should be on a screen in color. With the advent of Google, it would be nice for these parts of the city that are being discussed to be viewed in their entirety so that people could get a more realistic perspective than just the rendering. So unfortunately, this is not in color, but this is directly from Google, which is showing Roncesvalles. So there's several concerns with the proposal, and I just wanted to start off by mentioning that right now there's like a street study pertaining to Roncesvalles. It's 17 blocks long, but it's been cut short by several blocks. So I don't understand how you can cut a street, a section, a percentage off to be able to study it. Because if you go one block further north on that photo, you will have what is called the feeding lot for the City of Toronto TTC, which is Dundas College and King streetcars that are very active on Howard Park Avenue. So if you go up that street, you will see this empty lot currently, which is where there was a funeral parlor. And it's a very small lot, but the proposal going forward, which is mentioning it's double the height of the existing official plan for that particular neighborhood. And what they're calling for in terms of, for that area, 93 residential units at an 8-story mixed-use building, currently with parking for, sorry, I've lost my, I don't have the full number of parking, which is not here. But it, as far as supporting that amount of traffic in what is called the feeder lot, because so much TTC traffic shorts onto Howard Park. And the third picture here, which is 76 Howard Park Avenue, which is an empty lot right now, which was the parking for Turner and Porter Funeral. If you look at the submission by the developer, which is to fit in a bunch of townhouses on the backside of long lots, which are part of the existing businesses in the area. I've lived in my home, which faces all of this development, for over 15 years, and have been harassed quite openly by the developers wanting to purchase our home, as well as our neighbor's home. Our home is a beautiful it's double brick, 2.5-story home that is facing current development. So I've lived through development since we purchased our home over 10 years ago. And right now, in the neighborhood, the amount of intensity, I'm already surrounded by mid-rise condos. And when Councillor Perks is presenting representation for the developers at community meetings, he always throws in that it could be double the size, so we should be grateful that it's a mid-rise. But the reality is, right now, many of the Airbnbs who are staying in those condos and driving their rental cars or parking on street parking, there is not enough parking to support that kind of intensity. If you look at the lot, it is far too small to project what the developer is proposing. But the developer has been quietly trying to purchase the existing buildings in close proximity. So I would like some other component, because right now, as it works in my community in Ward 14, there's not the amount of consideration taken for the architectural, historical significance of those 17 blocks. Those 17 blocks would be the ideal Jane Jacobs walk, because they represent everything that you can do within walking distance. And our councillor has not been supporting the community, and I will give you an example, which is crucial to understand.
I'm gonna have to get you to not give us an example, but give us one more sentence.
Okay, one more sentence is, currently I have had no information on the development right behind me. They have not been consistent with following the city bylaws, but Councillor Perks has given
I'm gonna have
full
to
support.
cut you off there.
Okay, that's fine. I can document all of it and
Okay,
present.
thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Sorry, excuse me?
All right, that's enough of the back and forth. Councillor McConnell, I appreciate the help. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
I just have one question.
No, you don't have an opportunity to ask questions. My apologies. If there's a question about the process, the clerk will be happy to answer, okay?
Actually, just about the development.
This is not your opportunity to ask questions. My apologies. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Perks to speak.
Okay, members, you will have in front of you a request for directions report. This one's been appealed to the OMB. Staff have been very diligent. It's a very thorough report. I wanted, though, to draw your attention to the section in the report that discusses avenue and mid-rise building guidelines on page 7. It goes through how this application doesn't meet either the original mid-rise guidelines or the addendum that we passed in April of this year. Most of what I get in Ward 14 is mid-rise applications, and I've begun to think it would be necessary when we come forward with our next mid-rise reports, in the definition of the word guideline, it should say, dear applicants, development lawyers, and development consultants, guideline does not mean you get this and more. I have yet to see a single application come in either at what the guidelines request or below it. And I think that the community's been very clear on this one. It's 45% above the height. There are all kinds of other problems associated with it. We've had very little movement from the developer. We are going to try to have, we have 2 meetings scheduled in advance of the OMB to sit down with them and see if they're willing to see reason. And I see Mr. Bronskill's here, and I hope that he can pass it along. But I and the community, I'm sure all the members of this community council are tired of developers reading the word guidelining meaning as if it meant you get this plus whatever you can imagine, because that's not what the word guideline means. So I'd ask you all to support me on this.
Question of the mover?
No.
To speak? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes. and fully support my colleague, Councillor Perks, on this notion of a guideline is the right-of-way width plus however much else you can make an application for. But I would remind everyone that we also have a zoning bylaw, which usually is much lower than that. So if developers believe that they should have guideline plus, I actually think it's important for the city to stake out territory that said, well, you are as of right 14 meters and you want 30. And the guidelines say 20. So you can either go to 20 or we can go to 14. And I don't believe that we play hard enough ball around the mid-rise guidelines number, because we do have another piece of pretty tough legislation called the zoning bylaw. I've been very disappointed when the person who wrote our mid-rise guidelines ends up at the OMB for a developer. I find that personally, just as a elected member, to be very discouraging for good development. So we're trying hard with guidelines, and I think perhaps what we did on Queen Street was we actually put that number into our official plan at 20 meters. And we're having to do that everywhere because there's not been a very clear respect for that number. So that is what I just wanted to give you some of our experience in the East End with that.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members to speak? Seeing none on the, you move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? That item carries. The next up is TE 20.14, Request for Directions 1181 Queen Street West Zoning Amendment. I have a Stephen Wood. Hi there, Stephen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of council, and members of the public. My name is Stephen Wood. I represent Active 18 Association. As some of you probably know, we've been involved in this file for a very long time, since the original zoning bylaw amendment was put forth in 2013. I had come here today to request on behalf of Active 18 that an amendment be made to point 2 in the recommendations from the staff report. I understand that Councillor Bailão will be putting that motion forward to amend that bullet point to include the ward councillor and the community in the consultation process. So in the interest of your time here today, I don't really have anything else to add, but wanted to thank you for the opportunity to continue to engage the community and Active 18 in this development process. I would very quickly add that we would certainly support the recommendations that were made by Councillor Perks and Councillor Fletcher in the previous agenda items. So if you'd like to talk to us more about that, we'd be happy to back you up on it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? No. Karen Beitel? My apologies if...
My name is Karen Beitel. I am the president of the condo corporation at 1171 Queen Street West. We are, as you know from the report, the closest neighbor to the proposed development at 1181 Queen Street West. And I am here today. First of all, I want to thank councillors for hearing me speak. And I also, on behalf of the board and our community, thank Councillor Bailão and the city planners for their work on this file. We have, of course, a number of interests that we're concerned with as the development proceeds, several of which have been identified in the report, and the city shares our interests. So I just want to acknowledge and thank that. I also would like to thank the city for the consultation that has been conducted on behalf of this particular proposed development, and would also add that our views that we bring forward and are sharing with the city are shared by our community. We have also conducted a consultation with residents and owners of our building. Insofar as the built form of the proposed development, we do have concerns which were identified in the report as it relates to the proximity of the building and the setback, as well as the shadows that are being cast. We would like to see a mid-rise building. Right now it's proposed as a 16-story building. We would like to for the city, as they continue in discussions, to consider less than 16. We also have concern with the open space network in the West Queen West neighborhood in the Triangle. We feel it's very important that as density continues to increase, that we are providing residents in that neighborhood, and not just people living in the the buildings themselves, but also families who are living in the neighboring houses, that open space continues, and so we support the move for the city to actually keep that on the agenda. Just in terms of very direct, we have quite concerns with the loading area as it's being presented in the proposed development and what it means for the safety and traffic in our neighborhood. So I just want to bring that to the attention. There are a number of other issues that are related to parking, not only cars but bike parking, that we would like to see move forward. But in general, I just want to again thank the city because they are in our view, very open to listening and working with us. And those are just some of the items from 1171 Queen Street West that we want on the record as the city moves forward with negotiating on this proposed development at 1181.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No? Any questions of staff? None? Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. I have a motion, and this is actually the second refusal report that is in front of us. The first refusal report was for a tower that was very easy to refuse because it was completely out of character with the neighborhood. It was 26 story, completely out of character, so very easily we put it to the board because there was no movement at all. The site got sold and the new owner had a completely different proposal, and we've already had a community meeting, so the community is aware of the new proposal. We've, with his consent and his participation, had a meeting with the local community, and we've brought Active 18 and the condo corporation next door to have conversations with the staff. So conversations are happening. The issues are being addressed between the developer and the staff, and I just want to make sure that these discussions continue to happen. I think we have an opportunity to hopefully address a lot of these issues, but I think it is important to involve the local community and my office, and so that's the amendment that I'm asking you to support me, is that not only authorize staff, but authorize staff to work with the applicant, but also with the local community and the local councillor on this.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. That was on the amendment on the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Yes, Councillor Fragedakis.
If I could just ask, I'm happy to release the item around, can't remember the number, hold on. Item 68 that I was holding. I know that people from Epilepsy Toronto are waiting for this item to be passed, and I know there's great interest from Councillor Wong Tam's office on this item. I'm happy to release it. Apparently there was a meeting over the lunch hour. Everything's better than it was this morning.
Okay, this is on item TE 20.69. Councillor Wong.
No, 68.
68. Sorry, I had that was not the party clause. That was on Nathan Phillips. That's right. So Councillor Wong Tam.
I don't have any questions. I'd like to just move the staff recommendations.
Okay, any other councillors to speak? Nope. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Opposed? That item carries. We're going to just do our last 10 o'clock item. There are no speakers to it, and that's TE 20.8, final report, 20 Edward Street zoning amendment application. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will be moving this forward without recommendations. There was a last-minute offer to settle that was unsolicited, which I'm sure that the city solicitors will need some time to review and provide us with further recommendations in a supplementary report at the City Council meeting in December. Yes, so to move it without recommendations for now.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to, I've lost my script. There we go. Nope, I found it here. To item TE 20.17. If there are any members of the public who are in the room today that wish to, that will be speaking to this item and would like to submit written materials, if you could do so to the clerk right now. Just a reminder to members of the public, that's my third reminder. There was an excess of reminders in here. That's good. Staff have advised that we would. The motion's coming up, yeah. Staff have advised that we should adopt the following process where we consider, when we're considering applications for variances from Chapters 6, 9, 4. The motion I'd like to move here is that the order will be 1, presentation from speakers, 2, questions from speakers by councillors, 3, presentations from staff, 4, questions of staff by councillors, 5, debate and decision. The presentation from speakers, all speakers will have 5 minutes to speak with the applicant for the sign variance being allowed to go first. If the applicant wants to respond to comments from other speakers at the end of the oral presentation, he or she can do so, but will have a maximum of 3 minutes to reply. The applicant may be asked additional question by members upon the conclusion of these additional comments. And 2, questions of speakers by councillors. Members can ask questions from the deputy for 5 minutes following their presentations and can have a further round of questions after everyone has had the opportunity to question. Could I get a vote on adopting this process? All those in favor, opposed, that carries. We can leave that on the screen, although I suspect there may be some other visuals that people would like to put up. We have one further point that I would like to make. I remind members to please stay in their seats for this item. If you can't be present for the whole of the item, you may want to think about recusing yourself from the debate and vote. Members of the public, if you have not already done so, please register with the clerk to put yourself on the speakers list and give the clerk any written material that you want to present to council. We must have all written material before us when we make our decision, and the clerk needs time to copy and distribute the items to members. We good with that? How we doing there, Andy? We're good? So I will call on for speakers to the item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Yes? Oh, please, if you could, come have a seat. Thank you very much. If you could introduce yourself.
Oh, okay. I'm going to need to be over here to...
Oh, okay. You've got some visuals to show us. All right. I'm sure our staff will be so kind as to scoot over on the seat there. And if you're going to use the overhead, if you could put them up as if we're looking at them, or as if you're looking at them. Do we have copies of your written material? No? We're going to have to get them to the clerk and copied before we start the discussion on the item, before we make a decision? Okay. So why don't we do this? Why don't you make the presentation with your material, and then we'll get the clerk to immediately grab it, and we'll zip it around to all of us right away. Yeah, my apologies. There's some technical elements of this that we want to get right, so we don't have to do it again.
Who's the speaker?
Great.
Is it on?
Is the light up there?
Sorry.
And if you could sit, yeah, perfect, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Chair and members of council. The Gooderman Warts Neighborhood Association is located in the Distillery District, and 2 of our member condominiums overlook the Acura dealership.
Yeah. We've just got Andy there to pull down the mic a little bit.
There we go. Okay. So we're very proud of the historical importance of our neighborhood. Thanks to our councillor, we were consulted when the first proposal was presented, and we were concerned about the height and the appearance of the signage. At that time, we had not been made aware of the proposal because the application was not posted in an area that would be visible to the residents of the surrounding neighborhood. To give you some context, this is what it looks like today. Sorry. What was approved originally were these 3 bottom panels, and the rest of the panels were to be left blank. One of the conditions of the original proposal was that signs are not to be illuminated between the hours of 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. Interestingly, This past weekend, in preparation for this meeting, I checked to see if it was being honored. I found that it was illuminated every night after 9 o'clock. Sometimes I was out there at 10:30, it was still on. So this is a view. It's a little bit enhanced, but basically it's a view of what the sign, the proposed sign would look like. It's on the west side of Front Street, and eastbound Front Street from Trinity Street is the gateway to the exciting newest development area in Toronto, and now our closest neighborhood, the Canary District, site of last summer's acclaimed Para-Pan Am Athletes Village. Front Street enters this magnificent neighborhood between two heritage buildings, as you can see, and leads to the Front Street Diamond Jubilee Promenade with beautifully curated public art features like the iconic Water Gardens installation. This is how it would look with the proposed signs under the appeal, showing the heritage buildings. On the south side of Front Street lies the large property to be developed as Phase 3 of the West Don Lands project under the guidance of Waterfront Toronto. The same kind of high-quality design is anticipated for this portion west of Cherry Street on both sides of Front Street, surrounding the dealership. Adjacent to this open space are buildings of the Distillery District, which is currently being studied as a heritage conservation district. We strongly believe this display of commercial signage neither meets the high-quality design standards nor fits the character of the surrounding and developing West Don Lands precinct and the Distillery District. The proposed signage master plan does not meet 3 of the 9 criteria outlined in 694-3A from the original proposal. The first one is the signs contained in the proposed signage master plan are compatible with the development of the premises and surrounding area, and that's a no. The signs contained in the proposed signage master plan supports the official plan objectives for the property and the surrounding area, also a no. The signs contained in the proposed signage master plan do not alter the character of the premises or the surrounding area, no. We do not support the appeal for this proposed master plan and hope you will agree. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions of the speaker? No, seeing none. If I could just remind you we'll get that information circulated just so that we all have it before the decision's made. There was a presentation from staff.
I don't know what button to press. There you go. Okay.
We've got it there.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm Robert Bader. I'm with the City of Toronto Sign Bylaw Unit in the Toronto Building Division. Just a short preamble to my presentation. As you may or may not know, as you probably should know, this is an application to consider where the original decision of staff, which were the original delegated authority in granting or refusing to grant variances, the variances were refused. That decision was appealed to the Sign Variance Committee. The Sign Variance Committee adopted the recommendations of staff, and the local ward councillor in this instance used a infrequent power available to her and had this matter reconsidered by City Council through this Community Council. So you have to take off your legislative hat and put on your procedurally fair hat in hearing this matter, and You can only grant the variances if all 9 of the criteria that are required by the bylaw have been found to be established. This is an application to consider for the property at 380 Front Street East. This is the downtown Acura dealership at the address. The applicant came forward with a proposed signage master plan. We reviewed and considered them coming up forward with a revised signage master plan, which was a little more subtle, a little more discreet than their original proposal. And then ultimately, what ended up being approved by staff was an approved signage master plan. So you see those terms used interchangeably throughout the body of my presentation. There's the proposal, which was originally proposed by the applicant, the revised plan, which is the kind of conciliatory attempt that staff made to have the project be more benign, and then there's the ultimately approved signage master plan, which imposed certain conditions upon it. So the original proposed signage master plan sought 7 illuminated wall signs on a purpose-built media tower type structure located on the auto dealership. The copy display on each of the wall signs was to be static copy, and each of the signs was to contain branding images intended to advertise specific car models associated with the Acura dealership on the premise. Once again, 7 signs located at the first, second, and third story of the automotive dealership, and each of the signs measured 2.59 meters horizontally by 1.52 meters vertically. And this is a depiction of the original proposed signage master plan. There were variances required, signs erected above the second story, 100% of the sign copy area dedicated to advertising rather than the advertising identification split, and they were occupying 100% of the area of the wall on which they were to be erected upon. Staff worked with the applicant to try and come up with an alternative signage master plan. So following discussions with staff, the applicant presented an alternative signage master plan, which included the erection and display of 6 illuminated wall signs displaying static copy on 6 sections of the media tower structure, where the signs proposed above the roof line was removed from the application. Sign copy was modified to depict portions of automobiles related to goods available on the premise, and any references to specific automotive brands or models was removed. And this is a description, a rendering of the...
Oh, sorry, I thought I wasn't allowed to exit. Oh, sorry.
of the alternative signage master plan. Ultimately, what was approved was 3 illuminated wall signs on that purpose-built media tower type structure, each displaying static copy only, depicting portions of automobiles that were related to goods available on the premise, but any reference to specific automotive brands or models had been removed. Number of signs was 3, located only at the first and second story, each sign measuring the same as what was originally proposed, 2.59 meters horizontally by 1.52 meters vertically, with 3 conditions opposed in the granting of the variances: that the proposed signs not be illuminated between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m., no signs erected above the second story of the automotive dealership, and the proposed signs at the first and second story level are to be designed substantially in accordance with this illustration depicted. So when we apply the criteria against what was being proposed and what was ultimately approved by staff. So staff were of the opinion that the proposal, both proposed and approved, met criteria number 1 in that they belong to a sign class permitted in the sign district. Staff were of the position that it met criteria as well as a third-party sign of a sign type permitted in the sign district. With respect to criteria 3, staff felt that the proposed plan did not meet the criteria, but the approved plan did meet the criteria. And it's thought that the conditions that staff had imposed as part of the approved signage master plan, limiting the height of the signs and restricting the hours of illumination, helped to minimize potential issues of incompatibility as the surrounding area continues to evolve. Similarly, staff felt that criteria 4 was not met in the proposed signage master plan, but was met through the approved signage master plan. Again, in accordance with the conditions that were attached to the approved signage master plan to reduce the number and height of the signs, helped ensure that the signs are of a scale that is more appropriate to this mixed-use area, and that the conditions attached to the approval also remove reference to specific automotive brands or models, helping to distinguish the signs from traditional third-party signs. Just like criteria 3 and 4, criteria 5, it was felt that the proposal did not meet the criteria, but the approved plan did meet the criteria, and that the approved signage master plan reduces the height and overall number of signs and restricts the hours of illumination in an effort to ensure that the signs are compatible with the planned context of the area. Moving on to criteria 6, similar to criterias 1 and 2, both the proposed plan and the approved plan met this criteria in staff's belief. Criteria 7, similar to 1, 2, and 6. Criteria 8, it was staff's belief that the original proposal failed on criteria 8, but that the approved signage master plan did meet criteria 8, in that the approved signage master plan contains a fewer number of signs and ensures that signs are erected at a height that is consistent with the neighborhood character envisioned by the West Don Lands Precinct Plan, and the restrictions on illumination help support the residential character of the area established by the precinct plan while avoiding potential issues of incompatibility. Finally, test 9, it was staff's belief that both the original proposal and the approved plan met with criteria 9. In conclusion, staff believe that the approved signage master plan meets all 9 of the established criteria listed at the section in the bylaw. It is recommended that City Council grant the required variances from the sign bylaw in accordance with the original decision made by staff of December 19th, 2015, including the conditions for the approved signage master plan. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fragedakis, then Councillor McConnell.
Thanks for your presentation, Robert. I'm just wondering, because the Sign Variance Committee has become one of great interest to me very recently, as I'm sure you are aware. So I'm just wondering, how is it that your unit has come to recommend approval? I thought that the applicant had to meet all 9 tests. It had to get yes in all the 9 columns in order for there to be a recommendation from staff in support of the application. I'm just a little surprised because it says that 6 of the variances the tests are met, not all 9.
That was in the original proposal, and then staff worked with the applicant to see if we can negotiate something that would be, would be suitable for both parties. And then that's when we came up with the approved signage master plan.
So at any time, did you have any discussions while you were negotiating with the applicant, with the local councillor or the local community?
No. We didn't hear from the local councillor or the local community till well after the appeal.
Oh, so that's not actually part of your practice to speak to the local councillor or
The local community and the local ward councillor is always included into the process from the very beginning. There's circulated notice of the application.
But you just said earlier that you didn't.
So there's a period when the application's filed.
Mm-hmm.
Circulation of notice of the application is provided to all persons within a 120-meter radius of the proposed location and to the local ward councillor. It's just like de facto, that's what we do.
Right.
Then 30 days thereafter, a decision is made. Okay. If that decision is not agreed to by parties that are party to the application or by the applicant, that decision can be appealed.
Right.
And it was only at that time that we heard from the council's office and the local community.
So not in the circulation is what you're saying?
Correct.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Are there, and Councillor McConnell for the question?
Normally you don't come to the local councillor, is that correct?
We always provide a notice of the application to the
I
local
understand the
councilor.
notice that you give,
Yeah.
but I'm asking you a different question. You don't come and seek a meeting with the councillor to find out what the councillor and her community objections are and why there's an issue?
No, the notice provides for, the notice is the platform for the local councilor or the community
Everybody knows that. so
to respond to
I
the
know that, Robert.
application.
That's fine. It's no problem. That's very clear. So you did come to us, however, around the Acura sign itself. Is that not correct?
Sorry, like the primary ID sign, like that's not
The primary Acura sign, the one that's right there.
this one here?
Yep.
I do not recall.
Okay, and that was approved, was it not? As
I
being-
do not recall. I was actually away from the office for an
okay.
extended period of time
Okay.
during this.
So my understanding is that, so that was approved, and as part of that, my understanding of the regulations around that particular approval are that that Acura sign, which is bigger, is supposed to be 20% of the additional first story, but we permitted it to be larger and above the number of stories that was permitted. Isn't that correct?
That would make sense, yes.
That's right. And in addition to that, if there was to be any additional showing of something, like a picture of a car or a picture of a bus or a picture of a whatever, is permitted an additional 30%. Is that correct? Of the first party sign.
So
That's my understanding of
okay, the primary purpose of a first-party sign is to identify a business on the premise.
Correct.
Now, there are conditions, like there's other additional performance standards included in the bylaw regulations.
So if
And
we had
what I think what you're trying to describe is where there's a subordinate portion of the primary first-party sign
Correct, the Acura
that
sign.
advertises goods and services associated with the business.
Yes.
That cannot exceed 30%.
That's correct.
That's,
Correct?
yeah.
Okay, so, so when you were looking at the tower, which I understand we now refer to as the tower, that in itself is more than 30% of the first-party sign, is it not?
Correct, and that was the variance that was being sought.
That's correct. And so the first variance was approved and adopted and supported by our office and by others and by you to put the Acura sign in a variance. It's not in compliance with our sign bylaw, correct?
That's, again, I wasn't here through that time period where approval was obtained, but I understand that to be correct.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions with regards to your evaluation, and particularly since actually the community was discussing this and did come to the committee and did object. So my understanding of this is that what happened, just confirm, or what happened was when the sign folks came, you decided that and you refused the additional 3 at the top, is that, of the tower, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's right. But you approved the 3 below.
Correct.
I think you called that, you negotiated a conciliatory arrangement, I think is what you said. Okay. Those 3 that were below would have actually, with no input from the community or me, and we will correct that in the future, would have stood, and that would have applied had the Acura dealership not decided that they wished to challenge that conciliatory arrangement.
Any individual or any party who is party to the application has the right to appeal.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was,
That means that that decision would not have stood had your office chosen to appeal.
I'm sorry, Robert, I'm not understanding.
The decision that we had originally made
Yes,
would not have stood had your office chosen to appeal.
that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, that would have proceeded if, in fact, the applicant had not chosen to appeal. The fact that they appealed your decision enabled me to challenge the position. Is that not correct?
What's currently taking place now is you're having the decision of the sign variance committee reconsidered by
I
council.
understand. I understand that. But what I'm
So,
asking...
but the applicant is not the only person that can appeal the decision.
No, I understand that, but the applicant did appeal the position.
Correct.
That's what I'm asking.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
And then there was a forum at the Sign Variance Committee where there was a hearing that took place, and
Yes.
then the Sign Variance Committee, the decision makers of the appeal,
Yes,
had the opportunity to consider
I understand.
all the information that you present.
And those, and at that, presentations were made by the community and by the councillor at those particular design variants, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The second thing I wanted to ask you is with regards to the official plan, the compatibility with the local development.
Councillor McConnell, if I will, I'm going to interrupt your time because we're a little bit over. We will give you an opportunity for a second round, but just so that we're in keeping with what we decided
Yes.
at the outset, I'll call, I know that Councillor Davis has questions to the item.
Thank you. So there are 3 criteria that you believe now brings the approved, revised proposal, master plan into compliance. Is that correct? So there's-
Yes.
One of them is section 694-30A, which is they're compatible with the development of the premises and surrounding area. 694-30A3. You're now saying that is compatible, the revised proposal.
What was originally proposed was not compatible?
Right, and you're
Right.
saying it now meets this test.
Correct.
You said it didn't, and the change that was made was the elimination of the higher level ground sign. Is that correct?
Yeah, instilling illumination restrictions, removing the signs that were erected above the second story.
I'm not talking about
And yeah, there was 3 conditions imposed in our decision.
on 694-30A4. Just let me back up a bit. So I'll go back to 3. It's 3, 4, and 5 that you believe are now bring this into compliance or accept,
Meeting the 9 tests.
meet the criteria of the bylaw. So in the first one, which is 3, this has to do with the law, the location of the sign.
Well, I just pulled the slide deck up respecting 3 on the screen here. Staff are of the opinion that this criteria has now been established through the approved signage master plan, in that the conditions imposed by staff of part of the approved master plan limit the height of the signs and restrict the hours of illumination to help minimize potential issues of incompatibility.
So, okay, your point is there's 2 things that were changed that you believe now bring it into compliance, the hours and the height.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it generally the case that we're dealing with ground signs in the CR Commercial Residential District?
No.
Your report says that generally, these are ground signs, and that they are restricted from being that height. So what you are saying in this, wall signs are most commonly located on the ground floor of a building, and the bylaw generally restricts the maximum area. This, though, you're saying meets these requirements even though, of being in a CR district, even though this sign is still not at ground level. It is not completely at ground level.
The signage that we granted approval for, that we decided to grant the variances to, are located at the first and second story,
Right.
which wall signs in a commercial residential sign district are permitted to be located.
On the second story as well.
First and second story, correct.
So on the second and, or third and fourth, or fourth and fifth, what were the changes that you believe make it compatible with the planned uses?
I'll just refer you to the slide again that's up on the screen. As with test 3, with test 4, the conditions attached to the approved signage master plan reduce the number and height of the signs, helping to ensure that the signs are of a scale that is more appropriate for a mixed-use area. The conditions attached to the approval also remove reference to specific automotive brands or models, helping to distinguish the signs from traditional third-party signs. So the signs are primarily being used for identification, right, by removing the branding and the model.
How is this being a gateway to this new community, which is identified in here as well? How do you believe that having a large illuminated commercial sign in that
Appropriately illuminated,
is
to be sure, if
a
the conditions.
gateway to a new residential community?
The automotive dealership is a permitted use. When all this planning had taken place to plan for the neighborhood, there was always the understanding that that portion, those 3 blocks or 5 blocks that were outlined on the south side of Front Street, were envisioned to be used for automotive dealership uses.
Okay, I am afraid I disagree with you on number 3, 4, and 5.
And Councillor, you know what? This is the forum to do that. We just objectively prepare our recommendations.
And the fourth has to...
Councillor Davis, I'm going to have to
Okay, I
cut
will
you off
leave it
there.
at that.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. So this is a first-party sign?
Correct.
Okay. And originally, there were going to be pictures of cars with the brand names beside them, and you felt that if the brand names were beside them, you were advertising the cars.
Well, with the condition that we imposed, we thought that it would be able to move it away from more of an
I'm not asking
advertising.
what wait, I'll get to that, I promise. But when they originally came in, they listed the brands of the vehicles, and you felt that would make it a third-party sign.
The original application depicted an automobile, an entire automobile taken at like an isometric angle with the model name.
With the model name, okay. Now, is the sign say like, Joe's Cars? Like, or what's the name of the dealership?
Acura.
Acura. Does the sign say Acura?
No.
No. It just has pictures of cars.
The approved plan has pictures of portions of cars.
Well, unless it's a 3D thing, it's always only going to be a portion. But anyway, that's quibbling. So the sign doesn't actually advertise the name of the dealer at all. It just advertises cars.
I would argue that the sign neither advertises nor identifies.
Okay, so that's a place where you and I might disagree. Can you give me examples in a mixed-use community of having these media towers like as this is? Is this a common?
They are not common, but I do think that this is kind of an architectural feature that is emerging.
That's your view, but I was not asking for your view. I was asking, can you give me examples of this use of a media tower in mixed-use commercial areas? I can't think of one either.
I think there's something like this, something in like a strip plaza up at like York Mills and Leslie, I've seen.
Right. So would you define the character of this neighborhood as being a strip plaza type of urban form?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConnell, do you have any further questions?
And I apologize for taking so long.
That's fine.
I think it'll make it easier for me to make my presentation at the end. So I really actually wanted to talk to you about this notion that the councillor has brought up, and that is about meeting the intent of the official plan and compatibility with the local development. Is it not correct that this is a revitalization precinct and has been very carefully constructed as an architectural, with an architectural specialty in it?
From my understanding, yes.
Yes, that's right. Is it not true that the design standards are very high for this particular neighborhood? Is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you have any sense of how many people would be viewing this from both the built-out condominiums and communities and nonprofits, as well as the ones that are about to come on. Do you have any sense of how many people will be looking at this?
I do believe that the placement of this tower element is intended and oriented to attract attention to eastbound traffic on Front Street.
Yes, but how many other people in the precinct will have this in their front window?
That I do not know.
Okay, and you didn't evaluate that?
No.
No, that's fine. It's fair enough. You've continued to talk about this as a mixed-use community, which it is. But by a mixed-use community, does that mean in your mind that it's up for sort of grabs and negotiation around the sign impacts to residential community?
Well, again, with the conditions that we imposed on the approved signage master plan, we really attempted to mitigate any impact.
No, I understand that you attempted to mitigate. I also understand that you didn't refuse. So I mean, this is the line between us, right? So I'm asking a different question. I'm asking whether or not you really looked at the residential part of that and considered whether or not this was going to impact the lives and the enjoyment and the quality of life of the enjoyment of people's homes.
I do believe staff did, in consideration of the conditions that they imposed on their decision.
Right. So if you lived in Leaside, would you get a sign like that in the middle of your community? No, right?
That's, I'd have to review the proposal. I mean, I'm not aware of any Acura dealerships that are seeking tower structures in Leaside.
Right. And so are these tower, because this is new, the tower media signs, which we see over at Dundas Square, and we have them in particular areas. But are these not precluded from being within residential communities?
But this is a mixed-use community.
I understand that it's a mixed use, but that's not my question. My question is, this is not a mixed use in the sense that we have an omelet here. This is a mixed use in the sense that everybody has to be living together in compatibility. And I'm asking the question as to whether or not the residential community and compatibility with this form of advertising that was balanced in the decision that you were making, or whether you were evaluating this only in terms of the master plan.
The only signage permitted in a residential sign district that's not associated with the place of worship, a hospital, or a school is a 0.3 square meter non-illuminated wall sign.
Right. That's correct. So, and I appreciate that. Would you, the community have come forward and they have said that you have altered the character of their area, which they have worked on. You didn't seem to feel that that was the case. Do you want to explain to me or others why you decided that the commercial product would do placement over the character of the community?
The original proposal presented by the applicant, we felt did not meet test number 8. The approved proposal,
When you reduced it, yes?
with the conditions imposed,
Oh, right, the conditions.
was felt that it did not alter the character of the.
Would it surprise you when I was there 3 days ago that all of the lights were on?
Councillor McConnell, I'm going to cut you off
I'm
again
done.
there.
No, that was my last question.
That does not surprise me, no.
Right.
No, it's characteristic of sign companies to beg for forgiveness rather than ask for permission.
Thank you, Robert. That's a very honest answer. Thank you.
Councillor Fragedakis. And before I do that, if I could just remind councillors that their attention needs to be on the hearing, and they shouldn't be in conversations with staff. Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis.
Yeah, I just want some clarity on this, as this is of great interest to many people in our area. So if a sign application was to come in that covered the entire wall, would that be something that staff would think was permissible, and would that,
Where was the, where?
for example, if this whole, so from what I've seen in the photos, the entire structure, the face of the entire structure is covered.
And that is a variance that they sought.
What's that?
That was a variance that was being sought.
Right, so I understand that this is affixed to the building, but only a percentage of it is affixed to the building. So if this was just on the wall of the building, for the whole of the wall, would this be something that you, staff, not just you, would approve?
So if these 6 signs were on the entire building wall
Yes.
rather than on this architectural element?
Yes. Is that something that you would have thought was
Well, there would be
appropriate and within the
variances
bylaw?
required. There would still be variances required, but except one of the variances may not be required because it would meet, if at the first story, the 20% maximum sign face area requirement. But then other variances for, the 70-30 split between identification and advertising would still be required. And signage above the second story would also be
Still be
required.
required. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on the presentation? Seeing none. I believe there was an opportunity for the speaker to refute any. No? Are you sure about that? If it's, only the applicant has that opportunity. Okay, then. We'll move it along to speakers. Councillor McConnell to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would move refusal of the application, as I do not believe that it meets the test of 3, 4, 5, or 8, and I will address that. So the first piece of that is, notwithstanding the revised recommendations that came forward, which were approved by staff and approved by the Sign Variance Committee, I believe that the display, this commercial product, and the content of it over the extended part of the building, and then compounded by the height, will in fact really impact the community and does not affect and does not meet these particular tests. The first test is it does not meet the intent of the official plan, the compatibility with local development. And as you know, the site is located in a very brand-new West Don Lands waterfront revitalization precinct. Future residential development is going to happen south of this site, and there's an expected future redevelopment of the car dealership to the west, and it will create a mix of commercial residential neighborhood, but it will not have the high quality of design in buildings and the public realm that are the objectives of the precinct plan. So the public realm is very much part of that, and this is not what I call compatible with the public realm. The second one, and by the way, the display of commercial products over the area of this building is not consistent with the design standards either of the neighborhood. The second characteristic that I don't think it is the altering the character of the area. The commercial product placement over such an extensive area and the height imposes itself really on the streetscape and on the views from the existing and the future residential buildings. And I think that's a huge impact on our neighborhood. Next, the adversity affects the adjacent premises. The backlit illumination, even with it being turned off, and as you heard from staff, I was there 2 nights, and most recently, I think 3 nights ago, and all the signs were on. So even though there is a restriction on that, I believe that the backlit illumination will affect the neighboring residential buildings, and in particular, that would include currently Trinity Lofts to the west, and they have objected to that, as well as you heard from the deputation from the Neighborhood Association. And finally, it is not in the public interest, in my view. The commercial property product display is intended to be limited under the bylaw. It is a display of this number of panels and composed of 100% of the commercial content at this height is not acceptable in terms of a variance from the bylaw, in my view. And I think that it sets a very bad precedent for these towers to replicate all over the downtown, where we always have mixed use, but where we always make sure that people can go to bed at night, that they can enjoy their balconies, that they can enjoy their views, and that their views are not pictures of somebody else's cars. So from my perspective, I think on all of those, it really affects. And so I have said that we did vary to allow the Acura sign to be bigger, and so we weren't unreasonable about this. But I think that in fact, you know, I don't think that we should be negotiating a deal with the commercial operator without including the views of all of the people, the thousands and thousands and thousands of living rooms and bedrooms that are around, and the fact that people have spent years and years and years since the days of Barbara Hall to get this area right. And it's been very much the West Don Lands community that have done, coalition that has done that, and I think this flies in their face and they're quite upset about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow, question of the mover? Do we have that opportunity in this? No? On a point of order. Oh, go right ahead.
So to adopt staff recommendations, do their recommendations need to be moved at this point?
I'm going to look towards our legal, the motion that we have up to refuse would be moved. I don't believe there's a requirement.
I'll explain why.
If you'd like to move the staff recommendations.
It's not so much want to, it's should it be?
I don't think we're getting an indication that it needs to be.
If we are to, well, then I will move it and I'll speak to why.
Sure.
Our legal advice is that it would not have to be. Yes, Councillor Fragedakis.
So it's not the committee, it's not the staff's recommendations that are before this body, it's actually the committee's recommendations that are before this body. Is that correct?
Yes.
The question was whether or not the staff committee's proposal is in front of us, or recommendations are in front of us, or the committee's recommendation.
And then to add on, let's say if hypothetically, if Councillor McConnell's motion failed, then what happens? Like, then do we move the recommendations, or does it just automatically get approved, or what happens?
Yeah, I think you would send it up to council without recommendation in that instance.
Okay. And the question on whose recommendations are in front of us.
Well, the staff report in front of you is that it's from the sign unit of the Toronto building. It's their recommendation that's in front of you to consider.
For clarity. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
So on that advice, I'll move the staff recommendations for one reason alone. My heart is with Councillor McConnell and her community. I don't like these recommendations. I don't especially like the sign. I don't have a lot of confidence, as Mr. Bader I think acknowledged, that many companies, I won't allude directly to this one, but many companies like to comply with the city's expectations of them, and they do often do what they want to do and then apologize after. I agree with all that, and again, my heart is deeply with Councillor McConnell. My mind, though, reflects on what Mr. Bader said in his opening remarks, which is that we're not being asked to be wearing our legislative hat or our activist hat. We're here to be a quasi-judicial body and to adjudicate our interpretation of the 9 tests and whether or not they've been complied with. And based on what I've heard and read, I see no reason to not accept Mr. Bader's advice. He gave credible answers. His report, I didn't see any clear holes in it. And I heard just strong arguments and general candor. So that's why I move it. But I move it with personal reluctance. But I believe that the hat that I have to wear is just objectively looking at the 9 tests and whether or not I have reason to doubt they've been adhered to.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. So applying my mind here, I'm going to have to agree with Councillor McConnell. We were given evidence by staff that this type of sign is not common in most mixed-use areas. In fact, where you would typically see this type of sign is in a strip mall. So I want to refer you members to the bylaw, one of the third test. The signs contained in the proposed signage master plan are compatible with the development of the premises and the surrounding area. The surrounding area in no way has the character of a strip mall. I also want to refer you to the 4th test. The signs contained in the proposed sign master plan supports the official plan objectives for the property and the surrounding area. The surrounding area has official plan approvals and secondary plan approvals, which make it very distinct from the kind of street features you would find around a strip mall. Finally, test 8, the signs contained in the proposed signage master plan do not alter the character of the premises or the surrounding area, given that the surrounding area in no way reflects the character of the kind of suburban or inner suburban street where you would find a strip mall. This would be bringing a feature of a strip mall to that area, therefore altering it. So based on those 3 tests, which you are supposed to evaluate, based on the evidence you heard from staff and deputant, I don't think you can, using your mind or your heart, support Councillor Matlow's motion. Instead, you have to support Councillor McConnell's.
Thank you very much. If there are no other speakers on the item, first we have Councillor McConnell's motion. If we could have it on the screen. To refuse the application. There it is. To refuse the variances. All those in favor? And a call for a recorded vote. Hands nice and high. Councillor Davis, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Layton, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Perks, Councillor McConnell, and Councillor Bailao. All those opposed, Councillor McMahon and Councillor Matlow. That motion carries. We now move on to item TE 20.18, TO Core Planning Downtown Toronto Proposals Report Secondary Plan Directions and Update. For those here in the public gallery, we're going to hear a presentation from staff, and then we'll go through some speakers from the public, and then we'll go to questions of staff, and then to councillor speakers. A reminder of councillors, this was a 2:30 item. At 3:30, we start to hear other items again. So if we could try to be as effective and efficient as possible with our questions and speaking time, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Can you take the chair just for a minute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I just want to begin by thanking the Community Council for their ongoing support and their engagement on this project. We've been here several times. We'll be back a few more times before the end. I want to thank as well our interdivisional team, many of whom are here today in the audience. This as it is as much their plan as it is ours. And I also want to thank our TO Core planning team. Some of the walking wounded are here with us today. They came in specially for this milestone event in presenting to you the proposals report. For those of you who have been around a while, this journey, planning downtown Toronto in a contemporary sense dates back many decades, but we look back at 1976 when we made, I think, a great decision to plan downtown Toronto as a mixed-use community, and that idea of mixed use. And you'll recall what we did in St. Lawrence in the 70s and the 80s, or in the Kings in the 1990s, all these major threshold events. These plans, these initiatives have made downtown very successful. It's made it a very desirable place to live, work, play, invest. And this proposals report and the work we're doing now is about planning for the next 25 years, looking forward to the next 25 years toward 2041. What we're calling downtown Toronto's defining moment in our report connects a couple of big ideas. How can planning policy better respond to the growth challenges that we're all confronting? We saw that this morning in a number of items and deputations. The day-to-day life of downtown residents and people who work downtown is happening in an environment of substantial change and growth. So how can our policy better respond to that? How can our infrastructure, both physical and social, be better aligned and support that growth? And how can we capture what we've achieved? Basically, when we master plan, we're able to capture a lot of things. Think about St. Lawrence, think about Regent Park, think about Alexandra Park. How can we capture the best qualities of that kind of planning, the best qualities of a diverse and inclusive downtown when we're increasingly developing site by site? What translation do we have to make that we can achieve those good things when we plan site by site? I'll remind you the geography of the downtown is on the map and it's embedded in our minds, but we look across from Bathurst to the river south of Davenport Road generally, or Dupont Street. And the main purpose of this exercise has been to acknowledge that we are going to continue to grow, but we want that growth to be positively contributing to the downtown as a great place to live, work, play, learn, and invest. The alignment as well, I just would underscore the alignment of this exercise with Council's strategic plan, and we would hope with the city's long-term fiscal plan. Where we are in the process, it's a 3-year initiative. We're currently at the end of the second phase, and we're presenting the proposals report to you today based on the emerging directions that were considered by City Council in December 2015. So less than a year ago, we got to that milestone. We're now at this major milestone, and as I said, we will be back in 2017 a couple of times. I would underscore, though, and many of you told us at the beginning, don't wait until the end to implement. So 3 good examples of this are around the tower separation, official plan amendment and zoning that's been adopted, around the idea about Rail Deck Park and getting that going, and the idea about King Street, getting that going. So the message was, great stuff, but don't wait until the end, and we've taken that very seriously. It's a collaborative project. It involves divisions from across and other supporting partners in our municipal world, 13 divisions, 7 partners, and everyone's been at the table, I would have to say, in helping develop this. As well, the engagement has been extensive and diverse, and this is just a snapshot slide of the amount of engagement that we've been undertaking across various modes and means over the duration of the process. The building blocks, a study like this, you have to manage the scope of it, and We've nestled a lot of topics when you begin to unpack all this. We've nestled a lot into these 7 building blocks. But each of these building blocks has been informing in a very comprehensive way both the secondary plan and the infrastructure strategies that are being developed. The report that's in front of you today, the focus of it is the secondary plan. The infrastructure strategies are under development, and they will come over the course of time and later. But the work and what I'm talking about today is the thrust of that is the secondary plan. The downtown is growing, obvious statement. This just underscores the need to reset planning policy and retool infrastructure. It's the sheer weight of this growth. For example, each year, 10,000 people are moving into downtown. And there is a potential projection of 475,000 by the year 2041. So it's very real. And it is one of the clear areas of emphasis that we placed on moving quickly toward putting a new secondary plan in front of you. Well, these 2 slides, or 1 slide that moves, I'm told, gives you a sense of. That's right. So you're not hallucinating. This will give you a sense of where the growth is happening from 2011 to 26, and then out to 2041 if you want to go back and forth a little bit. But you can see the upside-down T of growth, the way that the growth is focused in our mixed-use areas and our regeneration areas on the official plan map. You can also see that areas such as the Annex, Cabbagetown, Chinatown, Huron-Sussex example, aren't changing as much, and that again reflects the low-density designation lower density designation that's in the plan. We like to say that we're aiming toward, that we have in many respects a downtown like no other, and we're certainly aiming toward keeping it that way and growing that idea. But in the report, we emphasize that the idea of downtown is something that Toronto never gave up on. And the report outlines the kind of strands of DNA that we feel comprise the character and essential qualities of downtown. And it gives us a bit of a guidepost as to where we are headed up until 2041 and how much our secondary plan will acknowledge the role that downtown plays in both maintaining long-term prosperity, but also the social well-being of Torontonians. The snapshot postcard slide that we like to use, and we've added a few other stats on this, but the main point here is that 3% of the land area of 416 does a lot of heavy lifting, and you can see that through the display of the metrics that are on this slide. The planning document, the draft planning document, is shaped by a vision statement that's outlined in the report. It really captures what we've studied and what we've heard, and it tries to articulate the kind of downtown that we want to wake up to in 2041. The vision is around a livable, connected, prosperous, and resilient heart for the City of Toronto as we move forward. 5 guiding principles lay out how our policy will be, set out how our policy is intended to be influenced, and help us with our priorities. It's always there are always choices to be made and priorities to be taken, and they're intended also to help us in this translation exercise that I mentioned. When we've been achieving good things through master planning, how we shift increasingly to site-by-site and smaller infill sites. The principles include livability, a downtown of neighborhoods, flexible and dynamic public space, and an inclusive and affordable downtown. They include connectivity, the idea that this is the region's most accessible center, the need to prioritize sustainable transportation, the need to develop a greener and more connected public realm. The emphasis that we place on prosperity, our competitive image to the world, the overwhelming sense that that it is the economic driver for the city, the region, and the country, and the growing emphasis that we place on arts and culture and how we need that sector to flourish. The resiliency a stronger, healthier downtown toward a low-carbon downtown, which is what we are doing citywide and how that reflects in the environment downtown. The responsibility, this is about elevating implementation. Implementation, even though it's going to be the last slide in this presentation, has to almost be riding up front with every other major slide. If we give it its due, it has to be a principle because this has to be made to work over a long period of time, over 25 years. So this is about taking responsibility for the financial obligations, priorities, and commitments, and the means through which we can achieve a good infrastructure plan to support growth. There are scarily 128 proposed policies, but they are comprehensive. We've been told this already in letters that have arrived at the committee. A very comprehensive look at the downtown. They are also about moving from best practice into policy and ensuring that policy supports many of the actions that we often already take in some of our incremental planning decisions. They also strengthen and clarify directions that we already are taking but are often challenged by. These little sweet spots that we always hit on, especially at the OMB, where our policy is intended to say something but doesn't quite say that. We've focused a lot of work on how to tune up those policies to make them clear. One of these areas, a popular point of discussion, is the mixed-use area designation downtown, and we're proposing a finer grain of mixed-use designations in the official plan. As I said, we've had these discussions a lot, but the principle here is that we don't expect a Bay Street solution to show up in Kensington or Cabbagetown. We want something more contextual on a Davenport or a Church. So there's lots of subtleties downtown within the mixed-use areas that we think the planning policy has to be more directive and sensitive to and contextually appropriate. The economic role, I've spoken about the importance of this. Adding in, strengthening policies around land use for the financial district and the health sciences district. These are critical sectors to the health and prosperity of the downtown. Giving them room to grow, giving them those areas assurance that the land use capacity is there for them to grow. The idea of improving the public realm around both the courts and City Hall and the Capitol buildings, the provincial Capitol buildings, the emphasis on public realm. This is all about things that are going on out there, but capturing them in policy. A Parks and Public Realm Plan. We don't have a Parks and Public Realm Plan for downtown. We have a lot of things going on. There are a lot of pieces that have been happening. Great stuff. A discussion about Yonge Street, discussions about John Street, Bloor Street transformation, Allen Gardens, many new parks that have been built. I think 21 or something in the last little while. But composing it in a plan is an important implementation strategy for TO Core. And that's a big part of the work that's underway. And it's a plan at 3 scales that will deal with that larger scale, be it the importance of the new park that's proposed for the Valley, the Don Valley, or a Yonge Street, one of the 10 great streets of downtown. Or it might be happening at more of a district wide scale, something like a rail deck park or a missing anchor in an area, or it could be happening at a neighborhood scale. This is the John Streets, the Yorkville Public Realm Plan that we've got developing. So when we think about parks and public realm, we're thinking at these different layers, in these different layers. And from a policy point of view, we are definitely trying to rebalance the use of public space. It's finite. And this is about establishing a better balance of use within that finite space. These are the difficult decisions and choices that we make when we decide that we want to use streets differently, more shared streets, more that complete streets lens. And putting that idea into policy to get away from the incremental debates, because we know the official plan will tell us this is the right thing to do. Building for livability is it's a lot of things in the proposals report, primarily about relinking the intensity with the scale, the intensity, the density of development that's happening, and the actual scale of the development, and the importance of infrastructure, both from a built form solution point of view and an infrastructure solution is two sides of the same coin, and we want to make sure that that's read together. We're doing, as a division, a lot of work with vertical communities, and this is something that I think we all know intuitively, but we're trying to bring it more to the fore in our understanding of what people are coping with when they see the degree of change happening downtown. And interesting math here, the population won't be the same, I suspect, but because the houses in the annex are larger and they may house more people than the 1,100 units. But it's an interesting comparison to make. And when you think about public policy, that 1,100 units are represented on both sides of this slide. So the policy direction is about being clear. We're never really going to match the low-density standards one-to-one, but we need to be more responsive to the impact of change and the need to support daily life in vertical communities. We need to be as responsive as we've been in neighborhoods, low-density neighborhoods. We need to be as responsive to the people who are living in vertical communities and their needs to support daily life. Shaping built form, the very, very strong and established relationship between the public realm and the built environment. This is about the nature and scarcity of common public space being made more a focus through such things as everything from streetscapes to workplace amenity, sunlight access, the transition of built forms so that you don't overshadow or you allow for windows of sunlight in important public spaces. And it's about what we've already done, which is the spacing and fit of towers through the tower separation OPA and bylaw. The diversity of housing, moving from practice into policy, this is a good example of that. When we think about large sites, that might work when we've got lots of space. We should be thinking more of large developments. And this is something that we've heard loud and clear from the community council members, is how to get a new emphasis on achieving affordable housing and other kinds of supportive housing in a more direct way, other than just through a negotiation through Section 37. Other things that we've been doing, moving practice into policy around family units, 3-bedroom units, and supporting housing for vulnerable populations that aren't currently spoken to in our policy frameworks. Downtown mobility, making streets more complete. I've mentioned this, but the emphasis on pedestrians, pedestrian priority networks, and looking out beyond the 10-year cycling network, something that gets us somewhere by the time we get to 2041, hopefully way earlier than 2041, because of the great appetite that there is out there and growing for cycling. Unlocking service transit. The plan already contains priority transit corridor mapping, but that needs to be strengthened around what we really mean for it downtown, because we rely so much on surface transit. And the idea of linking mobility, public realm, and economic prosperity, that's what King Street is all about, those 3 pillars. So this is about having public policy that actually is quite clear about the improvements that we can make around surface transit. Enhancing community facilities. This is one of the great challenges of master planning. We can build a region park, and we can know that we need a community center, and we need a park, and we need a pool, and we can make things happen. Even today, while it's been 15 years, we approved new community centers and schools for the railway lands. But when you're dealing with an infill environment, it's a lot trickier. And this is I'll admit, one of the great challenges of this exercise is figuring out how we're going to land essential community services as we continue to grow in infill environments. And this map just highlights just 3 of the areas where we'll be challenged to do this. And when you think about building a pipe, you know you can size the pipe for a number of people, but it's a lot trickier with community centers because the service areas are quite different. The uses that go in them are quite different. So this is going to be an area where we're going to be depending a lot on our partners to map out and be opportunistic with new community facilities in the next 25 years. Celebrating culture. The culture sector is vast and in many ways challenges our traditional view of the importance of such things as the financial sector. You think of the financial sector, or the medical science sector, the academic sector. The culture, arts and culture sector is huge. $11 billion contribution to the GDP of the economy in Toronto each year, and a lot of it is playing out in downtown Toronto, right on downtown Toronto streets, because they tell us when they film, critically, they need access to these streets to make that business. The dependency on access to these streets is quite significant. Water and energy, nothing works without water and energy, and you don't see it every day, but you don't see the pipes every day, but you certainly have access to this system that we have here. And it's complex, and it has to accommodate the growing population that we have. We are feeding right into these new modeling exercises that are going on with Toronto Water to make sure that this is calibrated correctly, and it's got to obviously inform long-term financial planning. And with respect to energy, well, there are significant projects underway on a citywide basis. There will be some specific downtown Toronto issues that come up with energy that we've got to address. For example, how tall buildings are dealing with energy in a more sustainable manner. Making it happen over 25 years on this is kind of the left side and right side of the planning brain, but this is about developing the secondary plan and the infrastructure strategies and ultimately marrying them to implementation mechanisms. And that will play out over a long period of time, but we want to get this recipe right as we bring forward the policies over the next year. These implementation mechanisms, these are going to be some of the more difficult conversations we have around focusing both growth-oriented funding options and other funding options, whether it be the Bentway partnerships and whether it be thinking of new revenue tools perhaps, and having planning tools that help us pace the change in development that's happening, such things as holding bylaws. So I'll just finish by highlighting the two simple recommendations. We're not asking you to make any decisions today. This is about tabling the report and getting out to the public and the stakeholders and having a continuing conversation with them and coming back to you in mid-2017 by, or that says the third quarter, with a draft secondary plan. That's in a more developed and finalized fashion for you to consider. So those are my comments, and I thank you for indulging me.
That's it? You didn't want a couple more minutes on the presentation time? Are there, we're not going to do questions. We're going to do, no. We're going to go to deputations first, and then we'll return to questions of staff, if that works for everyone. But thank you very much, and I'm sure that you'll get many, many kudos. The first deputant I have here on the list is Gary Schweitzer. My apologies, Mr. Switzer. I'll start your time, and you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't have any pictures to show, and I'll try to be brief. Good afternoon, Community Council and Chairman Layton. My name is Gary Switzer, CEO of Mod Developments, and I am the chair of the Toronto chapter of BUILD. And we are here with, to put it mildly, significant interest when we found out about Councillor Wong-Tam's proposed motion for a moratorium on downtown development, which on one hand was a bit of nostalgia, 45-foot bylaws from the 70s, which was referred to earlier. But I wanted to thank the councillor because we did have a very productive meeting with her last week. And while we know that the motion is or will be withdrawn, the revised motion still warrants some comments, especially with respect in connection to the discussions that we've just heard about TO Core. So there's 3 main points that I would like to just convey to the council. And first is, I guess one is to really repeat, and I think you've heard it from some of my predecessors and even some of Mr. Lintern's presentation in terms of with statistics, but what I want to reaffirm on behalf of the membership of BUILD, that nearly 75,000 jobs are produced in the city by the building industry and is one of the largest employers in Toronto. $4.3 billion in wages, $10.9 billion in investment value. As a simple rule of thumb, when we look at the cranes on the sites across the city, one crane represents about 500 jobs. And as was also mentioned in the planning presentation, there are about 100,000 people and 50,000 jobs coming to the GTA every year. So the idea of a moratorium does bring some level of concern to our industry. Now, when we heard, the second main point is with regards to TO Core. When we were first informed as part of the public consultation on TO Core, I have to admit, personally, I was very excited, and I think the membership was generally very excited that this was a great idea, that it was an idea to look at the entire downtown in a very holistic way, that the city was involving not just planning, but various other departments. But we were somewhat surprised that the first action that did emerge from this visionary project was dealing with codifying limiting distances between tall buildings. And it seemed a bit of a letdown in terms of the visionary aspect of making a livable city, and then it just got reduced to numbers in a bylaw. We've we feel that that right now there is a very rigorous approval process in place. And this is with regards to any ideas about slowing down or having a moratorium on development. But it's becoming increasingly uncertain, ever evolving, and sometimes it seems like it's being designed to slow economic development. When we talk about, when we hear from councillors and sometimes from members of the public that there is a development fatigue emerging in the city, well, from our point of view, there's also a policy fatigue. And to quote Greg, 128 policies just in TO Core alone. To our mind, TO Core should be the preeminent master plan of the downtown and streamline the policies, not simply pile them on. The city could pull all the favorable aspects of council-approved plans and policies into one final coherent document, making it the new rule book for downtown. Third point is regarding the idea of funding and DCs, and it always comes, it's like the old Jackie Mason joke, it's not about the money, but it comes down to the money again. And when I was talking about policy fatigue earlier, it's not only the hurdle that we have to deal in dealing with policies, but it is with the ever-growing list of new taxes, fees, and charges. We can accept our fair share and seek assurance that this funding that is deployed. Our city has significant capital infrastructure needs, yet according to the city's own reporting, DCs applied to capital spending were under budget by $91 million. In other words, DCs are being collected, but they're not being spent, and our industry, when it comes to both the DCs and the parks levies, when we often ask, well, where is the money going, we never really hear a fair answer as far as how is it the money actually being deployed. And I think that it's fair to say that, and I think Councillor Wong Tam brought this up when we met with her, the residents often express the same thing. They'll go through years and years of disruption from building after building being built on a street like Charles Street, and wondering, okay, when is the end near? But they're answered, well, you know, millions of dollars in DCs and parks levies are being generated by these projects. But then the question is, okay, now when can we see where all this new money is being spent and where's the new parkland? We believe that any pause...
I'm going to have to cut you off there. I've been rather lenient with the time, but maybe a question from one of the committee members will help extend it for you.
Okay.
My apologies.
Could I just give my final point?
If it's one sentence.
One sentence is essentially what we would like to be is treated like partners in this conversation. It's not a question of just present it to the building industry, expect the automatic, rejection or arguments from our end of the thing, but really engage. We're asking both the planning department and I think also from council is really treat the building industry with respect and treat us as partners in growing the city.
One long sentence, but you just got it in. Are there any questions? Councillor Mihevc.
It was a run-on sentence, and it was a good one. So just asking this question as a partner, and I somehow think that Councillor Wong-Tam's proposed motion was more to stimulate a particular kind of conversation. And that particular kind of conversation was around really the city side of the infrastructure necessary to support the development. And, we're about to go into possibly a very animated conversation around new revenue tools and that. And like many of us around this table, I know you've been here many times and you've seen it. This is actually a very development-friendly community council. We go through like crazy stuff, and frankly, I think we are your partners. You are our partners. It's all good. Where we're seeing on this side, and I want your reaction, is how are we going to support all this stuff? When we don't have two nickels to rub together to say do the Queens Quay East, Queens Quay West, and there might be other just on the transportation side. So can we count on the development industry to also be our partners in making the plea to a tax-resistant council sometimes and a tax-resistant public sometimes that we need other revenue tools to build a city that we want you folks to build? Are you in on that side of it?
So can I give a long answer or a simple answer? Okay, Councillor, I would say yes, we are in. But I think that the dilemma is that what ends up emerging is because the council is reluctant to face the music and raise property taxes, what they will do is say, well, new homeowners or the new people moving to the city and buying homes, they're the ones that should be paying for it because it's an easy way to pass the buck. And when we think of other revenue tools like road tolls, nobody wants to deal with that. So we know that there are political aspects to the shortfall in money. And we've been asked as an industry, okay, almost like pick your poison. Which new revenue tools do you want to adopt? Which is kind of the wrong way to ask the question because in a sense, we are all in it together, but we don't want new homeowners, which is our industry, penalized because of the political reluctance to raise taxes elsewhere.
So would you support a way of thinking, and I don't have a particular tax in mind, but just a way of thinking to say we all kind of have to share the pain, including new homeowners, us as motorists when we're using that Gardner Expressway or what have you, us as consumers, perhaps with the sales tax, us as car drivers with the registration tax or parking tax. Like we got to find a way to share this pain. Well, I can't do that, what you're talking about, unless we also do that.
Well, I agree. And when we're selling a new home or condominium in the city, we did statistics, probably about 18% of the purchase price to a new homeowner is going to some level of taxes. And I think part of the issue that I think where Councillor Wong-Tam wanted to start the conversation is, where is this money going? So we're paying the DCs already, but there doesn't seem to be an accountability in terms of, or particularly the parks levies. Each project is generating millions of dollars in parks levies, yet the parks are still dirty. We still don't see a lot of new parks. And I think that's the reluctance on our membership is there accountability in terms of where this money is going?
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much for the deputation. I just wanted to clarify, you raised the point about development charges and not knowing where they go generally. Have you raised this question with planning staff? Have you brought this up with the city manager or perhaps in your meetings with the mayor about where the development charges that are generated with development, where that goes?
We've never really had satisfactory answers in terms of being very specific. Like I would love to see a tracking of the last 10 years, particularly parks levies, as far as how much money has been collected, how much has gone into general revenue, how much has gone into new parks.
Doesn't go into general.
Hold on. I get to ask the questions right now. So you have raised in your meetings with various city officials, you have raised the question, where are the development charges that the industry is paying to offset the development that you're obviously building, and you have not received a satisfactory answer?
No, we haven't.
Would you say that there's dissatisfaction in the development industry, not knowing where those charges are going?
Well, I think it's a combination of the development charges are going up constantly. There's rumors there's going to be dramatic increases in the upcoming year, and it just becomes more and more frustrating.
Is it the official position of Build that property taxes are artificially suppressed in the city of Toronto?
I don't know if there's an official position.
But it has been raised publicly.
Yes, it has.
By various Build officials.
Yes.
And would you be taking an active position during the budget process of 2017, the one that's just about to be launched?
Yes, we would like to be, yes.
Yeah, and what position would you be taking regarding property taxes? I mean, we're talking about services not keeping up with the pace of development and intensification.
I think it's something that has to be considered.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher.
I guess since you're head of Build, would wonder if you didn't know as much about parks levies. Did you know that parks levies are not used to operate parks? They're only capital. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of it,
You said parks operating, so I just wanted
no,
to clarify that.
but the question is, and I'm speaking as a combination as a citizen as well as my volunteer membership at Build, is the results.
You said to us in your deputation or your answer, where is the operating dollars for parks? And I'm clarifying with you that parks levies do not go into operating, and you agree with me, you understand that? Yes or no?
I understand what you're saying, and
You understand that?
Yes.
Thank you. And you understand that parks levies are sent 50% go throughout the entire city. They go to Malvern, they go to Rexdale, they go everywhere else. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. The next up is John Carlos. Oh, I'm not. Sifidis?
It's a good Scottish name, Mr. Chairman. It's Fetus.
Oh, not too far off. Sorry about that. You'll have 5 minutes. I will start your time.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Toronto and East York Community Councils. My name is John Carlos Sulfidis, and I am the chair of the Building Industry and Land Development Association's Renovator Council and member of the Build Executive. Today, I'm also here as a renovator and infill builder who takes pride in helping to shape the communities of this vibrant city. So thank you for the opportunity to address you, and I will not be asking for a big sign anytime soon. I had originally intended to only address Councillor Wong Tam's suggestion of a one-year moratorium on Utah building rezoning applications in the core. Along with our home builder and development colleagues at Build, this is something that we read with keen interest, as it had the potential to affect all types of building and planning, and now it has brought us to a larger conversation about how we are planning our cities and how collectively we all have to be a part of that conversation. And this is directly connected to the TO Core update, which speaks to a visionary big picture of city planning that we need and that Build's renovator and infill members are part of. Our members at Build, just so you know who we are, we're the softer side of the industry, right? Certainly we like to think so. We're the professional renovators and the infill builders. We're the ones that work cooperatively with city officials, that get the necessary permits and licenses and insurance coverage. We offer warranties to clients. Yeah, we're the good guys, in short. And we are your partners in building the great communities of this city, and we'd like you to know that. And as I'm sure you know, the renovation industry is a significant contributor to Toronto's economy. You've heard the statistics. I'm not going to rehash them, but just to tell you this, the renovation and infill industry is larger than the new home building industry. It's larger than the auto industry. So you need to be aware of this. We are fragmented because there are many participants, but we're the largest player in the game. And it's against this backdrop that sometimes we get a little flustered when we think about, how much our industry contributes, not only in terms of financial elements and what we generate for the city, but in terms of the cityscape. We build some pretty interesting and cool things. and we help to contribute to the landscape of the city. We do pay our fair share of development charges, building permit fees, planning application fees, and yet we are often puzzled as to where these funds go. They are supposed to be allocated to infrastructure and services that our residents need to accommodate growth, yet we continually hear that it's not enough and that things aren't moving quickly enough. Hence the councillor's contemplation of a moratorium to figure it all out. We at Build want to be part of the conversation that figures it out, and figure it out we must. Currently, we pay for services that have no predictability in outcome and no standard timeline for delivery. Just consider how lengthy the approval process has become. You can imagine what goes on in our clients' minds when we tell them how long it will take to get a zoning certificate, a building permit, a committee of adjustments hearing date. We do not want these clients or need these clients to turn to an underground economy that does nothing to assist the city's revenue stream or to help deliver services that are essential for growing communities. An efficient approval system, quicker and more reliable application turnaround times, certainty in understanding where the revenue collected is allocated, and even an examination of the building and planning departments. All of these should be part of a comprehensive TO core discussion. To reiterate, we are the city's partners in building the world-class communities that we have, and we want to feel as though the city is committed to that partnership. Recognize the vitality that we bring to our communities. Work with us to discover ways that we can together continue to build a great city. Clarity through a visionary TO core study, we believe, would help to do that. Let's not think about delaying planning through a moratorium. Let's not pause the revenue stream for the infrastructure dollars that our citizens need. Rather, let's think about a better way of doing things. Let's think about where the funds are being allocated. Let's think about being more efficient and transparent. And bring us to the table to have these discussions with you. Councillor Wong Tam did get our attention with a proposed moratorium, but that also got us thinking about how we could be part of a different TO core conversation. Renovators and infill builders have much to contribute and should be called upon for a seat at any future deliberations so that we can continue to be your partners in building Toronto's great and complete communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of this deputant? No? Oh, Councillor Fletcher.
I wanted to let you know that councillors also feel that all the money leaves the downtown and goes everywhere. And just so you're not alone in wondering.
Okay.
But that's where it goes, the whole city.
We appreciate that.
You might not like that, and you probably, it doesn't sound like you like that, but that is the current policy, so you should.
We believe the city is the city and all quadrants of the city need to be served.
Getting all, that is where the money is going then. That's the answer to your question.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll invite up our next deputant, Hamish Wilson.
Good afternoon again. Thanks for being here and doing your diligence. Certainly this is pretty good work in some ways, absolutely, and wise attempts to try and get ahead of the only more buildings folks and otherwise try to manage a mess. But in some other ways, perhaps related to being a little bit more out in the streets, the city core is in such a mess, quite honestly, noted a bit at times with references to tipping points by Ms. Keesmaat and Mr. Livy, that the rational thing to do is to have a development freeze, yes, until there are very real transit improvements, especially, not just talk about more plans. And it was interesting, I hadn't heard a thing about Ms. Wong Tam's suggestion of having a development freeze till now. I missed the article or something, but I must admit it crossed my mind. Yes, it's just too much. Things are rough. So let's slow down and actually get things much more together, especially the transit. But in reading through the plan, the sewer systems are challenged, the electricity grid is challenged, the water supply is challenged. What are we going to do and how are we going to finance it? And certainly the core is milked to help support the rest of the city. There's no doubt about it. So we've also, in terms of the transit and the whole, we had a few bad years for planning when forwards was backwards. You folks know so much more about it than I do. Now we're recovering, but still planning is really challenged. And it got more challenged just last week, I think, in the critical transit area when the council overruled or did not go ahead with keeping the priorities for transit projects, as it were. So the Eglinton Avenue West project now has a higher priority than some of the other ones. And of course, there's the folly of the Scarborough subway extension. So we really do have to work on better planning. And one of the things that I think we should be doing is going beyond the boundaries of the mere core, especially with the transport, to think about where are many of our vehicles coming from, because quite honestly, the cars are the big issue that actually affect the livability of the core, how we get around and move. This is a very old illustration of the volume of cars, especially coming in from the West End. So that's why I've been focused on the West End and improving the transit from the pinch point into the core. I don't care really how it's done, but that's something that has been kind of neglected, quite honestly, in the last few years. And I think that's one of the reasons for addressing it. That gets to the problems of the King Street right-of-way. Even though it's something, there's no doubt about it. This is from the West Waterfront LRTEA of merely 1992. I guess it's not too bad as they go. They actually analyzed the relative merits of having different facilities in different areas. The Front Street, more direct area, got a lot of support. King Street, actually, they analyzed it, and it doesn't look that good. So the trouble is, even though it'd be something, and we need to have something, the King Street right-of-way proposal, it's still going to be a brittle system. It's still going to be a milk run. It's a kind of a narrow street, relatively speaking. And you know, we need to have something better. So I'd strongly urge and hope that your G gets amended to say, hey, let's think of developing a new transit way somewhere, even a reversible one-way transit way that flows in the morning and flows back in the evening. Maybe we shouldn't just focus on King Street, but have a one-way transit way on King Street in the morning and flip it around so that it's on Queen Street in the afternoon. I think we should go beyond merely King Street, though. So and another thing with King, quite honestly, is that it's a nasty street sometimes to bike on. And so will any changes to the street actually include bike safety? It isn't okay to say, oh, take Richmond, Adelaide. It's great to have Richmond and Adelaide. They're still pilots, though, and sometimes they're encroached upon and they're not actually working all that well these days in some ways. So we have to do more for the cyclists and make sure that it's a continuous and a long continuity than merely just Richmond, Adelaide. We do have a right to go on King Street. We do have a right to bicycle on Queen Street. We've got to make all our streets biking safe biking streets. And on King Street, for instance, one of the small issues that only a cyclist might notice, sometimes there have been cables dropped into the asphalt in the curb zone, just cut through some sort of signal cable or a fiber optic or something, and they have little gummies, if your tires can get messed up with them and you don't have that much space. So that's sort of the detail that, okay, it's minor, but it needs to be worked on. With the films, I think you have to make sure in your I policies, keep them off the streets that have any streetcar tracks. They're dangerous for cyclists, and there's far too much, I think, sometimes incursion into the public realm with these. It'd be nice to deflect some of it, shall we say? So another thing that should be done, I think, as a policy, is to have like a donation to the local residents association. So I'd actually support having a bit of a moratorium to improve the transit in a logical way, because we need new corridors, and I'm sure there are some other things. Though the climate change.
Hamish, I'm going to have to
serious.
get you to finish up in just a sentence.
Yes, the expanding foams that are used for many of the windows may well have HCFCs, so I draw that to the attention of the building industry, because it's a whole range of greenhouse gas emissions that we don't seem to be counting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, I'll call the last deputant I have on my list here, Catherine Holden. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We may wish to move you one seat over to your right, just so that we have you mic'd.
This mic?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of TEYCC. I am here today speaking on behalf of the Bay Clover Hill Community Association, an association in downtown Toronto. This proposals report from TO Corps is a huge document. It touches every person who lives in downtown Toronto. I cannot hope to address the issues that come up in that large document, except to say that by reading it, it has given us many questions in the BCCA and a few concerns. What I'm here today to talk to you about is a proposal that we have to make regarding parkland. We became involved as a stakeholder in the parkland consultations, and when they talked about the big green loop around downtown Toronto, we started thinking, we have been trying to develop a green loop in our own community. It is small, but it addresses the people that live in the community, that push a stroller with a child in it, someone who is dealing with a walker, people who do not ride a bicycle and who are not going to go to the farther away areas of our downtown green loop or the rail park. So I can't see particularly well on this document, but I think you'll be able to pick out Queen's Park, and you will also be able to pick out beside Queen's Park another sort of green loop. That is the green loop that we're proposing. We have had a walk with the consultants from TO Corps, Parkland. Our green loop extends from Charles on the north, along the linear parks that are on top of the subway system, down through College to McGill-Granby, and through that very delightful small community, across Yonge Street, through College Park, back up around through a couple of small community parks that we have acquired, to a Pops at U-Condos between St. Mary and St. Joseph on Bay Street, and finally over to St. Nicholas Street and back up to Charles. There is the Wellesley subway station in that is a good starting and ending point if you wanted to walk our loop. So our loop is, let's say, half to two-thirds completed. There are 3 outstanding properties on that loop that are slated for development. One is the Moorglens between Grosvenor and Grenville. One is 425 Yonge Street, which is the Marriott Hotel, the Courtyard Marriott. And another one is on top of the subway across the street from the Wellesley Station. All 3 of these should be contributing green space to the City of Toronto. We do not want cash in lieu. We want green space, and we want it to be part of our green loop. We are looking to the city, to Toronto East York, to our councillor, to the consultants, and to TO Corps to address our small green loop, and hopefully other communities will make their own small green loops and help in the process of making our downtown a little bit greener, which it sorely needs. I should have changed to this earlier. It's a little bit too big, but it does show. I can't tell if I'm locating it properly because I can't really see. So it shows, the pink line shows the area that I'm talking about. And as a final comment, I just want to say that we do commend the city very highly for taking on this challenge. It is very important to the downtown. It is very important that we involve ourselves as citizens, and we seek your support and hope that you will help us get our green loop.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No? We'll move on to questions of staff. Councillor Mahevik, then Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam. We'll move around. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Mahevik.
Yes, thank you. First, let me say it's a great document. My only wish is that I could get a full briefing because I have so many questions, so many things. I'm going to restrict my questions to the G section, downtown mobility, and just ask the following. One is, I quite agree that Queens Quay is very important to the network, but I didn't see any mention of Front Street as a possible TTC, public transit route. And it seems to me, you know, thinking there's another 250,000 people here, I can't see how Front Street wouldn't be, and perhaps combined with Bremner, I don't know, wouldn't be part of the picture. And Eastern on the other side. That's not here.
I think right now on the city's priority mapping, it's not part of the network. But it's, as we consider, you know, when you look at the growth map, as we consider amendments to that map, amendments to the priority network, Front Street has a lot of the shared street characteristics and complete street characteristics that, for example, it may not be transit priority, maybe it's bike priority, walking priority, other types of priority. So it's definitely on the radar, something to consider.
Okay, it's not in here. Maybe a motion? Or is it just, okay, so I'll leave that in your hands. The other thing is and you know, I recognize the strength and weakness of such a document. You're really trying to raise the lens really high up. Sometimes I'm wondering, okay, that's code. What's that code for? And so I'm reading the cycling piece, and I know you folks are strongly supportive of complete streets and cycling in that. So given that, you know, 250,000 people are moving into this area, can you honestly see a Toronto downtown having added 250,000 people and us not having a bicycle lane, protected bicycle lane on each of the following? Bloor, check, done. Wellesley, Harbour, check, done. We don't have College, we don't have Dundas, we don't have Queen, we're thinking about King, we don't have Front. Do you think in your studied opinion that each and every one of those streets, sooner or later, oh, sorry, College does have it, should not have a bike lane of some sort? What are you doing over there, I'm mucking in your ward.
I think what you're alluding to is a network, and that's what's needed. And we have a 10-year plan, but the plan that we have before you aspires to look beyond that to a 25-year plan and include a really strong linkage between public realm and mobility. And it may very well be that many of the streets that you mentioned rise to that level of importance through the analysis. I can't sit here and say, you know, 7 of the 8 streets that you just named will be the streets, but I think the principle that you're speaking of is very much in our minds of identifying the build-out of a very strong, robust, supportive cycling network, because at the end of the day, that's how, in addition to surface transit and walking, that's how people are going to increasingly move about downtown.
And you're saying, so it's at this level, but it's not at the level where you can name these streets. You named King Street, but you didn't name the other.
Yeah, that's true, and we've highlighted certain things that are, you know, have been in our mind's eye for a long time and have the evidence now to run with it. We're developing more evidence to know ultimately what kind of more granular recommendations we can put to you next year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher. We'll just go around this side here.
Second round. Thank you very much for this interesting report and for coming here to give it to us. I know it will eventually be at a different committee, but it's pretty important that we see that. Earlier today, we had quite a long conversation about signs, which you all witnessed, and where they are appropriate and where they're not. And I'm wondering if in the TO core exercise, you are thinking about the appropriateness of illuminated signs, sizes of illuminated signs, nature and type of signs, much along the lines of the discussion that we had earlier today.
The short answer would be that hasn't been in the scope of work to date. I can think of one secondary plan that I know of on Yonge Street that does refer to signs and celebrating the history of the role that signage has played on Yonge Street. But by and large, secondary plans don't get into that in any considerable detail.
So there's no room for that, is what you've told me. But is there room to comment on that? I mean, there's many things are commented on here around the public realm and what makes a beautiful area.
It's something that we can certainly comment on and think about. Being upfront, we have not had it in our scope to date.
I probably wouldn't have brought it up either, except after our tribunal, whatever we call it, around the sign bylaw and our appeal. It's very fresh in my mind, and perhaps yours, that it's a fairly significant issue when we're looking at creating new spaces.
I think as, and you saw with the heat map, the growth in our mixed-use communities will continue in an upside-down T pattern, and that will become, as we witnessed today, an increasing factor in how to deploy signage in an increasingly intense working and living environment.
So that might be something that might get mentioned in the your final.
To give it some thought, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then around the economic role, you had listed a number of sectors that are embedded, because TO Core really is the economic engine of the city in many ways for a number of industries, including the financial industry. But I'm not sure I heard other types of industries that need and use the core area, particularly the film industry. Have you given any thought on to how important streets are and the backgrounds and backdrops are for that industry, and factored that into your proposal?
Absolutely. In fact, we've been to the film board, but we've also been working closely with staff. The report has specific reference to the importance of the film sector. I'd point you, for example, to page 138 when it talks about 80% of Toronto's $1.55 billion location film production takes place in a tight grid between Queen, Jarvis, Front, and Bathurst. So it's been actually front and center in our discussions with, and what this comes down to is mediating competing interests, not unlike signs, right? Where we need to be able to support the industry using our streets. There are a lot of other people who want to use our streets for other purposes, and mediating those conflicts so that everybody can do what they need to do in that shared public space is something that's very much in our policy directions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around that side of the room. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. And on account of the time, I'll try to keep my questions brief, and also because we could probably spend 5 minutes in each section of this report. Mr. Lintern, you've talked about this being a defining moment for downtown and planning for the future and catching up. So I want to focus some questions around that in particular. On page 134, as part of the report, you talked about the potential use of holding provisions until community services and facilities catch up. How would that work, and what does that mean?
That's a concept that we're working on applying, and I noted in my presentation, it's a lot easier when you're planning for hard services like building a pipe. We know that the Scott Street station is approaching capacity, and we may need to increasingly use holds in that area for sanitary services. Applying the same logic, though, to community services and facilities is what we would like to do. We're not quite there in terms of how to do it. We do it in the waterfront currently. We do it in Regent Park, where as each phase rolls out, we know you have to check certain boxes, if you will. we're thinking that in an approach ultimately with TO Core, we would be defining physical opportunities, areas of the downtown that perhaps, using the community center as an example, would need a new community center, and getting to a certain level of population growth, triggering the need, aligning that capital planning for that community center, but triggering a need to perhaps hold development in that area until that community center was, on the horizon and imminent.
So the use of an H category, a holding provision, in some parts of downtown would look something like this. You can have the land rezoned, but we do not give you the building permit to build it until that social infrastructure, as we've outlined, is built to support the residents there. Would that be a fair description of it?
Generally, there's a lot of detail to unpack there about how it actually works, because it is trickier.
Well, my challenge to understanding how it actually works then is, how do we lay down the markers for the adequate or the basic level of social infrastructure required? If I think about, for example, King Spadina, as part of your next steps then for TO Core, will it be to articulate we need X number of childcare facilities, X number of publicly accessible community center facilities, X number of health service facilities? Will you articulate a marker for success? And if such marker is not met, we would consider the use of an H category or a whole?
That could be a way to do it. We're going to have to develop certain metrics. It can't be overly complicated, but if there are ranges, for example, I could foresee a system where we know that a community like King Spadina is projected to grow by another 10,000 people, but until that community center, for example, shows up in a capital budget somewhere, we may not be able to proceed past that point until we have the assurance that community service is actually imminent.
So there's the question what those markers are, and you just touched on it there, and we have some work to do to create that, though it sounds like it is necessary. On the funding side, when we master plan precincts or neighborhoods, the railway lands, many of them in Councillor McConnell's ward and others, we've instituted a levy system to pay for it. We've just dealt with this in City Place earlier today when we signed off on the community center, schools, and childcare. Yet in downtown, we're talking here about master planning the downtown, catching up on the social infrastructure, but from a funding model, why would we not institute a levy system in the downtown so as until we have caught up, and then it goes back to a DC model? Why would we not consider that or continue to hold?
I don't think we've ruled anything out at this point. I know that we've heard feedback on that from the Community Council previously and others. The message we're trying to send is that we need a more deliberate connection between the growth and the capital planning and the mechanisms to fund it. And we've heard getting out in advance with the growth without having that plan in place, like the railway lands. It may be that it's happening at the end, but at least it's happening and it's been funded. There's $55 million there to build that community center. It's in the bank. We know how it's all going to play out.
One last question just on the funding. I noticed on page 78, as it relates to Parkland, we've talked about requiring and fighting harder for on-site. I also noticed it refers to a review of rate policies. By that, do you mean as part of TO Core, in the next step will be a review of the Section 42 rate policies and whether we are in fact under-collecting?
I believe that's already been directed in the context of the request for Rail Deck Park.
Okay. So it's being doubly directed. Great. All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
And from this side of the room, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Wong-Tam, maybe Councillor
I
Parks.
know we have a timing issue, so I have one just very quick question. What's being proposed and all of the issues around, how to manage growth is really about trying to get this report, this kind of picture of the jigsaw puzzle rather than the pieces, out before we're planning individual developments. Can you tell me what you would need in order to speed this up and to try and get us to a point where we have the jigsaw puzzle picture and we're not dealing with individual pieces that don't match?
You might be asking a couple of questions there, but one of them about speeding up is just
Yes.
resources and applying. We already have a dedicated, excuse me, a dedicated staff team on this.
Yes?
Making sure that team stays dedicated through to the end will be essential. But the other part of the question is about catching up.
Yep.
This is, we are trying to get out in front, obviously, with this effort. Anytime we launch new planning policy in the city, you've got to deal with transition and applications that are already in the pipeline. But we've been talking about TO Core now for a couple of years. It's mentioned in every downtown report. The issues that are being assessed in TO Core are coming up in every application, sometimes with greater success, sometimes with less success. But it's very much infused in the thinking of what we're already doing, and we've attempted to hit the most difficult issue already with the tower separation initiative. And then we want to press on with the rest of the changes in the policy framework by the end of next year.
So with regards to the dedicated staff, so you wish to keep the dedicated staff, I don't think you have any discussion here, but are there any further staff resources that you need in order to go as quickly as possible and get this out in front? And are you asking for that through the budget process?
No, we're not currently asking with respect to this project for any additional staff.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I just want to understand, with respect to the policy directions that talk about the park space, the maintenance and operations, I don't get the sense that we have specifics on how to maintain our heavily used downtown parks. What is your thinking along that? Like, how are we going to get more resources, recognizing that we have less and less green space and it's very well used?
I'll refer that to the GM, who is happily joined the conversation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this is one of the items that we're looking at with all of our park expansions across the city, is the appropriate level of maintenance. I can't say that in many of our very heavily used downtown parks, or any heavily used downtown parks across the city, we do adjust the level of maintenance based on the park's usage. So as an example, Trinity Bellwoods, which is a very, very busy park, has a higher level of maintenance, as does locations like the Toronto Islands or others where there are a lot of events and a lot of usage. So we're looking at that as we move forward. We've also, and the report references, looked at some alternative models around conservancies and community engagement in parks to see what role they can play in ongoing maintenance.
Are you going to be relying on those conservancies to pick up the maintenance deficit?
Through the chair, the conservancy model is a new model for us, and we don't have any actually in full operation at this time. We are working, with the group at the Bentway to actively track how that model works and to see if we can use it in other instances. So I don't have a real factual basis to that at this point. But I can certainly say that it's a model that's worked quite successfully in not only other parts of Canada, but in many American cities.
Are you confident that we'll be able to maintain our existing parks to a certain expected level of service standard, given the budget cuts that we'll be facing in the 2017 budget process?
Through the chair, we do, on an ongoing basis, as new parks come on board, add money into the operating budget to support those parks. Certainly in the existing budget directions, we won't be able to expand or increase the level of maintenance of any of the parks that we currently have.
Okay. So considering Section 42 is not to be used for the operations of the park, where will you get those additional new funds?
Additional new funds from an operating perspective?
Yes.
Those currently in the model that we have, they would have to come through the tax-based funding that we receive.
Okay. Thank you. With respect to the section of the report that speaks to affordability, I'm very interested in this. I see language that speaks to how we need to build a downtown that's more affordable, but I don't see actions and mechanisms to actually make it affordable. How is this going to work? We're talking about building an affordable, livable downtown, but I don't see the hows. How do we demonstrate that it could work?
Through you, Mr. Chair. One of the areas that we're looking at is we do have the large site policy, which looks at a 5-hectare plus. Basically, we're looking at a large development policy. So basically, looking at sort of a certain square footage and basically requiring what a percentage of, right now it's 20% for the large site, for large developments. So that's one of the directions that we were identified. In addition, we are looking at the broader citywide initiatives through the inclusionary zoning. They still have to come to the forefront. But given the fact that, and this was something that you yourself, Councillor Wong Tam, and other councillors mentioned, looking at basically trying to secure affordable housing through large development is something that we are looking at advancing through the secondary plan. So that's one of the areas in terms of the affordable, and continuing to use Section 37 where we can in terms of securing matters.
So recognizing that Section 37 is probably not enough money to build all the affordable housing that we need, with respect to the 20% affordable provision in the 5-hectare large site, are you looking at the same thing? 20% of all GFA, new GFA, to be found and approved through the same process?
What we're doing right now is we've retained Ann Barry Line and Associates to do a pro forma analysis in terms of the large sites to see what the triggers would be in terms of large developments, and doing that assessment right now. So right now I can't say that we are going to be recommending 20%, but we will be coming forward with a recommendation through the secondary plan.
Then my final question, which I don't think anyone's going to ask, is that I see a lot of focus on film and music, but I don't see any focus really on, and there is some touch language that speaks about the perhaps performance arts, but I don't see any or much language here around the visual arts, which for some cities, they actually prioritize the contemporary visual arts sector. Major international art fairs are developed around it, whether it's Basel or Miami or the Biennale. There's nothing in here that speaks to the contemporary visual arts sector.
We've raised this with Economic Development and Culture, and it is something that we are going to be looking at as we advance towards a secondary plan, but it is something that they are looking at as well.
Is it a priority for them? Do they understand the importance of that sector, or they just focus on film and music?
I can't speak on their behalf, but we have raised it with them, and we can loop back and discuss it with you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Councillor McConnell said she had one question, turned into 5. Councillor Perks. It turned into several. Don't worry, I was keeping track. Councillor Perks.
Well, with infinite deference to the deputy mayor, yesterday we had a meeting of the climate subcommittee. There's a report going to Parks and Environment that states a goal for secondary plans in the longer term of achieving net zero. Is that the goal that's contemplated here?
We actually, through you, Mr. Chair, we actually have somebody from the our energy efficiency working group who could probably answer it better than I can right now. Fernanda, do you want to talk to it? Speak to it?
Hi, Councillor. Could you repeat the question, actually? Do you mind? Or?
So the advice we've received at the Climate Subcommittee and the Parks Committee for the long-term climate plan is that when we're developing secondary plans and area plans, our goal should be to have a net zero energy plan. Is that the goal that's being contemplated here?
Yes, I think the process actually for TO-CORE started a little bit earlier than for other ones, but we're certainly going into that direction.
Okay, I didn't get my question answered.
That's 2 questions.
I did not get my question answered.
We asked the same question.
I said, are we
twice, so
going there? And
technically this
I
is
got in that direction, so that's not an answer.
I think he's replying specifically to the text in the report. The headline is Toward a Low Carbon Downtown. It has specific policy directions that we've identified thus far around encouraging new large development to target net zero emissions in energy use. It's likely if I understand your question, not quite going as far as what you're suggesting. No, what the subcommittee is suggesting, the scope and scale of taking the downtown that far, that fast in this period of time might be very ambitious, but we want to set ambitious goals around the specific policy directions we've identified thus far.
Is that all, Councillor Perks? Your one question only took 2.5 minutes. So we have a speakers list growing. Councillor Cressy, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Wong Tam. Just so people realize, we are 24 items to go, and we're an hour behind schedule now. If everyone speaks for 5 minutes, we're going to be 2 hours behind schedule. So can all those that are... Yes, Councillor Fragedakis.
Sorry, on a point of order, I'm just wondering what time are we expecting to be concluding this meeting? A number of members of this council have community meetings this evening. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to hold quorum.
We have already lost one member. We're about to lose another, so it is very difficult. So this is my plea, which I've already made, and I realize that turned into 40 minutes of questions, is to keep statements on the point of this report, and let's not stray too far off. And please try to keep the comments short, and I'm timing them. Thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you very much, and I'll begin. I have a motion, if it can be put on the screen, which I'll speak to in a moment. First of all, I want to begin by thanking all of the city staff across departments who are doing simply tremendous work on what perhaps is, from my perspective, the most important piece of planning work facing certainly my ward and perhaps the City of Toronto, but certainly in my ward that will face this term. And it's a piece of work that is ultimately about setting out a vision for downtown for the future, a vision for the future that is livable, that is equitable, that is sustainable, that is diverse, and that is strong. I've said before, and I'll say it very briefly here, that a strong downtown indeed creates a strong city. The numbers in the report showed that. 1/3 of the jobs in the city downtown, 51% of the city's GDP, 1/4 of the tax base generated downtown, and in the range of 40%, 37% of the non-res, 45% of the non-res, 30% of the res, all taking place downtown in that development. That is generating exceptional wealth across the city, but it's also helping to fuel, over the last 2 decades, the regeneration of downtown. We do not have a hollowed-out core in downtown like many U.S. cities because of the proactive work of the former Mayor Barbara Hall and the King Spadinas and other members of this council and former mayors. The problem is we've passed a tipping point, that the pendulum has swung from one edge to the other as it relates to downtown. The downtown population, which has grown by 130,000 over the last 15 years and will grow by 250,000 over the next 25 years, the social infrastructure, the equitable housing and the affordable housing has not kept pace. So we've reached a tough moment. Now, what's in front of us with 128 policy directions, to me, is the early work of the comprehensive master plan for downtown. Contrary to what I heard the Build representative say, this is in fact the plan that stitches it all together, that brings all the policy together into one coherent, clear framework. That's what we're doing. And there's some excellent pieces in here to define 3 different categories of mixed-use areas, to look at how development should go, to expand the financial district and prioritize non-res in King Spadina, to look at a health sciences district, to protect our institutional areas, to prioritize particular retail streets, to look at parkland differently, to have a parks and public realm strategy with the quick starts that have been identified, whether it's the OPA on tower distances, Rail Deck Park, King Street revisioning. These are all excellent. Here's where I'm concerned. I'm concerned because, as it relates to social infrastructure, we haven't kept pace for 20 years. We know the numbers around the parkland deficiency and the absence of community services and facilities in some neighborhoods. We know that affordable housing, what has been done is minimal at best, and what is to come is minimal at best. In the cultural industry, we are hemorrhaging jobs. Our institutional areas are often at risk. And so my motions here that are up there speak to 2 key points on this. The first is, if we're at a defining moment and we're going to say, as a city, we are going to start considering in downtown the use of the holding provisions to say that you cannot build residential until the infrastructure is there to support the residents who will be coming. If we're going to start using that, then we need a clear marker for what level of social infrastructure is required. That's what number 1 of my motion speaks to. That we need from Children's Services and Parks, Forestry and Recreation and the library and others to, just like we'd say with what level of hydro capacity or water capacity is needed for new buildings, we need the level of social infrastructure capacity for new residents. And then the second key part of my motion is number 3, is that we need the money to do that. It's not enough to say, here's what we need, and through the capital budget process, we hope to secure it. If downtown Toronto, as a strong location, makes a strong city, then the funding framework to make sure we catch up downtown is required. And if that's a levy system, then that's what we need. Because the bottom line is we cannot continue to fuel the growth for the rest of this city unless we catch up. And if we don't, then we're just going to have to take a pause. It's one or the other. And with that, I'll thank staff and conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much. Are there any other councillors to speak? Councillor Matlow.
I just want to, while there is obviously a necessary focus on the downtown core with respect to the pressures that the downtown is facing, I just want to remind councillors that there is also a study happening in Midtown. Now, it's not going to come to this community council, and that's why I raised it just at this juncture. Midtown, well, it has to go, just to inform my colleagues, it has to go to Public Works, rather Planning and Growth, because I share the Yonge and Eglinton community with the North York councillors too. But it is just as critical. Yonge and Eglinton is really the only urban growth center that has seen every density target broken. Beyond words, beyond any vision that was ever foreseen initially. And one of my biggest concerns, and this is where both the Midtown challenges and the downtown challenges share a common root. When the Places to Grow Act was first enacted, and it's something that I, in principle, strongly agree with. I strongly agree with the wisdom of trying to mitigate urban sprawl, to protect the Oak Ridges Moraine. That's an issue that I fought for personally for many years. The Green Belt, wildlife corridors, prime agricultural lands, etc. What it missed, along with the growth plan, was any formal assurance, any prescription to ensure that quality of life would be a focal point in the growth that would ensue. There was nothing legislated to ensure that infrastructure, pipes, wires, transit, public realm, soft infrastructure, services such as affordable childcare, housing, recreation, school capacity, etc., would be part of that plan. And what we've seen at Yonge and Eglinton, as I know many neighborhoods have in the downtown area, is that there's been a rapid pace of population growth without the basic hard and social services, soft infrastructure to support the quality of life of residents. And what residents have experienced is that the planning process, and this is why tonight there's a review happening, finally, by the provincial government around the Ontario Municipal Board, which is an anti-democratic, unelected, completely unaccountable body that constantly is putting the financial interests of the development industry before the community. But we're at a point now where we need these strong, well-thought-out plans to be able to demonstrate, whether it be at council ourselves or at the board, that those services, that infrastructure needs to come before, or at least in concert with, the population growth. I'll conclude with just one last thought on that. This should have been done 30 years ago. This should have been done before the condo boom. And I've heard, when I've asked why wasn't it done, I've received answers such as, well, you know, and it's true that we used to be a city full of a few towers, or it wasn't just tower in the parks, it was tower in the parking lots. And there wasn't that urgent experience perhaps at that time, or any sort of knowledge that could have been in front of us, that we'd received the boom that we have. The problem, though, is that there was legislation passed. There were clear prescriptive designated areas, both by the province but also by the city through the official plan, to encourage growth. Yet government collectively, I believe, failed to ensure that quality of life would come before developers' financial interests. So I just want to remind everyone that there is a Midtown, the Midtown in Focus initiative, the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan review that is being undertaken. It's coming to planning and growth in the early new year, and I look forward to seeing both TO Core and Midtown in Focus working in concert together to make sure that the greater core of our community grows in a way that put people before condos. And I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to just move a motion as well before I speak. And the motion is to ask for the exploration of that green loop that Catherine Holden, one of our deputy speakers, spoke to. And to see if we can truly stitch together all the public and publicly accessible green as well as pedestrian spaces to create that green loop. I know that the staff are already mindful that this is something that the community has asked for. I've actually expanded the area just to sort of take a look more broadly to see where we can put it together, and I think it's a great initiative. I recognize that we're probably going to need to look at every single square meter as if it's the most precious thing and try to stitch it together to make some sense of urban cohesion so it actually looks like something that we would identify as a special place and with the functionality that we're looking for. I want to thank staff for this report. I recognize that we're a little bit more than halfway. We're almost there, and I know that this has been a Herculean lift on behalf of the planning department more than anyone else, who has dragged every single division to the table saying, hey, this is actually very important. We can't do this without you, and you are in this moment, I just want to acknowledge that your leadership on this file has been astronomical. I recognize that there's probably some comments and questions that we've raised. You're probably struggling with it internally, but we still need to make sure we get it right. And it's not every day that we set forth to build together and write together a new secondary plan that will last 25 years for downtown Toronto. This is a very important document and one that requires everyone at the table working together. I heard loud and clear from our development partners and our city building partners that they want to be part of the conversation. We're not going to agree on everything, but I think the one thing that we can agree on is that we want to build a city that's going to be inclusive and sustainable and livable for everyone, where everyone walks away with a little bit of something and perhaps a little bit more. I think that residents in our downtown neighborhoods have been struggling. They're struggling because they can't find enough green space. They're struggling because they're literally falling off the sidewalk off of Yonge Street and some of the other transit corridors where they can't get onto the subway, they can't get on the streetcar, and they have been told this is good for them. They have been told that this is prosperity and this is what it looks like, and yet at the same time, we are seeing economic incomes not rise with the cost of inflation and the cost of housing soaring through the roof. So absolutely, we're building a lot of residential housing, but we're not building the right diversity of housing options, which means that people are falling through the cracks and they're falling behind. And I don't think any one of us wants to build a city or a prosperous downtown that isn't going to include everyone. And right now, we are heading on that track. We are not building a downtown that is going to make sense for everyone. And even though we don't necessarily have a downtown that hollows out like many American city centers, we do nevertheless have a downtown that's becoming the playground for the wealthy as the poor and racialized communities are pushed out further and further. And that is something that I know that the staff are trying to grapple with this particular secondary plan. So that's why I pushed and advocate for stronger and more specific regulations and mechanisms to create affordable housing, because I do think it's actually so important to build that inclusive downtown that if you don't embed into the language of the secondary plan and then throw it into the OP, we are not going to get there. And I know that we're going to run into a wall of resistance from our same development partners, the city building partners, but this is where you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is that if we're going to do this together, we're going to need to help one another. And that goes beyond the childcare facilities, the amount of public spaces that we need in schools and what have you. But for me, it starts with housing. And if we don't have housing in the downtown that we can accommodate for a range of different housing options, then everything else falls apart, including the tourism sector, including culture. Everything rests on top of housing first, then transit, and then so forth. So thank you very much to staff and to all the divisions who've come together. We're going to need you to push and lift a little bit harder until we get to the end of the report. But we're really pleased that you're doing this, and I am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In respect of everyone's time, I'll forego a long speech about our west of downtown report called The Next West Thing. Has a much better title than your North Toronto one, Councillor Matlow. The motions in order. I think it was Councillor Cressy's first. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Wong-Tam's motion. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We'll move on to our 3:30 items now. Yes, Councillor McConnell. Pardon me? Sure. No, you know what?
You have to add.
No. Okay. We'll take this one step at a time, okay? We'll add the items to the agenda first. It's Councillor Fragedakis, one item. 1192 Danforth Avenue. All those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Opposed? That carries. Is there one from Councillor Fletcher as well, or no? No? Just the one? No. And Councillor Wong-Tam has an item?
No, that was added earlier.
This was added earlier and circulated?
Yeah, the requester.
Councillor McConnell has to leave, so we'll go through, it was circulated with others. We'll go through Councillor McConnell's item, and then we're returning to the agenda that's in front of us. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much. I think 44 was my first one, was it, Ellen? I just want to make sure.
Yes, they're held in my name. So road alterations, Wellington Street East.
So on road alterations on Wellington Street East, I would move to approve staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.55, removal of pedestrian crossing prohibitions, Lakeshore Boulevard East. Councillor McConnell.
I'll move staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries.
Item 60. Has that been done?
That's been done.
Fine. Item 63.
That's been done too.
Fine.
There's no more with your
Thank you.
your name on them. Okay, the next item up is TE 20.19, application for a fence exemption, 254 Beatrice Street. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? I don't see them here. I have a motion. We'll put on the screen. That's to approve 2 sections of the fence and deny 2 other sections of the fence. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.20, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447, 70 Ivy Avenue. I know that there's a member of the public here. There is a member of the public to speak to this. There may be a couple. If you could register with the clerk who's over here if you'd like to speak to the item, that'd be great. Yes, there are multiple speakers, though. If you could, you can speak now. Yes, and then we'll fill out the information and get you to sign it. There's just another speaker here as well. So you'll have 5 minutes. You've now seen how it's done. And I'll start your clock, and my thank you very much for oh, okay. We're good at the moment. I don't think we're going to lose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for being so patient.
Oh, of course. And thank you, Council, for hearing this one out. I'm Georgina Neepy. I'm a resident of East End of Toronto. And I'm here to request a fence exemption for the fences on both sides of my house in the backyard. The fence on the right side of the yard was built over 10 years ago. It was there before I moved into the house, or before the house was purchased. It is above the standard fence height as per City of Toronto bylaws. There has been no contentions with this fence We'd just like to get both fences approved at the same time. And then the fence on the left of the property was built a year ago. The fence was agreed upon by both neighbors. The neighbor on the left side at 68 Ivy Avenue developed what the fence would look like, and then we used their contractor to develop the fence. We originally had our contractor set to build it, but they preferred that their contractor do that. We both paid half, and the residents at 68 Ivy paid their contractor. And the reason I'm here to get an exemption is because the height of the fence is over the standard fence height, especially on my side of the property. What's a little odd about the situation is there's a gradient in the backyard of Ivy Avenue. The house at 68 Ivy Avenue has a deck which is 3 foot higher than at 70. So we've put the fence a little bit higher to make sure both neighbors would have privacy. That, in summary, is the request. I have a letter here from the original contractor, which I think exemplifies the situation, if I may read it out. So this letter here is from the contractor that was originally hired to build the fence. And essentially what he states is he had agreed to build it, but the owners at 68 chose the design. He was set to start on it, but the neighbors at 68 changed their mind at last minute and decided their contractor would build the fence instead. We have documentation of the payments, but we didn't build out a contract at the time. The original contractor says he was rather relieved he didn't have to build the fence. During his time working on the deck and retaining wall at 70 Ivy, the neighbor at 68 Ivy was extremely unpleasant throughout the experience. Her behavior towards me was rude and harassing. It made it difficult for me to complete my job at 70 Ivy. She tried to convince me to move the property line via the placement of the retaining wall, which would have effectively made her yard larger than it would legally allowed to be. This occurred when the homeowners were not home. Her interruptions continued for the duration of the work week, and it was to the extent that we had to pack up our material and leave one day due to her constant badgering about the fence. We were working solely for High and Georgina at the time on the retaining wall and deck. When Georgina asked if I could provide my account of the experience, I was happy to do so because it affected my ability to do my job well, caused me to be harassed on the job, and used inappropriate names. Should you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I feel this letter exemplifies the whole situation. I feel like a standard fence is one thing, but sometimes situations are a little bit exemplary.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, hi, thanks for coming. I just want to clarify, you live at number 70.
Yes.
And your neighbor's at number 68.
Yes.
And both sets of neighbors agreed to build a fence, and each of you paid for half of the fence, parts, material, and labor.
Yes.
And you're happy with the fence and the height, and you're living on a bit of a grade, one way, and one property is higher than the other.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and clarifying that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public to speak to this item? Yes, if you could, you can come have a seat here and
hello, everyone. I'm going to show you some pictures. We did agree on the height of the fence with our neighbors. First of all, I'm so sorry. My name is Olga Kobus, and I'm the property owner of 68 Ivy Avenue. My husband is not here with me, but he would have liked to have been here. Our neighbors approached us back last July because we needed to build a fence. The fence that we had was falling down. We had agreed on the height of the fence closest to the house and the closest to the back. Closest to the house, we agreed on the grade level. The grade level on our side, which would be 8 feet on our side, closest to the house. I'm going to show you a picture, actually. This is a picture of our backyard, and that's me standing there. I'm 5'2". The fence, the tallest part of the fence is 14 feet 2 inches. It's pretty overwhelming for such a small backyard. We live at Greenwood and Gerard, and the backyards are very small. This part of the fence here, which is 16 feet in length, happens to be 8 feet 2 inches. We agreed with our neighbors that it has to be to the grade, to what originally it was. The back part of the fence here, originally what we had here was 6 feet, and they agreed with us that it would remain 6 feet. The part here, this part here, this part of the fence, we had agreed that it would be on the grade at 8 feet. But as it turns out, we've got 13 feet on this side, and we've got 8 feet on this side, 8 feet 2 inches. We had approached our neighbors several times in order to do the reduction on the height, because we felt that it was way too high. There's no reason why on their side it should be 8 feet. And also, they do have a fence that they share with the next door neighbor that they do not have, the right code. That fence on their side is like 10 feet tall. Our neighbors promised us to live with this height for 1 year at least, to see whether or not we would get used to this. During the course of the year, we had several conversations, lengthy conversations with them in order to reduce the height to the code. But they're not agreeing to this, and that's why we're here right now. So I'm a nervous wreck, I guess you can tell by my voice. So basically, all that I'm asking for is for the height of the fence to be reduced as what we agreed with the neighbors. 8 feet at the tallest part and 6 feet at the lower part. That is, yeah, that's a big fence there. They promised us to live with this height for a year. And after a year, if we were still not happy with the height of the fence, then they would agree to lower it by 1.5 feet. And we trusted them. A year later comes up, we approach our neighbors and we advise them that we're still not happy with the height of the fence. And they basically turned on us and say, well, you know what? I think we'll just leave it as is. 2 days after they told us this is July of this year, I contacted the city because I knew that this was going to be an issue, and I called them out to seek help from the city. So we're actually, pretty devastated that we're even in this situation. We thought that they would, after a year living with this height, that they would, automatically, decide that they were going to lower the fence with us, but it didn't happen that way. And as per the letter that she wrote from the contractor, there were a lot of issues going on at the time. First of all, we were never advised that it was going to cost us another $4,000 to put up this fence, because there was no communication between our neighbors and the contractor. None of that information was given to us. So, yeah, I did approach the contractor with regards to the fencing issue.
I'm going to have to cut you off there. If you could just sum it up in a statement.
Okay, so basically, I'm just going to show you another picture. Look at, that's like 10 feet tall right there. I'm only asking you and begging with you that you allow us to reduce the fence to the city code.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fragedakis?
Just, sorry, I don't really know Ivy that well. I'm just kind of wondering, which boundary are you on? Are you on the west side of this fence or on the east side of this fence?
On the west side of the fence, west side.
Okay, I'm just wondering, what's it look like in terms of shade and sun?
Well, this is it. I don't have any. And
Oh,
I'm a gardener.
okay.
I've been gardening for 25 years, and it's all shady. There's lots of trees in the background. And with this fence being the height that it is, I feel like we're feeling enclosed. We've lost our view completely on the east side of the fence because we can't see anything. It's like we're living in a little bubble because of the height of the fence. So our view has been compromised. It's totally shady. I like to have some sun. I love to garden. I've been doing it for years. We don't have any sun, and yeah.
Okay, and you think that if the fence were reduced, you'd get some sun?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely, sure, because we get the sun from the east, and that's,
Where it comes from.
all the sun, yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No, any other members of the public to speak to this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No councillors to speak. Councillor Fletcher.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to stand this down and meet with those two deputants now. You don't mind?
We'll hold it down for the moment.
No, just hold it down.
Okay. We will move on to the next item is TE 20.21, front yard parking appeal, 86 Balmoral Avenue, Ward 22. Are there members of the public to speak to this? I may have a speaker's list. I do. No, I don't. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? Balmoral parking pad. Yes? No? No? Are there any questions of staff? No to speak? Councillor Matlow.
I move the alternate recommendation.
Councillor Perks.
I move the staff recommendation.
Are there any other speakers to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion to move the alternate recommendations? That is 5 in favor. All those opposed? That motion carries. On the next item is TE 20.22, front yard parking appeal, 48 Duggan Avenue. Duggan? I got it right. Are there any members of the public to speak? I've got 4 speakers here. Something tells me there's going to be a pattern. It feels like a parking pad day. Are there any speakers to this item? No? Any questions of staff? No to speak? Councillor Matlow.
I move the alternate recommendation.
Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. All those in favor of approval? All those opposed? And that motion carries. Next up is TE 20.23, front yard parking appeal, 50 Dugan Avenue, Ward 22. Are there any members of the public to speak? No. All those questions to staff? No. To speak, Councillor Matlow.
I move the ultimate recommendation. Did I say ultimate? I meant alternate.
Ultimate.
And Councillor Perks.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Yeah, we could talk until Janet can
Come on, guys.
Janet's gone to the ward.
Well, we could keep it going all night.
All those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion on the alternate recommendation, all those opposed? All those in favor, that motion carries. TE 20.24, front yard parking appeal, 530 Sudan Avenue, Ward 22. There was no speaker listed here. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? No. Are there any questions of staff? No. To speak, Councillor Matlow.
I move the alternate recommendation.
Are there, Councillor Perks?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
I'll make a comment. There are garages behind this house. There might be there are garages behind this house. So I can see them on the picture that are we all have it in front of us. I wasn't quite given the time to look. It is a narrow squeeze, but for years people managed. And now all we're doing is paving over front yards. So all those in favor of Councillor Matlow's motion, all those opposed? That motion carries. Yep. TE 20.25, 150 Hamilton Street, application to injure a private tree, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher is outside at the moment.
And she has to be pulled in, but I think if we, well.
Let me just deal with the other two trees.
No,
Joe, let's, we're just going to go
trying to
right through in
mediate
order.
something. She's trying to mediate something.
TE 20 point, which item are you left? You're right next. Okay, yes, so it's 48 Fulton Street, application to remove a private tree. Are there any members of the public to speak to this item? There was a Chris Harrington.
Mr. Chair, if I might interrupt you for about a moment. Mr. Harrington has spoken to me via email most of today. He will not be in attendance. I'm asking that this be deferred till February.
On a deferral, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 20.27, 295 Waverly Road, application to remove a private tree, Ward 32. This is you, Councillor McMahon.
All right, so I would move staff recommendations.
All those in favor of the staff recommendations, all those opposed, that item carries. TE 20.28, appeal to the denial of a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 604 King Street West, Unit 106, Portland Street, flankage, Ward 20. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to defer this item indefinitely so that I give time to work with the applicant.
On the deferral, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. We're still waiting on Councillor Fletcher to return, so we'll just march through the
56.
sorry, 50. Okay, TE 20.50, car sharing vehicle parking areas, various locations, 19, 20, and 30. We went from all wards and 2 outside of the community council area to just these 3. All those in, Councillor Bailao has a motion on this. Car sharing locations. Councillor Bailao, to introduce your motion.
If I could have it up, and it's just to add a location.
Although, okay. You're going to speak? Councillor Perks.
I just want to, you know how fussy I get about parking pads? Well, I'm going to be fussy about handing over the public right-of-way to for-profit companies, so I'm going to vote no on these 2.
I'm going to speak in favor because car share members have just as much right to a permit of an on-street parking lot as those with cars. All of the mover. Councillor Fragadakis.
Sorry, where is Sterling Road? Is that like a major, is that a minor arterial
Yes,
or an
it's the
arterial?
future home of the Museum of Canadian Contemporary Art.
So is that a minor, what's its classification? Is it like an arterial road or a minor arterial road? Is it a residential street?
It's minor arterial.
That's a garage.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 garages back there. Just park anywhere. Councillor Mahavik. No. We don't need to make an enormous amount out of this rather small routine item. We have seen many. This is not new. We do this all the time. All those in favor of Councillor Bailao's amendment, all those opposed, that carries. All those in favor of the motion of the report recommendations on the amended item, all those in favor, recorded vote. All those in favor, hands nice and high, Anna. Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor... You're going to go one way or another. You didn't ask for it. Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Layton, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Mahavik, all those opposed, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragadakis. That motion carries. TE 20.69, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. You've been circulated on the amendment. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. TE 20.74, actions to address the LCBO building located at 1009 Coxwell Avenue. It was Councillor Davis's motion. I believe Councillor Cressy. Oh, perfect.
Sorry, it is as it is. Is the word? Oh, no.
Do we have revision?
7-4. It is online perfectly fine now. and It's been
Okay.
lit all properly.
All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter, all those opposed, that carries.
The revised letter.
Councillor Mihevc did. TE 20.76, parking amendment, Sterling Road, Ward 18. Councillor Bailao, Ward 18 on Sterling Road.
Move the recommendations.
On the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor?
Since we added some car share, we added some more parking.
There you go. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.78, 149 to 157 Bathurst Street Community Consultation Meeting, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.79, Accessible Loading Zone, Dan Leckie Way, Ward 20, Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
TE 20.80, Assumption of Services, Don Mount, that's Ward 30. So, could we, hey, John, could you just tap on Councillor, she's the last couple items. TE 81, building a new downtown park on city-owned 22.3 acre site at 28 Bathurst Street. I'll move the staff recommendation, the recommendations in the letter.
I have questions of the mover. I'm kidding.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.82, request for report on planning tools to ensure municipal service levels and infrastructure keep pace with downtown development forecast, Ward 20, 27, and 28.
I'll move the letter on behalf of Councillor Wong-Tam.
And
Recommendations
Councillor
in her letter on behalf of
McConnell.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Okay, great. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 20.83, I can't, parking amendments, McMurrick Street, Ward 20, McMurrick. Ward 27, Councillor Wong-Tam's not here. I'm going to imagine she would like the motions in her own letter moved. I'll move them. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And the new business by Councillor Fragadakis will call item number 20.84 entitled, I've got a whole bunch of paper on here. Here we go. 1192 Danforth Avenue, request for staff evaluation of the significance of the property. Councillor Fragadakis.
Moving the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. And now our last, we do. We actually have to go back to 20. On item TE 20.20, defense exemption, Councillor Fletcher. That's okay.
What happened to the tree?
It's still in the queue.
I'm just working on the motion for that.
The last three items are to you, so we could take a 5-minute recess.
No.
Okay.
Let's hear the deputants.
On the tree? Okay, perfect. We'll call the deputants for TE 20.25, 150 Hamilton Street, application to injure a private tree. Hi there.
Hello, Mr. Chair. If you just give me one moment, I have
Sure.
documents for...
Sounds like we need a couple moments, so take your time.
Thank you.
I'll keep it in the office. Thank you very much.
May I pass this out?
You can hand them off to the clerk to your right, and he will do just that. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ian Flett, and I'm here for Mr. Cyril Borowski, who's the property owner at 150 Hamilton, or 154 Hamilton. The application concerns a tree that is at 150 Hamilton. Next to me is Philip Van Wassenaar, who is an expert arborist who's well regarded internationally for his work and has provided some input in respect to this matter. I'm just going to make some brief comments and then ask Mr. Van Wassenaar to follow up. And I'm going to make three comments in particular. The first is the application of an ANSI standard. The second is with respect to an improvement on the site with respect to structures over the roots. And the last is about how the new home accommodates the tree that is of concern here. One of the things that emerges in the staff report that is before you is the application of an ANSI standard in respect of pruning. That ANSI standard, and if you're not aware, ANSI is an international organization that sets a variety of different standards, everything from bicycle helmets to car brakes. That ANSI standard reads as follows. Not more than 25%, and this is on page 2 of the letter you have before you, not more than 25% of the foliage should be removed. And the second part of that standard reads that the percentage and distribution of foliage to be removed shall be adjusted according to the plant's species, age, health, and site. This is the standard that was applied by Urban Forestry, but unfortunately they didn't actually apply the standard the way it is described there. They merely relied on the 25% figure without doing the proper analysis that the standard calls for, which is an adjustment to the figure based on the age, the species, and the site of the actual tree. And so what we were surprised to find this, of course, because this is nowhere to be found in the city's materials when one applies for one of these standards. And we asked Mr. Van Wassenaar, notwithstanding this surprise, to visit the site and apply the standard himself, which he has done, which you will find in the addendum to his report, and which he will speak to when I'm done. The other issue that we have is that if you look at the site itself, you'll notice that in the picture on page, if you give me just a moment, on page 5 of tab 1, you'll see behind the tree a garage with a white wall. That garage is at the very base of the tree. It's a garage that is at 150 Hamilton, which is the tree owner's site, not Mr. Borofsky's site, and is right above the root structure. So Mr. Van Wassenaar will describe the impact of that, but what is significant is that on Mr. Borofsky's site, there is a full scope and a full area that's quite open for the root system to benefit from. Finally, if you turn to tab 3 of the materials I've given to you, Mr. Borofsky has received a building permit and he has begun construction at this site. And you'll notice the strange design, strange from those of us who see these designs often. At the back of the house, there's a big notch. And that notch is what allows for the GFA to meet a livable standard today, and this was allowed by the Committee of Adjustment, and a building permit has been issued for it. But that notch was there in order to accommodate the roots of this tree. And that is not an insignificant factor for the committee to consider. Now, I think that it's more pertinent for you to hear from Mr. Van Wassenaar in respect of his opinions, and I hope that you might be able to take the 1 minute or so left and give it to Mr. Van Wassenaar to explain his view of that tree and what he proposes. Mr. Van Wassenaar?
Mr. Chair and Committee, thanks for hearing us today. My report is at tab 2 in what you received, and I'm going to just speak to the third paragraph on page 2 in my report with regards to the ANSI standard. And as Mr. Flett pointed out, the ANSI standard requires that one should consider species age, health, and site in the development of a pruning plan. So in this case, we have done that from the beginning, but just to reiterate that the species of tree is a silver maple, generally known to be relatively tolerant of pruning because it tends to re-sprout and it tends to be a fairly vigorous species, commonly planted across the city on both private and city lands. This tree is, I would gauge it as middle-aged, meaning that it's still healthy and vigorous and capable of recovery from pruning. And the tree is healthy and vigorous. That was our opinion, and the staff report actually also corroborates that. Urban Forestry staff inspected the tree and confirmed that the silver maple is healthy and in good condition both botanically and structurally. And the final consideration in those adjustments that shall be considered is the site. And so in looking at the site here, we have to look at both above and below ground site situation for the tree. The below ground is important for the roots. This tree is rather constrained in its root system, but mostly because of an existing double garage that has been apparently fairly recently installed at number 150, the site of the tree. Based on my assessment of that garage, if you look at the photographs in my report, figure 11 on page 13, you can see I've indicated where the grade of the base of the tree is and what the grade of the garage is. And it's just from the photograph, I think it's fairly obvious that the grade at the base of the garage is far below the base of the tree. And as a tree expert, I would assume that that area, the roots went missing of this tree when that was installed and are not available for the tree at this time. However, on Mr. Borofsky's property, there is rooting area, and there is a plan through the design to retain that rooting area through the cantilevered design of the house and through a sensitive approach to any paving that might go on there. So based on all of those considerations, I still assert that the pruning plan that we put forward originally will conform to the standard based on taking those considerations into consideration. On page 3 of my report at tab 2, there was a couple of statements from city staff that said, for example, the proposed injury is not good arboricultural practice, and it's unlikely the tree will survive well over the medium to long term. They also state urban forestry has determined that the level of injury proposed would unacceptably compromise the health of the tree. I respectfully disagree with those assertions. And just as an example of that, silver maple is a species, as I said, is prevalent in the city. And if you look at, in my report on pages, starting on page 13 or 14 of my page, figure 13, there is a succession of photographs of silver maples on Hamilton Street. And in my professional opinion, each of those city-owned trees, city-managed trees, which are silver maples, are missing anywhere between 30 and 60% of their live crowns through previous pruning for clearance, for roadways, etc. And all of those trees are being retained despite their canopies being removed. They're being retained in a healthy status, and they are contributing the benefits that we're looking for from the trees. So I see that, my opinion of the pruning that needs to be undertaken on this tree are borne out in that silver maples of the same species nearby being managed with more of their canopies removed are retainable in difficult sites on the street. And the last photograph I would refer you to is figure 17, which is up on the screen as well. And this is a tree, a silver maple at 192 Hamilton Street at the top of the block. It is a city-owned tree that has a significant portion of its canopy removed. You can see two recent very large pruning cuts, much larger than any pruning that's anticipated to accommodate this construction. And the tree, or the city is using these types of techniques in order to maintain trees and keep them in a healthy state. So my summary is that as per the original pruning plan that we put forward for this property or for this project, we strongly believe that this tree can be maintained in the future, healthy, somewhat reduced in size, but there is not a threat to its long-term survival from the pruning that's contemplated.
Thank you very much. Right on the 10 minutes for the two of you. Are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak to this item?
Mr. Borofsky's name was in there on an abundance of caution, but we've made the presentation for him.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
You've got, is there any other? Yes, please, if you could, you can come have a seat. Okay. And you'll have 5 minutes. If you could just, there you go, perfect. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the owner of 150 Hamilton Street, right over here. This is 154, and that's the tree in behind. That's, sorry, there's a closer look at the tree back there. I don't consent to the injury. This is the site plan for their project, and right here, this is their intention, is to trim the existing tree to the property line. To the property line. The arborist report said they're removing an estimated 40% of the tree's crown. And urban forestry says that it's unlikely the tree will survive well over the medium to long term. The tree is a community asset that benefits everyone. Injuring the tree only benefits 154 Hamilton Street and will deprive the community of its benefits. Even decreasing the canopy, I think, is going to detrimentally hurt the community. The minimum tree protection zone for this tree is 5.4 meters. This is the project that they're proposing, and the tree is back in this corner here. This is from their project documents. The green area here is the overlap of where the minimum tree protection zone for this tree is. This is a photograph this summer of, this is an approximation. I did this in Microsoft Paint, so this is really rough. But this is roughly where 5.4 meters from the face of from the trunk of the tree would be. These are all the things that they're not supposed to do inside the tree protection zone. You're not supposed to demolish, you're not supposed to constructing permanent buildings. You're not supposed to alter the grade, you're not supposed to store materials, store soil, equipment. You're not supposed to access it, park, or movement of people or equipment on it. This is what they've been doing. This is an excavator. This is inside the tree protection zone. There it is again. There it is, working away. There it is, moving around. You see the tracks there. There's storage of stuff. They've been dumping stuff in the back. This is the excavator again. More storage stuff in the back. That's the tree right there. This is them working away more. This is them starting construction down here. This is all concrete being poured there. This is all inside the tree protection zone. Again, there's still their construction right down here. This is their tree protection zone. Constructed. They've been using the street. They block off the street for their own use. They just kind of, they hoard spaces for their use. They use the whole street.
We will need to keep your comments directed at the tree. So the other construction, I don't deny that taking up spots may be problematic to the rest of the street, but
It speaks to the owner's insensitivity to the street and to the community.
that's creative way of getting there, and I think there's some sympathy around some of these issues, but certainly with respect to what we're deliberating on, it needs to be tree specific.
Okay, all right. Okay, I have photographs here that talk about they drive the wrong way up the right-way street. It's just the owner is insensitive to the tree.
Now you got to keep all your comments related to the tree.
Okay. I don't agree with this. I think it will harm the tree. The garage that they talked about, I moved in back in 2001, the garage was already there. It's been 15 years, okay? But the tree has been there. I don't think the tree should be cut just because it's going to, there's a lot of, liability issues afterwards. Even if you allow it, where's the tree going to grow back into the building? I mean, am I going to be, because I'm the legal owner, am I supposed to look after that?
I'm going to have to just get you to sum up your statement in like one sentence. You're just over your 5 minutes.
I'm asking the city to please deny this application again. I've been through this already since like 2014. This has already been denied. The city has already denied this application. Please just deny it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I have one, and that is, are they working in the tree protection zone without a protection at the moment?
They were. They've only just put in mulch since mid to late September. But even there, it's not, because they've already built inside the tree protection zone, it's not the entire tree protection zone.
Okay, thank you.
Nope. My apologies. You've had the opportunity and
He's a deputy.
he hasn't spoken yet.
No, he hasn't spoken yet.
But didn't that gentleman say that?
Oh, okay. If you'd like to, then please come on forward, and we'll give you 5 minutes to speak to the item as well.
I don't need 5 minutes, no. I don't want to waste any more of council's time. I just want to speak to, we don't have any construction there. We don't need any construction in the tree protection zone. We had some light styrofoam in the area. We just used it as a part of my property to use as storage space. Once we were told by the city to remove any construction material and put in a tree protection zone, we did comply immediately. And Urban Forestry has rescinded even any kind of comments they had for that. And just to speak to all the construction material, if you can look at the project and the permits, we have permits for all street occupation and for all sidewalk occupation. It is done completely legally. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're the owner?
I'm the owner, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, sir. Would you like to speak to the item? Okay.
My name is John Richards. I've lived on Monroe Street at 157 since 1980. That garage has been there at least since 1980. But I think there's probably 2 or 3 things to consider. The photographs that you were shown of Hamilton Street trees which have been pruned are on Hamilton Street. The area of the tree in question is in the lane which is between Hamilton and Monroe Street. Those are completely different trees. Although they may be similar in nature, I think you're being misled by looking at photographs only of trees on Hamilton Street, whereas an arborist should have shown you trees along the lane, because that's where this lane is. I'm actually an architectural design specialist, and I've seen some of the designs, and I'm actually quite sympathetic to their design, even though some of my neighbors are not, and it's a more modern-looking home. There is, I think, a handicap in that really what the owners have tried to do is build a home on top of an existing footprint. What they should have done is move the footprint further forward because the rear of the lane is actually really the beneficial area of living in that neighborhood. We have a lovely backyard lane and a lovely canopy, and it's a wonderful place to be. It's a very park-like setting. You forget you're living in an urban environment when you go out to the back of the lane. I object to them cutting the back of the tree because it's going to affect the way all of my neighbors use their backyards and that whole laneway area. The trees you saw before at Hamilton Street that have been pruned are city-owned trees, and some of them were damaged in wind, but that's a completely different area. You weren't shown any photographs of the back. And that's really it. I hope you accept the recommendations your city arborists have given you before not to damage the tree. I think I'm sympathetic to what the owner wants to do. I think they just need to readjust how they want to build their home to accommodate the tree and their architectural plans. I think that's the solution, really. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public to speak? Seeing none, we'll go to questions of staff. Councillor Fletcher.
Just wanted to ask if your opinion, city arborist's opinion, if the tree has been harmed with this construction so far.
So the garage construction that was completed some time ago likely resulted in impacts to the tree. So in Urban Forestry's opinion, much of the roots had been removed at that time. Any further construction couldn't result in removal of those roots because they had already been removed. So it's believed that the impacts to this tree are completely above grade, not below grade.
And was that done on a building permit that was removed? That the roots were removed, the impact to the tree previously?
It was for a garage construction. I don't know the date it was constructed. I'm sure it was many years ago, and I don't know if there was a building permit issued for it.
Okay, and the issue is, thank you. So in your opinion, you saw the deputant say that they would need to remove 40% of the canopy in order to do what he'd like to do.
The estimate, yeah, the estimated
your
removal of
report?
the canopy is 40% of the tree, yeah.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions of staff? No to speak. Councillor, I'm sorry, you don't have an opportunity to ask our staff questions. I'm sorry, it's not the way it works. I'm sorry. To speak, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm going to ask members to support the recommendation of staff and deny. This isn't the first time that this tree's been under discussion in the neighborhood. And I would really ask Mr. Borowski and see if he could get some wise counsel from Mr. Flett to change the footprint of his home, because this tree really is a tremendous tree. Silver maples are very important in our neighborhood. There are a lot of them there. And I don't understand why we're having an ongoing discussion of problems around this particular tree in this neighborhood, and respect for the tree. Everywhere in the city where there's a tree issue, people have to design around it, whether it's their deck, whether it's their home, no matter what it is. And I think urban forestry has been clear. Your arborist has a different opinion than the city arborist, but I believe this committee will support the city arborist. We are all about preserving trees, and the amount of damage that would have to be done to this tree in your application is something that would probably end up killing the tree. We're not into that here. And I would just implore you to go back and look at how you're going to fix that within the neighborhood. You're moving in, you're doing your design, and I haven't met one person that doesn't want to keep a great tree canopy in this part of the city, and that includes the tree that is right on your property and that you would have to injure in order to build it in the way that you'd like to do. So I know it's not your tree, but in essence, the part that's on your hanging over is your tree. They're all of our trees, and we must be the guardian of our canopy. So I would ask that the committee turn down this request and support the staff recommendation to deny.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors to speak? No, I'll just very briefly say I'll be supporting Councillor Fletcher and city staff on this motion for a number of reasons. One is in the professional opinion of our staff, it's a healthy tree. It doesn't need to be damaged to this extent, and it would be significant damaging. I look at some of the arguments made in the briefing here about the comparables in the neighborhood. We don't know the circumstances of those trees. We don't. Tree pruning isn't now something that sets precedent of other tree pruning. We are going down a very, very dangerous path by using some of this. The notion that a squirrel burrowing or a crooked-shaped branch, which are actually listed in here as reasons why one should do this, aren't compelling to me. In fact, to have the exact opposite approach. It kind of disgusts me a little bit, the direction that's been taken on this one. I really and truly hope that our city staff follow up with this tree and just make sure that down the road that she's safe, because I'm not sure that that's going to be the case. And I certainly would drop by in the next little bit to see how she's doing. On the motion that Councillor Fletcher made, all those in favor?
Recorded.
All those in favor, hands are high. Councillor Bailao, Councillor Bailao, Councillor McMahon, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis. My apologies. Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahavik. The record showed that was unanimous.
And I would ask the staff to monitor this site, please. I think you will. Thank you very much.
The next item up is in fact a step backwards, and that's the fence TE 20.20, the fence exemption at 20 Ivy Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I met with the two owners, and indeed, I won't go into all the details. So that is the agreement there, that they will reduce the fence by 1 foot at the rear, and I'm approving the rest of the fence exemptions.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion and the item as amended, All those opposed, that carries. Oh, no, Councillor Fragedakis is at the table. Councillor Fragedakis, can we just get you over at the table to make the vote? We're short quorum. And then we'll have one more item, then we're done. And we've got it. Great. Thank you. The last item, TE 20.80, Assumption of Services, Don Mount Court Subdivision, Registered Plan 66M2441. Bring it home. It's been on our agenda since February 2015. Since our second meeting after the new term was established, our second official meeting as a community council. This is befitting my last meeting as chair. Let's hear it. Councillor Fletcher,
Thank you.
deferral.
No? Not going to do that for the 8th time. I'm simply going to go over briefly that Don Mount, as the first revitalization, did not get the attention that the other revitalizations have had, and that the traffic calming issues that one would have built into a plan weren't built in, simply because nobody thought of it. So pedestrians moving through a new grid was not a consideration, and it has taken a while for everybody to agree that that's important. It's taken 7 deferrals to get to that, but and for TCHC to basically turn the roads over to the city, and the city is now going to assume those roads, and we will have some great traffic calming in this neighborhood. So thank you to the city staff, to transportation staff, Dave Twaddle and his staff, and to Mr. Kyle Kneck, who had this file for planning, and to Elise Parker in Public Realm, because everybody worked together. We'll have a final plan in the spring, but it is at such a juncture where I'm able to release this, and we will have a better community because of that. So thank you for your indulgence, everybody. It's going to be good. I don't know what he's going to do.
Just to speak quickly, why do the words outplay, outwin, outlast come to mind?
All those in favor of the motion?
Well, let's have a recorded vote since it's time. Go ahead.
Councillor Bailão, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Layton, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mahevik.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, we have 2 motions on the to come to the floor. Councillor Fragedakis.
That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 1130 to 1138, 1140 to 1154, and 1156 to 1170, prepared for the November 15th, 2016 meeting 20 of the Community Council.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Councillor Perks.
I move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceeding of the Toronto East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 20 on November 15, 2016.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Can I just say really quickly, we are so lucky to have such amazing clerk staff. When I started getting up at council and just reading off the number, that none of that was meant for other community councils to feel bad. It was all because we don't know how lucky we are to have Ellen, to have Lourdes, to have all of our team here.
That's right.
Doing just such great work considering the workload that we put on them. File your motions in advance. Don't defer things 7 times.
Why?
And please be kind to our
I did get
clerks.
what I needed. Can I just
Thank
say
you
on
very
our
much.
behalf, thank you very much to our chair. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bravo, Mike.
Meeting adjourned.